Welcome everyone back for the second ARKNIGHTS Challengers. Hello everyone, how are you guys doing? Well, today guys, we are back 1 month later after Challengers 1 that took place at the start of July. And now it's August. Wow, think about that. 1 month later, and we are back for a second version, a repeat of ARKNIGHTS Challengers. Same format with a little changes, you know, making things a little more balanced, having some extra rules. If you guys haven't paid attention to what's been going on in the server, we did make some extra rules this past month on macros, on some emulators, kind of written out some stuff that some people were talking about and kind of wrote it into paper. But without further ado, we do have a lot of matches to stream today. Today is day 1 of this tournament, which means that we're going to be splitting the bracket up into mini pools and making it a lot easier for the contestants to compete in. What we're going to finish on today will be top 16, and top 16 will carry on and finish tomorrow, where we will decide the best player out of the entire tournament. But before we get started, of course, I wanted to thank the people that make this very, very possible for us. This is a community-held tournament, ARKNIGHTS Challengers. We are not funded by any other third-party sponsors, and so I do want to give a huge shout-out to some of the players in the background. Of course, the first one, and very importantly, we have our patrons. Thank you so much for your support over on Patreon. Special thanks to Kestrel, The Lost One, Hina, Nan, Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, Luke, and Naba for sponsoring this event, as well as the other patrons that have thrown in their own bucks. These guys have been sponsoring these every single month so far for the last 2 months, and I'm greatly appreciated. All these funds are being allocated to the prize pool and improving quality of life stuff in the back end. So thank you guys so much, patrons, for doing this. And at the very end of the day, we as a community invest in this kind of project because we have an amazing time with ARKNIGHTS. It is ARKNIGHTS that brought us all together. So to have such a strong community funding this event out of their own pockets, it does mean a lot to me. And on top of that, we do have another set of people that I, of course, cannot forget to credit. And that is, first of all, to the musicians. We have Isaac Wolf, who collaborated with Rumby on that teaser you just saw. I think the only addition we made this month was actually adding the Boy Kissers, which was one of the new teams that signed on, representing Meepy from top 16 in the previous tournament, and of course 2 new names, Yi and Zafang, who had defected from the Waddlers to create their team, the Boy Kissers. And then we have Lappy, who made this song for us a month ago, Crescendo of Fate. That song will be the song for the banning phase as well as the stage selection phase of our matches. So you will hear them. You probably already heard it before. Great song. You can find that on YouTube. Lappy is an amazing ARKNIGHTS music creator that, has been with us for quite a long time now. And of course, thanks to all of the TOs that are making this possible. We have over 16 TOs running 16 pools today, and for them to stake out this time out of their busy days, out of the busy weekends, it does mean a lot to me. So thank you guys so much for deciding to join in on this effort. I think it'll be very exciting to see what happens today, guys. All right, well, here's the plan. Chat, we're gonna try to pick out the best matches for you guys to watch. How this works is that we are gonna be doing pools today, but essentially it's kind of just like the same thing. We're starting kind of, in top 128, we're going down to top 64. So as each pool progresses, we're gonna try to pick out the best matches to show on stream. If you guys want to watch the other matches going on, maybe you have a favorite player, maybe you have a teammate that you're trying to cheer on, feel free to go to Discord, where you'll be able to join each room when it does happen. And you're going to be free to watch all the matches live. You won't be able to talk, you won't be able to interact with the participants, obviously, but you can watch those matches that aren't shown on stream. But this stream will be more focused on the few matches that we believe will provide a very good viewing experience. All right, on top of that, I do want to invite our new set of casters that we have today. These 2 individuals were very gracious in spending their time. Casting is not an easy role. but I think they're very excited to come on today. I do want to invite Zarathan and Cookie Kaze, two well-known figures in our community that you guys probably already watch, and very beloved community members and content creators. They're going to be running the show for me today, so I'm going to step back and manage the back end. They're going to be the one casting everything. Very excited for their commentary because I think that today they're going to see some great matches. Are you guys ready? Here we go. I'm going to pass it to them, and we're going to go right into our first match. Thanks, guys, and have a great experience watching Challengers 2, Day 1.
Ooh, I have to say, by the way, thank you so much for inviting it back to us, Viper. And I feel like I got a job promotion from the last time that I was here. I went from analyst, and then I was just doing it for a moment. And here I am as a caster. I'm so happy to be here. And on the other side, I have Zaratin as well.
Hello, yep, I'm back. Welcome to Challengers 2. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Looks like we're in for a set of exciting matches today. We're going to be focusing mainly on pools. I think we're going to be casting about 5 or so matches. And I heard we have some interesting players coming in this time, including one Afang at 21.
Oh, he is going to be playing? Okay, this is going to be very exciting. I think there's going to be so many more players this time around. There's going to be so many exciting names that you guys have seen in the previous challenges, and you're going to see some of the returning cast also back in today's challenges. Some people are for sure going to be seeking out for revenge the more we go down the line later on in the matchups as well. And I gotta say, this pool of casters, by the way, you and I, were a very vibrant crew. I'm in, it's early morning for me right now where I live. I'm in Singapore, and meanwhile, you're in the Americas, Claritin. What time is it there?
It's 7:13 p.m., but my sleep schedule is non-existent, so, ha!
And I mean, we have at least the American audience who's comfortably watching in the night, they're watching this to sleep and whatnot, and people are waking up. I feel bad for the EMEA region, our dearest European viewers. Any European viewers watching right now? Are you staying up, to watch some good matches today? Because we promise you'll have nice stuff.
Yeah, whoever's competing, you gotta come through now. All the Europeans are counting on you.
Oh, I would be impressed if there are European competitors right now. They will be staying up real good. They got the adrenaline in the night in order to pull through all our matches today.
People will do insane things in order to flex on other people. And speaking of flexing, I hear we've got some rivalry going on between some of the teams that are going to be facing off today. MZK and IRS having freaking gang warfare in some of the Twitch chats.
Oh, is that really going on at the moment? We have Twitch wars that's happening right now? Bro, Challengers has upgraded, man.
We're getting pretty territorial.
Goodness, I mean, the previous time when we had the last challenges, there were definitely territorial matches, right? We had the whole thing where MZK was topping the charts previously. But I kind of feel like it's not that I have anything against MZK, but it might not happen again. We might just see some new teams raising up the leaderboards later on.
Well, the IRS's fans are currently out in the chat in force, and I think they want to see the Golden Sweep return again.
Oh, I mean, that's going to be exciting. Hey, you gotta have some support for my own team now. I am a huge supporter of my Waddlers team, and I think there might be some wonderful new upsets. Like previously, maybe we didn't appear or go that far. I can kind of feel like top 16 should be kind of a take. If we are gonna make it happen today.
I am severely disappointed. The tournament organizers had the chance to be the funniest motherfuckers alive and to make the last map, Invitation to Wine EX8 challenge mode, today, which means that you only have Friday morning to practice. But unfortunately, Invitation to Wine is not going to be part of this map pool.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't be seeing the big dragon boy, the Suisan, coming in. That would be funny, but I feel like everyone would be like, are you serious, Viper? You're giving me 1 day to prepare for this whole thing? Then again, though, Viper might not have given a lot of time for that final stage. The final stage that was announced this time around was WREX6, right?
True,
and I think players only knew of it 3 days ago.
That's true, but it's been in the Challengers pool before, so players may have done some practice drills on it, just knowing that it did exist in the viable map pool. And hey, speaking of unprepared challenges, isn't the whole point of being the best player improvisation in the face of adversity? Come on, just throw the map at him. I'm kidding.
I'd be very impressed if there are players who come into this without like all too much preparation, I'd be honest. Because that will still take quite some strength. Like if we look at the map pool for today, you know, we have stages like MBEX8, NLEX8, and then there's also 1017. Like these are stages that maybe we feel a bit familiar to. Something like MBEX8, you might think, oh, it's a bit easier. But it's not easy when you talk about the context of this competition, right, Zaira?
I mean, you can say that, but speak for yourself, Uncle. Who the heck plays 10-17 on normal mode?
I mean, that's true though. Most of the time when we play Chapter 10, we just get through the adverse mode, right?
Yeah,
and then we
same
already
on
play off
postage.
that new stuff, yeah. But then now that the normal mode is selected, then it becomes, you know, are you aware of the changes from adverse mode to normal mode? And can you actually do it fast?
And interestingly, I think that normal mode of 10-17 is actually not necessarily harder, but more challenging to work with, since in adverse, Manfred is entirely separated from your front line, whereas in 10-17 normal, he just walks up and starts heading right for you. He's standing there menacingly.
For sure. I think 10-17 is going to be a very interesting one for us to watch in a bit. Like, I can't wait to actually see it happen because of the fact that there's very different ideas of how you might do it. Would you blend the boss with the other enemies and, you know, go for like a kill them all at once? Or are you going to separate them? Are you going to like, alright, we'll have the front lines, those are all the mobs, and then in the middle of the map is just the boss?
And speaking of interesting maps that we are looking forward to, I wonder if anyone's going to pick SN-10 when we're going through tonight. I mean, on top of being a 4-phase boss fight, which is, I think, one of the longest fights we've had, tied perhaps with Sui, I can't even think of anyone else. Oh, and Essence of Evolution. I don't know how these players are going to speedrun SN-10. I mean, even under the best of circumstances, it is a long map.
Yeah, SN10 has just so much little things to kind of like micromanage in a way, because there's different phases of the boss, and even after every phase of the boss, new enemies will appear. You start seeing some of the spewers, you start seeing the guys that spawns their Nedacy brand so that the whole place looks like a piece of virus. Like, there's a lot of these little nuances that could screw over the stage. There's even the dodge guys, right? Those guys that actually have 80% dodge in the stage. So it's going to be a lot to deal with in SN10.
Indeed, and given that this is a speedrun, I don't think the players are going to be doing those bugs where you can trick the boss into only eating one of the debuffs. Or, wait, does the boss eat 2 debuffs on SN-10?
So I believe in SN-10, the regular one, it only eats 1 buff for the moment. It only eats 2 buff when it goes into SN-EX8. So thankfully, there's no SN-EX8 for people to deal with. So they don't have to be so particular about managing the placement of 2 little eateries. But then for this one, they only have 1 to kind of consider, which I guess is not as bad. But then again, the boss is still not fine. Like, imagine the boss having a D stat across the board, right? D health, D attack, D defense. You see that? You enter that stage, you're thinking you're gonna have the easiest time of your life, and you don't.
You forgot 1 D stat, Uncle.
Hey, am I supposed to recall what that is?
D's
D4?
nuts!
Even while streaming with you, with you today, you gotta take the opportunity to do that to me now, Zara.
When do I ever get a call with you? All right, we're on the map selection screen. Let's see who gets the pick.
Goodness. I mean, let's see who gets dunked on this time around. I'm curious to see who is able to select first. And this time we have a matchup between EBA. I hope I'm pronouncing the name right, but is this Sydaske?
I don't
Would you be able to
know.
pronounce that?
It's either Sydaske or Sydaske. I think I've heard Viper say it's Sydaske or something. I don't know. Hey, someone in the chat, let us know. But more importantly, oh, it's Sydaske? Okay.
Why is Sydaske? Okay, and then afterwards we have Nagasaki 420 as well from MWM. Yes, this is gonna be a fun matchup.
That's from Hina's faction, the Mommy Milkers.
Exactly, the Mummy Milkers.
So time to see if they'll bring any mommies to the anyways.
Oh, and I mean the mummies are asserting some dominance here. They are the ones who get to select first. And there's gonna be 5 stages. 1 of them will be played this time around. You guys can see the full map pool, by the way.
So if this were you, Uncle, would you be picking an easy stage that you think you might be able to take quickly, but that your opponent might also have a good strategy for? Or would you go straight for a hard stage and just hope your opponent smacks completely face first on it?
Yeah, so I think if it was myself, I think it really depends. It really comes down to which stage that you have rehearsed the most, because familiarity to the stage is honestly quite important. After this stage pick session, oh my goodness! We're starting off
let's
big.
go! And the IRS fans in the chat must be going wild. Alright, if you're in the chat, I'd better see some Irene spins and some Scotty jams or whatever the heck is going on. Because here we go! The golden age is coming directly to your screen. SN-10 is the first map of the night.
Like, that is going to be quite a wild start. Goodness. Like, I think this is really going to come down to, again, the whole idea of who has practiced this way more. Like, SN10, I think you consider it maybe one of the hardest stages of the pool right now, for the fact that there's just so many little minute details to care about. And if players are not ready for just one certain enemy, that can just ruin the entire stage. Oh, these target bans, goodness, Zyra.
Oh, hey, I actually understand the Gnosis ban here, because with Gnosis, you can 2-op this stage so easily. I mean, it's not a fast 2-op, but it is an op anyway. Okay, interesting. An Enforcer ban?
Enforcer ban?
Do not understand.
Oh,
okay, we've got Lapland taking out that silence option. Very solid. Now, I wonder if anyone's going to ban Fartooth here, because Fartooth can ignore enemy dodge, but she does get easily distracted, and you have to wait for the boss to come all the way down to that final straightaway in order to get... Okay, Passenger, very interesting. Not who I would have targeted, if I'm being completely honest here.
I mean, this, as much as I want to feel that it's a target ban, it doesn't really feel that way entirely as well. This feels like it could be a ban in order to taunt the
And there's
opponent
Fartooth. I don't know. I don't think Sydaske has relied very heavily on Passenger. Now, obviously, you could be trying to ban Passenger S3 for his pretty map-wide control. I mean, drop a few storms on a spawn point, and those enemies are toast, but I don't know. Okay, we've got a Rosa. That makes sense. Rosa on S2, very high damage capability. But Highmore, I don't understand at all.
Highmore's gonna be a pretty interesting one, because I mean, if you ban Highmore, unfortunately, you still leave La Pluma in the pool. So,
is Highmore somehow better against Seaborn?
I believe she might have a talent that actually ensures that she's a tiny bit better against Seaborn, if as far as I remember her talent. But then again, like I said, like La Pluma is still in the pool. If I see the hardest target bans that goes for this stage here, definitely Sydaske has used more of the ban space for the popular operators, right? Gnosis and Lapland, they're the two biggest MVPs during the event. And then I think Nagasaki has picked well on that Irene on the bottom right. So it's going to be interesting.
Now, are there any units that they didn't ban that could come in clutch? You could make a case for Poziomka with her dodge module, but again, or with her dodge pierce module, but again, you are going to have to wait for the boss to get a lot closer than necessarily with Fartooth, so I'd say not banning Poziomka makes sense. Texas Alter wasn't banned, though. Do they both plan to use Texas Alter?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I feel like Texas Alter is someone who might simplify quite a lot of the problems in this stage. And at the same time, there's a lot of the hotter 6 stars that aren't really being banned right now. Like, I can foresee someone maybe wanting to speedrun the stage with Golden Blow, since outdistancing the enemies is very, very good in this stage, right? And a lot of our boss killers is also not played. Right, we have Moina that's still being usable. There's definitely still Surtur on the board. So I think it really comes down to who has a faster plan to kill the bosses. Actually, I will be surprised if I see some Ebon Halls in here. Actually, no, I wouldn't say I'll be that surprised. I think I'll be very impressed if someone's got an Ebon Hall strategy coming up.
Here is the main problem. The boss what you said, what I mentioned, Poziomka, and what you mentioned, Ebenholz, their ranges are not necessarily the best for this map, just because this map is shaped specifically so that the boss just hangs out in that bottom rightmost corner where no one can really reach except for perhaps Fartooth, Golden Glow, Ambriel, and ground units. But I don't know.
I think there's just so many other selections, honestly, that people can go for. And the buffers and debuffers are not being like deselected here. The only one being Gnosis here, but like Suzerain's still in play. I can definitely foresee some Suzerain in here.
I don't know if I would actually bring buffers and debuffers in this stage, if I'm being completely honest. I can see use for them if you're going for a fast kill, but given the bans here, you're going to be waiting a long while anyway, so I think it'll be really interesting to see what strategies these players attempt, and then once we've seen maybe 1 or 2 tries of this map, perhaps we'll start to understand what exactly a speedrun of this map will shape up to be. More importantly, do you think any of these players are going to wipe entirely, as in have to restart the map, no one-shots?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, because as far as we keep saying that it's a battle of who is faster, SN10 might be one of the few stages where it might not necessarily be that kind of battle, but it's rather who fumbles less. Like, there is a good chance that some of the players might hit restart if they forgot a certain action against the boss. You know, they're planning to hold the boss. By the way, in this stage, the Hand of Saint, the little thing that people can use to either bounce or clean up the floor, that is already pre-loaded by the players. So they are free to select whatever that they want to use in order to help the stage. And actually it's very powerful against the boss now that I think about it. You know, if they use the bouncing mechanic in order to deal with the boss, that could reduce a certain number of steps.
Oh yes, that is actually one of the ways to get through phase 1. You just equip the bounce handy module and then throw it against the wall, and the bounce just kills the boss, phase 1. Obviously, this doesn't work on phase 2, and I don't remember the necessary module pairs, but if you do bounce, I do believe you don't get the ability to clean the floor anymore, so...
Exactly.
Another
and then
thing...
there's it.
Oh, another thing that...
there's gonna be like quite a few of the different modules as well. The other ones being the one that, you know, you take less sanity damage, that sort of thing. There's also those that lets it spread less. Like, I think it's gonna be very interesting as to how players will choose this in order to help the stage.
Oh yes, because if they let that Nethersea brand get out of control, they might as well just kiss their ground tile capability goodbye. Now, there is one thing that we have to mention about the handy here, and I'm not sure if it's still applicable, but I haven't really seen any indication that it's changed. Did you know that the global version of the little handy is actually bugged?
But? Well, what's that bug about?
In the CN version, the little handy applies the stun before it does its damage, meaning that if you use the handy against the dodge boys, they get hit. But in our version, it applies the damage before applying the stun.
Yeah, I definitely remember that happening. I mean, back in the days, I was creating some guides, and like, you know, I remember the fact that that was a big issue. You know, you would use that non-bug version in order to clear the stages more easily, but the bug version made it a little bit more frustrating to deal
Just
with.
a little? Are you sure?
I guess.
Looking at S3, looking at you specifically?
Oh, you just reminded me, I haven't even hit SNS5.
What?
I'm legitimately... No, I'm being serious. Like, I think everyone over here might be shocked to hear that, but I don't have a full Stealthy Ferrum Nevis medal set. Because I think back then I couldn't achieve an SNS5 guide, because SNS4 was already so difficult to deal with, right? Both SNS4A and SNS4B. So, like, in honor of not being able to get the guide done, I chose to I clear it, but I refuse to, in order to, you know, just have the fact that I'm not helping players to clear it. I'll get it back when the rerun happens, guys. Don't worry about it.
Alright, well, you heard it here first. Send jokes to Uncle while you can. Non-complete Stultifer Navis set, the indignity, the shame, etc., etc.
I did not get a lot of medals lately. I do not think I have a full medal set for CC10. Does that mean I'm kicked out of my Discord server?
We will check the trimmed medal on 30 June. Those without be removed from the group. Do you have the trimmed medal?
No, No, I don't. You know why? I was in America during that point in time. So I
Hey,
actually finished my Risk 18 afterwards.
I was actually going to say I was on vacation, but no, I wasn't on vacation during day 1 of CC. But more importantly, I had to make those without will be removed from the group meme this season. Where are all the meme lords at? SMH. Now I have to do everything myself. All right, looks like we're getting started. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up now. You go, Uncle.
Hey, both phrases are just fine, and I mean, I'm gonna be definitely getting on to all of these scores that people are about to take, and I mean, we can see the little handy in play as well on the left hand side of all of their screens. I can't fully tell what do the symbols refer to at the moment. Well, we currently have someone who's about to purchase LD Player Premium. That's a nice one. I'm not very certain what LD Player Premium does to you, but like,
hey, I saw us Snowson.
So give our player Nagasaki a little bit of time here as we get it settled up, and settled up is not, there's no past tense for that. Goodness, my English has gone off the roof.
Past tense for what?
What's the past tense for set?
Set. it's still set.
I mean, fine, all right.
English is a made-up language.
That's quite freaky for you to see something like that, because it's just we've been speaking made-up languages altogether.
Bunga bunga.
Okay, that's it. Hold on. That's too much philosophy for me in the morning. I still have a long day to go. So like,
yeah.
at least you can go to you can go to sleep with a good night's dream thinking about that, but not me. So yeah. So we are about to get into the match selection phase, and we will see themselves setting the squads. Again, they don't have to fill up all 12 members over here. They just have to pick as necessary. There's always the strategy of picking less units in order to help it out, and we're off.
All right,
Goodness,
here we
look at what
go.
they're choosing.
All right, make sure you don't pick up any band operators, or Undusk will crawl out from under a Reaper and get you. That's a promise.
Okay, so there's a lot of vanguards, by the way, on the side of Sydaske right there, where he has picked up like 4 vanguards. There's a redoubter in play. I'm very interested to see how that's going to be used in a bit. Nagasaki is still taking a while to select, and I was just talking about the Evans Halls.
That's a Rosa. Is
a Rosa?
Nagasaki about to ban or take Rosa when Rosa was banned by them?
Nagasaki, watch out!
No!
Oh no!
Oh
Our
no!
dearest moderators, we hope that you are telling Nagasaki not to use that Rosa, because
Are they
didn't
allowed
he
to
ban Rosa?
intervene? I think so, unless I've been misreading the ban infographic this entire time for like 3 consecutive seasons.
We'll
Please
see
tell
how
me
it
I haven't
goes,
been
but
misreading it.
Sydaske is a lot further ahead, by the way. We're already at 12 kills on Sydaske's side, and he has already cleared out, I believe, the first phase of the boss, and at the same time, all the other enemies now, he's already handling the top left part of the map. A lot of things are happening real fast.
Nagasaki
there's a
finally
restart on
loaded
Nagasaki's
in
side.
and then had to immediately restart. How unfortunate.
Okay. Now at this point, you're just hoping that there's some fumbles on the side of Sydaske here, but it's a bit hard to think that that's gonna happen. Sydaske has already placed Mountain right in front of the red box, by the way, and that's a really good counter against the stage mechanics here.
Yes, indeed. Mountain providing some very necessary lane holding. I'm surprised that the top lane camp is going so strong. We've got Reed Alter, and it looks like I don't know if Reed Alter operates on RNG for targeting, but it does look like those Arts balls are beating the boss to death.
I wonder if he's using like Reed Alter Skill 2 or Reed Alter Skill 3 over here. But Mountain is a really good counter in this stage because there's the guys that spawns the Nether Sea brand. So whensoever you place the operator right in the front of the map like that, you prevent all that Nether Sea brands from spreading. Which is why it's really good here.
And there's a Texas behind that mountain, so when the Dodge Boys run through, I actually don't think the middle spawns Dodge Boys now that I think about it. But Texas now coming into play, stunning the Spewers.
Oh my god, their use of Skadi. Wow, okay, using Skadi and Surter and even Flametail to clear out stuff.
Just keeping that boss on the original spawn tile. Very, very aggressive strategy. Sydaske completely running away with it.
Oh my goodness, that boss hill is fast.
And there we
he's just
go.
using that on Reed, Alter, and Kyobi.
I think
and
it
even
was
the
Reed and
Blaze.
Blaze. So yes, a
Yeah.
very aggressive arts damage strategy.
Oh wow,
And that's it. That is it.
man! I mean, Nagasaki has chosen this stage, and hopefully the stage right after this will have a more competitive showing on his end over there. But like, I think Sydaske, he's clearly understood the assignment. He's
Yeah,
gotten it all down real fast.
I wonder how long Sydaske had to practice for that, because one thing that I didn't actually get to talk about during our pre-commentary is that for these longer maps, you really just have to try and make sure that you don't make a misstep and hope that your opponent makes a misstep earlier or more frequently than you do. So Sydaske with a completely perfect run there.
Yeah, and that was amazing, by the way. It didn't feel like, I was talking about how SN10 is a very long stage. I'm actually quite impressed. That felt so fast.
That did feel fast. Was anyone in the chat keeping track? Was that like 2 minutes, sub 3? Is there a speedrun category for this? Huh.
Yeah, like that stage just got turned into as if it's a very normal stage of ARKNIGHTS that you've just played. Like, he's gotten all the kill gates down so damn quickly, which, that was a great showing.
Alright, Nagasaki getting to pick the map again as the loser of the first round. Let's see where we're off to next. Any bets, Uncle? Oh, WREX6!
That's gonna be an interesting one. Like, I think the whole logic behind a lot of these stages is very different, right? SN10 is about killing the things very, very fast and making sure that you get them at the red boxes. WREX6 though, you don't really have that time of like spawn killing things at the boxes. Because we're talking about the stingrays here. Those things will just run past your operators.
Well, not necessarily. We did see a very interesting strategy in, I believe, the Challenger 0 tournament. So it'll be very interesting to see if that strategy makes a reappearance. Now, for those of you who don't remember, it was basically all the ambushers: Ethan, Kirara, Mizuki and Manticore, and some supplementary DPS like a Weedy and a Surtur. But I believe the originator of that strategy actually got beaten in the final round with it because of the addition of a Surtur to the general slowing strategy, just because having a lot of DPS also helps when you have all your enemies bunched up in a single line. So let's see if the meta on this stage has changed. And here we are. There's the Mizuki ban.
Do they have like caster buff, by the way, Zaratin? Can they actually listen to us? Imagine they can listen to us and they're like, oh yeah, we just said to ban the ambushes.
I think they're both just aware of how this played out in Challenger 0. By the way, the MZK fans had better be out for blood here. Oh, there's the other ambusher. Can we get a 4 for 4? Do I hear a Manticore? Manticore in the back. Manticore for 100. Manticore going once. Manticore going twice.
Oh, is it going to be it? I'll be so impressed.
No! Tooth, shame, 1,000 years shame, banishment. SMH.
I thought we could have a full set, but then they said no. They said maybe they'll play Manticore, or maybe they're just batting out as to who bans it.
Okay, to be fair, Manticore, I feel like Manticore isn't as punchy compared to the rest. Like, Mizuki's got the DPS, Ethan's got the bind, Kirara. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Alright,
but Manticore's with the slow. So it could be good.
But her slow isn't like, I mean, it's great. It's just like not that great if you're running Manticore by herself. So I think Manticore solo on this stage is not necessarily going to be happening, but...
Fire Whistle!
I'm sorry, what?
Fire Whistle's an interesting one, but like, I don't know if this is the opponent understanding each other well, or if it's just someone thinking of like, okay, maybe I don't have any more bans in mind. I can see Fire Whistle being kind of good, because compared to Horn, by the way, Fire Whistle's more of an arts damage fortress defender, where the things that she throw out is like a burn damage, which is pretty damn cool.
But it doesn't stack.
Yeah, it doesn't stack. So it could be used in a good way, and even Broca could be used in a nice way as well, because I believe the enemies over here are weak to arts damage in general. So at least those two things that you can place on the floor, those are gone. Golden Glow being out is also a cool one, because you could actually outrange these guys, right? You turn on the skill, and then after Golden Glow is zapping from afar. You can't have that now, since that's banned by Nagasaki.
Oh yes, but I see the complete lack of a starter ban, which means that either these players are counting on bringing a starter to clean up shop with, or no one just thought that starter was worth banning. But, I mean, Broca? Really? Did someone, like, go back into Hina's account review streams and spy on Nagasaki's account? Because who the heck builds Broca?
Yeah, that's just going to be an interesting one. I mean, there's some 5-star bands over here, 4-star bands as well, right? We have Embryo, which understandably it's probably because of just trying to kill from afar. But I think the whole idea of killing from afar is that issue is there's just so many of those mobs, and something as single target like Embryo, I'm not very certain how effective that's going to be. If we talk about effectiveness, honestly, a lot of the good picks are still in play, like Moina. Like as you say, there's Surtur, there's still Silver Ash. Literally, Silver Ash is getting picked right now. And ban Broca just so you can use Gavial Alter. Broca went to jail so that Gavial Alter can run.
Okay, but seriously, who has Broca? Who has Broca raised? Does Nagasaki have Broca raised? I'm watching.
Oh,
all right.
Wait, there's a Swire pick.
Okay,
there's
very
a Swire pick.
Any waifu lovers in the chat? Well, hold on a second. This might be Team Mommy Milkers coming through. Who knows?
Ooh, loading time. The loading time.
The load difference. Oh no.
Okay. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We've got a competition up our hands. This could be anyone's game right now. I mean, there was a bit of a loading time nerf at the previous round, but then this time, we might just have a great game. So, Horns is placed very early for Nagasaki, as you see there.
And
meanwhile, on the other side, you have Gavial Alter.
Okay, there's that Manticore from Sydaske, and it does look like they're doing the same strategy as we saw in Challenger 0. They are setting up along that straightaway, and it looks like Sydaske is going to have a very aggressive... okay, that's a very interesting wiener
Skill
placement.
1 is used here over Horn Seal 3. That's a fascinating one.
Well, you do need more consistent damage across all the waves than necessarily one big explosive burst, so it does make sense a bit.
It does. I think the curiousness here is you're going for a constant skill rather than a bursty skill. Especially once the red versions of those enemies come in, I'm not too certain if skill 1 is going to be that great. But then again, he's got Moina and Silver Ash pointing in. That's a wave being cleared right there already on the left side. And then on the right, we have a splurge of like loads of things. Like we've got Lapland, we have who's that? Wait, is something leaking?
That it was indeed something leaking, and Nagasaki is going to have to restart. Now, what I will say, Uncle, is that if you're wondering why some of these skills are auto-activation skills, or why you would pick a constant skill over, say, Horn S3, do remember, this is intended to be a speedrun. If you run into someone else who's got high efficacy, you might as well just end up playing low step knights, because the more you have to click skills, unless you've got god fingers, you're going to be wasting time, and your opponent is going to be running away with it. So perhaps Sydaske, as a veteran of multiple seasons, is keeping this in mind as well.
I'm watching how the previous wave for Sydaske, he's done it such that some of those little mobs have already passed the tower range of Horn. So could look a little worrying there, but I mean he did that without turning on Moina's skill and Silver Ash skill, and he saved it with a Texas Alter. So I think he's probably got this in the bag, unless we have Mostima sitting in the back. Mostima is probably gonna just be that clutch.
Uncle, get Bitey in that map. Just put Bitey in front of the blue box and tell him to run.
A surprise enemy, a curveball. I think there's no curveballs on Sydaske's side though, because he's just gotten it cleared with a very, very good squad to counter this stage.
Yes, a very, very authoritative burst and control of the spawn. Completely ran away with it yet again. Looks like this round is going 2-0 in Sydaske's favor.
Yeah, good effort enough on Mummy Milky's side, but you are one member down this time. Nagasaki, thanks for playing. We will see Sydaske further down the line, if especially we can get to that top 16 phase. And by the way, if you stick around until tomorrow, so we have the pools for today. These are just going to be the players that have qualified, and then we're going to be playing all the way until we get a top 16 by the end of today. And tomorrow, if you join in the stream, it will be casted by 2 other wonderful casters as well. And then they will be casting every single match, I believe, or almost every single match. So that's gonna be exciting.
All right. Well, that was how was is that the first? No, you watched Challenger Series 1, but how was that for your first set of matches as a caster?
I think back in Challengers 1, it wasn't I didn't have a caster role. I was like more of an analyst. So being an analyst means that I wasn't like here at this point in time on the caster desk in order to watch every single match. I was just in the background. I was watching through everything. But I think I really played the analyst role to my heart's content because I was very particular about watching how the players played or the moves that they've done in order to see it. And I think in the early parts at that point, there were some cool matches, but especially once you get to that quarterfinals, the semi-finals, then you really see the tight playthroughs. Like you're watching the players who really prepared so hard for this.
Oh, yes. Speaking of which, now that we're going on a 2-day run, which I believe this is the first time a Challengers has gone for 2 days consecutively, I wonder if any of the players who are going to be advancing to tomorrow's rounds might be studying the plays of their opponents, or alternatively, I wonder if perhaps they might be cooking up secondary strategies just in case their main strategy gets banned out. The 2-day format might bring in some interesting changes tomorrow, I think.
I think the 2-day format will actually end up having team meetings, you know, after the end of today, and then the teams, maybe they send like 10 members in, and then they're down to like 2, and they call emergency meeting, you know. Which of these members have like made it unfortunate for us? We'll eject that member.
What is this? Some international series of chess level team meeting strategy things?
Yeah, they might just do that. I mean, they'll probably review their playthroughs and figure out what to refine. These 2 days it does make it a tiny bit more interesting because of the prep time that people are allowed to have once today is over.
Oh yes, there's plenty of time to go over footage, to think over strategies, more importantly to see if there's a single 1 or 2 bans that could completely hamper an entire strategy from being executed.
Exactly, and like you're talking about the preparedness just now, where you can't just really enter this competition with only one strategy. You could have like one base strategy, but that base strategy should be prepared for the bans that your opponent might have. And as long as you've got that cooked up, then you're kind of good to go. But I think some of those really good players, I've seen them cooked up secondary strategies where maybe they get so target banned that they're like, I opened the strat book, I've got something else in mind.
Excuse you, Uncle. I watched all of Custard V's guides, therefore I am completely prepared.
Watch all of Custard V's fight? Even now?
That was a joke.
Oh, I mean...
Well, you think Custard makes guides for Bird Knights?
No. I tell you what, I'll be impressed by Challengers, alright? I'll be impressed if a player makes it all the way to the end. Like, I don't think we have like a speech segment, but if Challengers had a speech segment, like a winning speech, then I'll be so excited for someone to just say, I'd like to thank Custard V for supporting me, you know, through ARKNIGHTS. This win couldn't have been possible without Mr. Custard V.
On a private call, place Silverash down. Activate Malanta's skill. Malanta, activate Malanta's skill, not Silverash. Use your brain.
Exactly. Oh, it would be fun if I get to see someone pick a 3-star for the sake of these challenges, just because, you know, they're like, I'm so good that I can even use a 3-star at this stage.
Excuse you, I'll have you know that Plume is the strongest bird. Where's my Plume lovers in the chat? Let's go, Plume!
Let's talk about Plume lovers now. Where's my Plume skin?
Yeah, where's my Plume altar?
Plume altar?
Yeah, give me my Plume altar!
Plume altar is gonna be a fun one now, wouldn't it? It'll be impressive if they actually go for Plume altar before a Plume skin.
Oh man, hold on a second. How many of the 3-stars are still missing skins?
That's an interesting trivia question.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. ARKNIGHTS 3-stars.
I don't think there's a statistic for that, but like, let me think. So Plume doesn't have
we can
skin.
Just look up. Anakiel has a skin. Ansel?
Ansel has a skin. He has the summer one.
Beagle, yes. Cardigan, yes. Catapult?
Catapult. No. Catapult
Fang?
is like...
Fang, yes. Hibiscus, yes. Cruise, yes. Lava, yes.
Yes, Lava did.
Melantha, yes. Midnight, yes. Orchid,
I'm
no?
missing 2 more. Orchid has.
Oh,
Orchid has
okay.
an apple skin.
Plume, no. Popcar, yes.
No,
No?
Paprika does not.
Spot, yes. Steward, yes. Vanilla?
No, Vanilla doesn't have as well. So we have 4 3-stars that does not have skins. As 4 3-star.
Popcar, Vanilla, Plume, and
Oh,
who?
I'm actually shocked that Paprika doesn't have a
Catapult?
skin. Yeah, Catapult doesn't have a skin.
Oh, okay.
Quite surprised. I think if anything, the next 3-star probably getting a skin should be Paprika, because Paprika is quite a beloved 3-star generally in like all communities. I mean, she appears in a lot of like cartoon animations and all of those anniversary stuff. So like, yeah, I can see her getting a skin down the line. Sorry,
Justice
Plume.
for Plume. Justice for Plume. And speaking of Plume, I think that's a pretty good segue into our next match. What do you think, Uncle?
Oh my gosh, the next match is a hype one, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We've got one of the world's most loved content creator who's playing up against someone who might be feeling a little bit scared to hear his name. We have, like, I don't know if anyone can guess who's the next matchup. Who's the best ARKNIGHTS YouTuber that you can think of?
Cookie Kaze.
Well, it's not me. Come on, I'm right here.
Viper.
I will love. Okay, I might give something of myself if Viper gets to play in this competition. Like, I will be cheering for every win that Viper gets. For sure.
Can we
But, like-
bribe Viper to compete?
We could.
Let's do it.
I don't know if Viper likes bribes.
No, let's just
If
kidnap
I-
him and lock him in a basement. Wait, what?
Oh,
Anyways, coming up soon to a screen near you, Yi versus PLUMESEGGPRO.
what?
Whoa,
Huh?
Plume? I'm kidding, it's Goody 5. Wait, is it
okay.
Goody? Yeah, it is Goody.
Goody?
Yeah, Goody changed his ARKNIGHTS name to PLUMESEGG69 or something.
What? Oh, wait, so we have Yi versus Goody 5.
I'm pretty sure it's Goody.
So is it Goody? Wait, is it an upset if Goody wins?
Okay, wait, no, it's PLUMESEGGs apparently, so we're just calling them PLUMESEGGs.
It's okay. It's PLUMESEGG. So if
I'm so
PLUMESEGGs win,
confused.
is this going to be one of the biggest upsets we have in this tournament?
I don't know. It depends on how the bands go and what's the which maps they pick, I think.
So for the pride of his YouTube, he has to win.
I don't know, but then like what happens if Goody loses? Actually, no, if PLUMESEGGs loses, it's just a typical 4, if you know what I mean.
What, an early fallout yet again? And I put some belief in PLUMESEGG, so but like I can't believe I'm saying this word multiple times on the stream. It's the username, guys. It's the username. It's not beyond that.
All right, hold on. I gotta go into the basement and kick some
Freedom
around.
of usernames.
But I will say that given that I know both of the competitors here, whoever loses doesn't get watered for a week.
A week.
Listen,
The
listen.
punishment.
I'm one of them's teammate and one of them's bird overseer. I cannot be impartial in this.
Oh, you're gonna give him like royal punishment by the end of this.
Hard labor must file for annihilation records to ARKREC before the end of the season.
Well, we'll see whether he's able to do it in just a little while, because we are in the stage selection phase for the 2 of them already. Once again, it's PLUMESEGGPRO together with Boy Kisses Yi. Who's gonna win the coin flip? And who's gonna select first? I feel like winning the coin flip and selecting first is quite advantageous, to be honest. Of course, depending on how prepared you are, that is.
Of course, and now that I can disclose some of our top secret strategy, I'll have you know that Yi decided that he is going to use only Amiya and Angelina and Blemishine for all of the matches. Smiley face.
Does that put him on the disadvantage for any of the maps? If you think of those 3 operators?
I'm joking, Uncle.
No, it can't be a joke. Yi will totally do that. Watch.
I'm putting out disinformation. I gotta
Wait.
do my contribution as a member of Boy Kissers. I gotta gaslight the competition.
You're saying that out loud, but PLUMESEGG could do all he can to ban those 3 minutes.
Okay, if you ban Angelina, like, I think you've just fallen for the greatest debate in the world. Alright, it looks like Yi has picked WREX6.
Oh, another repeated matchup. We saw WREX6 just a while ago, and then now we're seeing it again. That is the fastest. Wow, we jump into the ban phase and it's right there.
Instant Mizuki death.
God damn. I think the whole chat is gonna be wondering, damn, is Mizuki that good? I haven't built my Mizuki yet, and yet there's 2 times of Mizuki ban now?
Okay, bagpipe ban, I guess trying to shut down the flagpipe strategy.
Okay, then afterwards we've got Ethan as well. So I don't know if Yi is going for like maybe a full ambushes sweep here, possibly, but that still allows for so many other strategies to be in play. Okay, there's a team going on in the bands, don't you think?
Vanguard Knights!
Yeah. And that's Yi's favorite niche, isn't it? Yi loves the Vanguard.
I mean, Yi's kind of changed things up, but I'm not legally allowed to disclose that because that would be disclosing top secret team only information, Boy Kissers only TM.
No. I should ask PLUMESEGGPRO to actually consider banning Yi's best Vanguard.
Siege?
Yeah. Like, I think Yi must have cooked up a whole strategy out of the best Vanguard.
Vigil!
No.
Vigil carry!
I
Vigil with his infinite HP!
I will give honorary awards, like on my own personal basis without Piper's permission, to anyone who apparently wins a match and Vigil was actually used productively.
Alright, we got a Tomimi ban. Is that supposed to inflict psychic damage or something? And we got a Psylocke ban. So let's see if either of these players are gonna crack at the Niche Knights.
Yeah, a lot of the Vanguards are gone. So I mean, Myrtle and Elysium are still in play, so I guess DP generation isn't exactly an issue here. There is some defaults of this stage, like Pawn that's kind of out, Exalta is out, but again, the Shun boys, the Golden Boy, the Silver boys, they're still there.
I wonder if Yi will be using them since this team is Boy Kissers after all.
Damn. Yi loves men?
I can either confirm or deny that I have been chased out of the training room on repeated occasions whenever I try to practice.
Yeah, something going on in the training room there?
Zafang, you want to handle this one?
No.
Alright.
Hold up. We should not go to not safe for stream content here. We should go to the stream stuff right in front of our screen. That is, they are about to enter their stage selection phase. Not the stage selection, sorry, the unit selection.
I am not going to help my case here, but why is Yi's screen so small?
Imagine your favorite YouTuber not having a good screen.
Yeah, I know, right, Cookie Kaze? When are you gonna upgrade your laptop?
I have a laptop. Wait, I do have a laptop. What am I talking about? If not, how do I go to school?
Alright, we're in! Yi is going for it! Yi is going for it! And it is so freaking small that I can't see anything!
It's boys and girls.
There's two woman. Ugh, Yi, how dare you bring Gladia to the party? I thought we were friends.
There's Gladia, there's Chen, there's Mountain, so there's 2 brawlers. I think it's fascinating. I'd love to see it. I mean, this is pretty much like a Chongyue showcase right in front of me right now. Is Chongyue actually that wonderful?
And PLUMESEGGPRO finally entering the map.
There's a Moina and a Tequila as well, by the way.
Hey, wait, why is PLUMESEGGPRO bringing Astesia?
Astesia might be really good here. Oh, but that's a bit of an odd one, because I mean, the boys, like, those enemies can't be blocked. So is Astesia gonna deal enough damage to handle the stage?
I think PLUMESEGGPRO just clicks some random stuff at the end, if you ask me. Alright.
okay, Yi has perfectly just handled one wave, by the way. It's just a single click of Moina's skill and he's done.
Frostleaf? Frostleaf.
There's a Frostleaf?
Frostleaf.
There's a Frostleaf?
Frostleaf.
This is some kind of Iha impression here.
Frostleaf.
There's a oh, wow. Huh.
Frostleaf.
Kelsey's so far away, but I mean, that's fine. That's a pretty smart strategy to go against this stage, you know. If you want to speedrun it and you don't have to put the thing in like her monster within her range since it's not ever going to be blocked.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say that Yi is very far ahead of PLUMESEGGPRO on part of PLUMESEGGPRO taking forever to decide what units he was going to bring. So, they're running away. They're running away. Here comes Franca. Here comes Franca. Here comes Saria.
I feel like I can hear the panic through the screen.
I can hear the sheer amount of APM.
I can hear the screams.
Ah! I heard that. I heard that all the way from the Philippines. It resonated in my soul. The pure sound of unadulterated despair.
The victory of Yi is resonating to the audience as well.
And there we go! Victory to Chen Awesome!
He even wants to end it on a Chen skill too. Why is he pausing?
Are we just BMing here? Are we just
hello?
BMing here?
Hello?
Okay, we're just BMing here apparently, prolonging the suffering, toxic behavior. Let's go!
What? Was Yi just planning to pause until PLUMESEGGPRO enters the stage again, reaches the second last enemy and hits play?
We do a little trolling.
Goodness. Well done by Yi, by the way. It was a nice cycle of Tequila skill, Moina's skill, and also Mountain skill.
Only
like, if you all didn't notice,
operators.
it was a Mountain skill 2, it was Mountain skill 3.
Indeed. And now proving to the entire world that you don't need ambushers, you just need a large collection of cocks.
Wait, what? Wait, are you allowed to... Wait. Huh.
What? What?
Yes, I agree. Everybody agree? We all agree. These are words of wisdom that said on today's Challenger stream. There is a good reason why the team name is called Boy Kissers, my friends.
Okay, Uncle.
The moderator has just given you a warning. Saratian, you're about to lose your job.
I get paid?
We don't say anything. We no Viper's gonna be embroiled in weird controversy, alright? We're about to get storylines of, is Custard being fed? Or are we locked in a dungeon in order to do this? Or is Boys Kissers actually a team that has lots of illegal activities going on?
Damn, how did you find out about my bird money laundering scheme?
You're cooking in there?
Tweet.
Tweet.
Alright, it looks like PLUMESEGGPRO has chosen 10-17. Let's see if we see any Mr. Nothings on this stage.
Mr. Nothing?
We have a special announcement from PLUMESEGGs about the performance on the previous map. I forgot the map pool, says PLUMESEGG.
Wait, yeah, that's a player interview right there. PLUMESEGG, just to repeat off of Zara, is that saying he forgot what the map pool was. Is he screwed?
The power of improvisation, prayer, and birds.
Well, at this rate, and then the way I describe it is if you can take a map off of Yi, he should be really, really happy. I mean, I'm not very certain if PLUMESEGGPRO, this independent player who we definitely do not know, was even part of the previous challenges. But if he was, then 1017 might be a familiar one because it was in the previous map pool.
That is fair, but come on, who plays 1017 normal mode? I'm serious.
I mean, that's one thing. Who plays in normal mode? I mean, two is who plays it on a regular basis. I beat Manfred once and I couldn't care less to play it ever again.
Okay, but then you had to do
done with the cannons.
Then you had to do 10-1, 10-2, 10, H10-3, and CC10. Why is it all 10? Jeez.
I mean, the 10, but like, I barely have much of a recollection as to what happened in Chapter 10. All I know is I've experienced the whole cannons coming down all so much. It's as if I'm watching Oppenheimer 100 times.
Have you watched Oppenheimer?
I have sadly not watched Oppenheimer.
I have not watched
I would
Oppenheimer
love to
or
watch it.
Barbie.
Oh, okay, that's fascinating. Usually people will have watched one of the two. I've not watched either as well, but I definitely want to watch Oppenheimer because it looks great of a movie. By the way, I think I even think that's more impressive to watch right now is our two juggernauts just got banned. And I kind of feel sad that comes from Yi 10. Like, what does Yi have against juggernauts?
Oh no, the psychic damage ban!
It's all girls on one side and all men. Not all men, but like.
The
Oh,
blue
wait.
woman!
It's like Plume. What makes you think that PLUMESEGGPRO does not have a strategy now?
Shame. 1,000 years of shame and disgrace.
So yeah, Lings being banned, which I guess is a bit not of a surprise because with more block count, it's actually very good in this stage. You are able to bait the cannon by having someone of like four blocks, and then Gavia Alter is also a decent ban. If you turn on her skill 3, that will increase the block count by 2, making her the highest block count in the game, by the way, 5 block count. So interesting target bans. There's Luna's off the board as well, which is great. Gnosis as well, but No Alter still in play. I kind of expect to see both No Alter and Kelsit in one of their squads.
I don't know. I actually wonder if perhaps this map might be played by trying to tank the drone shots from Manfred, because if you manage to get the cannon to charge up super quickly, you can just use it to wipe out all the slugs and then finally deal with Manfred himself. So, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to see how these players approach this.
Yeah, and right off the bat, there's a No Alter being selected. Not shocking at all. I kind of definitely saw that coming. Why are there so many medics on PLUMESEGG side? Is this how he tried to cope with the lack of Ceylon?
Healing is good? Question mark?
I think, maybe?
There's
There's some buffers and debuffers on the left side. Reed Alter is being selected. Kind of not surprised. Reed Alter is actually really good at this stage.
Boo! Boo!
It's a Carnelian on the end of
Oh, Carnelian!
Is that
I
a
love Carnelian.
Highmore?
That do be a Highmore. Wait, real Highmore over La Pluma? Highmore over La Pluma? You are going to have to answer to your crimes. Did he go to adverse or something? No, regular.
Looks like there's more things for you to prepare in life than just personal endeavors. Alright, he's gonna get it in somehow. He doesn't even have an auto-deploy! PLUMESEGG has no auto-deploy on 1017!
Wait, he had to reset and PLUMESEGG brought Ling, and to be fair, I don't have an auto-deploy on 1017 normal.
Oh, okay, fine, on normal. That's understandable. Maybe PLUMESEGG just exited the stage simply because he's like, wait, it's normal? Maybe this stage isn't as I remember.
He brought a Ling.
Oh! And then why did Yi get out? Did
Yi
miss the
failed
timing?
something. I think Yi failed something.
He's placing Bibik as a frontline. PLUMESEGG's wow. It's going to be
Excuse me,
experiencing
I'll
a lot
have
more
you
clicks.
know that Babik is perfectly fine at holding slugs.
Now. He's... Okay, wait. Bibik's perfectly fine, but we're talking about the number of clicks here. It is a speed run after all, so like, I'd be afraid if he has to click Bibik like maybe 20 more times more than Yi clicking on a Highmore right now.
I mean, who knows? Maybe the strategy was made specifically to inflict psychic damage upon
There's
Zafang.
a Bison!
Bison!
There's a bee!
Bison! Oh, Yi is going in for the Manfred kill with a Shamare and...
Exia Shemare and I think he buffed her, maybe? He buffed her with was it a Sciel? Can't really see. But he definitely buffed her. So that was an interesting fast kill on that end. And I mean, PLUMESEGG has really done well as well to also kill Manfred with what I expected to be used, both No Alter and Kelsit. I don't know if it's in his plans for the explosion to kill all of them.
I'm not sure, but Yi is actually doing what I had mentioned before, using Manfred's attacks to charge the cannon in order to get the cannon to come down. But I don't know if this is part of the plan. Manfred's getting away.
Yes! Wait, Yeah, he has no one against him right now. Like to support.
I
It's a
think what
work. Okay, at least no. He's kind of the regular mob, so he's kind of fine on that department.
Yes, I think because Manfred does stand there, what Yi might be doing is clearing out everyone else, waiting for the... Yes,
Ooh,
waiting
the
for...
block code will change.
Yes, waiting for the cannon to come in, and then the Exia, redeploy, Manfred being hit, but the Shamara is gone,
Is it the end?
and it's enough! Yi!
It's enough!
With the
Wow.
clean 2-0 sweep!
Exia right there. Exia's showing you that he can be still someone to clean up the boss. And I'm just impressed at how there's no Warframe in play. It was actually just using the skill 2 of Shemay to make that possible.
Well, to be
PLUMESEGG
fair-
is currently coping at the moment. We wouldn't know if he actually cleared the stage, but like he's definitely far behind from Mr. Yi.
Do you hear that, Uncle? Do you hear the despairing cries of 4 all the way from across the sea?
4?
4.
4?
4.
What's 4?
Cause you know Goody 5, Goody 4. Skill issue.
What is this? What is this lore of Goody 5 and Goody 4? Where's my Goody 1?
You're gonna have to ask him for that. It's a pretty good story.
God damn, Goody has so many versions of himself now. Goody,
Yeah,
maybe your 5th version is not very good. We're seeing you change your name to Goody 6 tomorrow.
No, Batty 6. That's his older
Daddy
brother.
6?
Yeah, there's Goody 5 and Batty 6.
I mean, we're not talking about Goody now. We were talking about PLUMESEGG, right?
Yeah, I
Right?
don't know if PLUMESEGG has any older siblings or younger siblings, but well, good luck with that.
We believe at some point that he probably would. Yeah. Goody 5 has just put his own Twitch commentary by saying that PLUMESEGG actually played horribly.
Yeah, imagine being this PLUMESEGG guy. Couldn't be me.
Well, we won't put it that it's like outrightly horrible and whatnot. I think it was an interesting concept and idea being in play right now. Alter and Calcid, those are like your fail-safes for the stage. You know, those are the ones that can actually kill Manfred. But I think it's more of getting the slugs to be handled. Once the phase 2 of Manfred got in play, I don't know if he had a tactical plan against the mobs of enemies.
That and, of course, just getting the cannon timings right for Manfred. So Yi accounting for all of that, and as well as for Manfred's pauses, getting that kill on Manfred at the last pause spot. Very well done.
Yeah, and I mean, he definitely looks like he's a lot more prepared. He might just be in-game to proceed far in the competition, I expect.
I think Yi might have a point to prove. That or Yi and Zafang are hoping to have a romantic battle in the finals match. Who knows?
That would be an interesting storyline. But
Oh,
yes.
hey, speaking of that storyline.
Oh, there's a lot of pride on the line for this one.
Can someone get the romantic music track out? Or perhaps the tragic soundtrack? Because up next we have Boy Kissers Zafang 21 versus Independent Imeri.
You know, when you talk about romantic soundtrack, my brain started playing Titanic. But I don't think that's the right soundtrack. No, I was thinking of the one that is more like the flute.
Oh, that's tragic though. That happens. No. You play the Titanic soundtrack during the climactic battle between Yi and Zafang, in which one of them professes their undying love not for the other but for platinum.
I wonder, are they on different sides of the pool, so they won't actually meet each other at all today?
I don't know.
May we get our producer to give us this fun fact? Do we happen to have our boy kisses separated from afar in different lands of territory? Oh, apparently our producer says that they will meet if they make it out of the pool.
So
Mhm.
This is the difficult journey that they have to undertake in order to see the other. Oh my god, this is an anime.
It is. This whole Challengers is like a little anime of its own. You guys are treated to season 1 today, and then season 2, the sequel tomorrow, is gonna be a major banger I can foresee.
Hey, make sure if you like watching this series to like and subscribe, hit the notification button, and buy the light novels in the bookstore so that the producers know that we should keep it going.
The equivalent of like and subscribe in Twitch is gonna be like. Interestingly, the like button on YouTube is very similar to the follow button on Twitch. Like one's a thumbs up, the other one's a heart shape. So follow and subscribe. I expect to see some subscribers the moment I say that. Subscribe to Viper, by the way. Every one of you who's supporting the stream, whether you're supporting Viper through your own subscriptions or through Patreon, your help is able to keep the competition going. And like Viper definitely has a big plans in order to make this a wonderful viewing experience for you guys in time to come. We're already on challenges 2. Who knows what challenges 3 and 4 is going to bring to the table. Right now, all in this whole single eliminations, but I can foresee at some point Viper might switch it up and maybe even give you guys that sort of not second, but like double elimination feels. Lower bracket runs, upper bracket runs, the whole story of an underdog going lower bracket all the way to the finals. Those are fun to watch.
All right, so it looks like we're going to be waiting a little bit more to kick this match off, but I think the reason for that is because imeri's internet connection is shaking, just like imeri himself having to go against the Zafang 21. So wait a second, if this is Zafang 21, does that mean there's like a Zafang 22 and a Yfang 20?
There might just be different versions of Zafang as well. Like you know Yi. There can be only one and only one, I mean, unless you're talking about Yi as like maybe there's different alphabet variants of him. You've got Z, you've got I, you've got B, C, D. What's the worst variant of Yi that you can get?
P.
Wait. How do you pronounce Q? No, QI is T. Then
P.
P. P. One of the 26 variants of Yi. This is going to enter one of his lore of his channel soon enough.
P ARKNIGHTS, oh dear god. I didn't come up with it. That's not me. It's not my fault.
At some point, if any of you have a tragic username, maybe because you created it as a kid or you just thought it was funny and you live with it, at some point it might become so tragic that you get used to.
Are you speaking from experience, Uncle?
Are you referring to myself? No.
Are you sure?
No. My name has an interesting backstory that I've once mentioned in the YouTube video. I've had anyone actually searches it up. But my name is supposed to have I guess it has a tragic backstory because everyone has always wondered what the heck does the kaze mean in my name. And the kaze actually comes from the word kamikaze. But the problem was that it's not like I'm using the word kamikaze as like, whoa, I'm the cool, edgy esports like FPS gamer kind of thing. But it was all because I've always thought that kamikaze planes were not pilot driven. Don't get me wrong, I was a kid, alright? I was a kid.
Oh no.
I thought that those planes were so cool that like they were remote control or something. And then I just called myself that because I thought like, yeah, let's go mechanical warfare. And it was only years later that I found out that they were actually pilots, and I was like, oh shit, that's actually kind of sad.
So are you going to keep the name Cookie Kaze then?
Yeah, I'll keep the name Cookie Kaze. It's got a ring to it,
It does.
The number of K's that actually appears in the name. I love the name. I've grown with the name. You guys recognize me for that name. And then at the same time, if I call myself Cookie only, it's a very risky name to appear on online anyways. Because people might think that I'm part of a certain clan. Because the number of K's that appear.
Oh no.
People are like, is that a hidden message?
People just have ruined
behind
the
the
internet
innocent
for your name.
facade.
All right, it looks like we have a map selection, NLEX8. We're going to be seeing that for the first time tonight, and it looks like we're in the ban phase. Imeri leading off with psychic damage.
My goodness! Oh, what a ban!
Psychic damage.
I'm calling it. Imeri's winning this.
No, I'm
Imeri
calling
has
this.
picked the
I'm
best
calling
ban.
this Zafang is going to avenge his girl. The power of incandescent and righteous fury is going
what
to
do you mean
sweep over him.
What avenge his girl? You mean because he banned Yato Alter?
No. I mean, like, he's going to win to avenge Platinum.
Oh, the whole storyline of saving his princess?
I guess.
But look at that. I mean, we've got a Platinum ban and, of course, a Yato Alter ban? Yato ban.
That's just Yato. Yalter doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, Yato. Yeah. Well, what?
This is scripted, right? This has got to be scripted.
There's gonna be some conversation that goes on between these two players now, wouldn't there?
They've got to be meme. What? What?
I mean, we've got the Union ban, we've got
This has got to be. This is scripted, right?
I mean, hey, the banning the good units, alright? The banning for the future. You know? Like, we're already gonna get Yato Alter, clearly. We're gonna get Norcon Alter.
Oh, yeah, clearly.
Imeri is already leaking the script, alright? He's leaking the script that there will be a Durin Alter, a Rangers Alter, and Zafang apparently has extra exclusive information that Ranger Alter is.
We're banning the Scalies. Okay, this checks out.
Yeah. So, they're playing the match now, but they're trying to say that if this match was held 2 years later or something, this is a competitive ban.
I don't think I can handle this level of prophecy. I mean, my mind is melting at the sheer prescience of what is occurring before my mortal eyes.
So with bans that are like this, where I mean you even have the most mortal looking character Conviction being banned right now, I think these bans are just a clear-cut way of them if anyone they want to ban. So it really becomes this competition of who has a better strategy here. Because they don't need... Yeah, they're not concerned as to their favorite operators being banned.
So,
apart from the fact, of course.
We're not going to be seeing some piddly dancing around the bands shit. We are going to see raw, unadulterated, ass-pounding, spawn-camping, DPS-boosting killing.
Yeah, this is going to be a full-on, you know, 6-star, 5-star gaming. Oh my goodness! I was about to mention how Chalter would have been a great counter to this stage, but Imeri just said no. Also, the thing is, I don't really enjoy the Chalter pick. Zafang's not really someone to pick Chalter.
No, Uncle. I think if Zafang gets his way, he will show you that Chalter is only necessary if you are lacking in skill.
Yeah, but I mean, if Imeri wins, it's we don't talk about skill issues there because Zafang just lost. If the Chen Alter made a difference, that is. So
if Zafang loses, I'm going to yell at him because it means he misplayed his strategy, and that means that he forfeits his mortal soul and has to write Yuri in the dungeons for the rest of his life.
We should ask the chat here. Who's in support of Mr. Zafang? May I hear some people scream for Zafang? Well, I can't hear you scream, unfortunately. You scream in text. Where are my Zafang supporters at?
I don't even know if Boy Kissers has a fan club. I don't think we have a fan club. We're too lazy.
I mean, you can get a fan club for anybody who likes his voice. Hey, we've got a whole Zafang squad going. Well, who's supporting our dearest independent player? Who's supporting Imeri?
I think Goody's supporting Imeri.
Oh, lovely, lovely. I mean, we're gonna see all of that happening in just a little bit. Like, who knows? It could be Zafang just doing a clean sweep, or it could be an upset that's about to happen in just a little while. So the pick phase is going on at the moment. Clearly a lot of 5-stars being chosen. Who's gonna enter the stage first? That's the big question.
Very
Zafang is
interesting
still in the
setup here.
picking phase,
Wait, do I
Imeri
see?
is-
I see a Sculptor 2 from Imeri. Changing a Silver
Hey.
Ash to a Text Alt. I
Oh,
see
that's
a
a last
Sculptor
minute
2. That might be erroneous, and it looks like Zafang is going with the thing that we've been talking about. Let's go, Chungi! K Nario Nasazu! I don't remember the rest of the words.
Sounds like you need to play with Chongye a bit more so that you will have that ingrained in your head.
Yeah, hey, where's his feathers? Where's his feathers, huh? Hey, Irene, that's my idea. I'm kidding. It's not. No, it's not my idea. I didn't copyright it.
So,
Oh
pretty
no!
fascinating.
Oh no! He's
Oh,
being
no.
funny. He's being funny.
He's-
Zafang
no.
is being funny.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes! Yes.
Wait, who's dealing with those knives?
You don't need to. You don't need.
Oh, right, because of the way that he's doing it.
Yeah, you don't need to.
So he's putting Sydaske down, which Sydaske will stun him, and then Irene is just gonna do the
It's
sweep.
the phase.
So,
No knife.
right-
Shoulder
no.
unneeded.
Yeah. So he's killed Blood Knight right at the red box. So no knives will actually enter Blood Knights. This is a really, really nice strategy. And if anyone's watching this and you're part of top 16, I highly suggest for you to think about this strat because this is a great way for you to easily handle this stage.
I'm not sure if you remember Rumby's tournament way back when, but this was actually the strategy that was employed during the Rumby tournament, a very aggressive spawn camp, and it looks like we're going for the Chen and Amiya awesome dual kill, double guards, dead!
Oh,
Flashy as fuck!
damn, Zafang has watched a little too much of Chapter 8 there. Wait,
That was sweet. That was... I have nothing to say. That was art. That was artistic.
so Imeri's just a little bit behind Zafang here, and there's a tiny bit of a chance that Imeri
Not even a little. Imeri hasn't even come out of phase yet.
Oh,
Zafang is on the last two. Imeri is still in phase. This is totally Zafang.
Yeah, this is absolutely cooked right there. Zafang came full prepared. So it's a really, really interesting strategy that he's employed over here. That I think the use of two sword masters, that's what they're called, right?
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, our two sword masters, the Irene and Chen, in order to actually deal the stage. That was so great. That was fantastic to watch.
Now, what I will say is that during our preparations, Zafang specifically said that the strategy that you just saw would be a little too much APM, but if I pull it off, it'll be sexy as fuck. Also, Zafang would like us to know that this is the only map he actually prepared for.
I mean, let's see. I mean, for all we know, even if it's the one you only prepared for, he gets to show that he's both the flashiest player that we might have seen thus far, and maybe the best improviser that we have.
I don't
challenges
know.
too.
See, if I were Imeri and I knew that Zafang didn't prepare, I'd pick SN10, because if you didn't prepare for SN10, better hope you watched Sydaske's match earlier and took some notes. 10-17, alright, very interesting. Very interesting. Not the most dangerous map out there, but
I mean,
still formidable.
he came prepared for 10-17. If Zafang didn't come prepared for 10-17, then he might not be as aware with all the cannon timings if he wants to use them to the best of his ability.
Well, who knows? Maybe Zafang and Yi are currently communing via their boy kisser psychic link, and Yi will telepathically transmit all the instructions to Zafang for his victory.
In the dark room of the boy kisser server?
No comment. No comment.
Wait, you're part of the boy kissers now, aren't you?
Unfortunately.
So, like, what's the motivational features? What's the motivational tactic that comes across in the people?
We don't have one.
No?
No. We're
Is this
literally
just trade secret, or is this just
No,
nothing's going on?
Our team is literally made out of shit posters.
Well, I mean that previous showing wasn't that much of a shit post.
you know,
that previous showing was a glorious one.
Yeah, you know how like when there's like two best friends and then one of them gets like a significant other and then the best friend suddenly becomes a third wheel. That's me. That's me. I'm only here because they needed a fourth person. I'm just third wheeling in the back.
I mean,
I'm
hopefully
just
you
here
can still have some good fun and that you're involved in the action as well, unless you don't want to be involved in the action.
I don't want to be involved in the action!
Well, you take care of the boys over there while the Zafang takes care of his match here right now as we see more interesting bands.
No, Yi and Zafang can go take their unresolved issues out later by themselves.
No, wait, there's a vigil band.
Yeah, there's a vigil band. Because he's a wolf boy.
Zafang's against vigil?
I don't know. Maybe it's psychic damage.
Whoa, hold up. Imeri's doing things here. Imeri's going even no true damage.
And there we go. There's the psychic damage
I
plan.
mean, you got an AP on that, but like, Kelsit, Noralter, and Moina are all being banned, those two being the icons of this state. And if Imeri has done that, I'm gonna have to believe that he's got a strategy that probably doesn't involve any true damage.
Bah! What, you use true damage? Who doesn't use Fartooth?
I mean, people could, absolutely. I don't think there's a tile that makes Fartooth very suitable against the boss in this map, is there?
No, which is really weird, but you can still use S1. And everyone started laughing because no one used
Well,
Fartooth
there
S1.
is kind of a tile. You could use the one on the bottom left of the blue box.
You could. It's
Not
just
the
it's not
best
exactly
tile.
the best. Yeah, it's not the best. Could be better.
So yeah, interesting bands. At least they're cooking up some more interesting stuff here. And Texas completely wiped off both the normal Texas and outer version.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what was up with the Texas ban there. Maybe Zafang did that to just try and make sure that you don't get extra DP.
Is this Zafang way of saying he hates Italy?
Oh, well, Pozzi's not from Italy, right? Oh, they're all Lupo! He hates wolves! Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Fuck the Lupo.
What? Wait, what? Zyra,
Yeah.
don't say it such controversial lines. That's not very good here.
No, Lupo are made up of design failures and design failure, but like on the opposite end of the spectrum.
I swear we're about to attack the whole bird kingdom at this rate. My wolf lovers, bros.
Alright, come at me, wolf lovers. I'll beat all your CC records.
My wolf lovers, but you ain't seeing enough of them right here because of the bans that we go on right now. But oh well, some of the birds are open. I guess birds get their time to shine if they actually get selected over here. We do.
To be fair though,
Yeah, we're starting this.
Birds on 1017 isn't exactly there's not really a place where anyone specifically could shine except for maybe Irene for the 50% defense ignore and maybe Fartooth for the dodge ignore, but like as far as birds go for
Why
this
is he
specific map,
picking Null? What is Zafang doing?
Zaf? Wait, was that Neural regular or Neural
I'm telling you.
Radiant?
Wait, is caster bias allowed? Is that in our conduct? I don't care now. I don't care if this means I lose my job. Imeri's winning this.
Wait, oh, he picked Neural Radiant. Zaffy Poo. Hey, buddy, pal, boyo. Oh well.
Imeri's winning this. And Imeri's picking the only one of the only few loopholes that you could be selecting, which is Lapland.
Lapland here. Oh, and there we go. There's the reset.
It's got an
Reset
exit.
penalty.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, but Imeri still hasn't gotten in yet.
As well.
Huh?
So now I'm worried. Imeri's still selecting in a long time, so he might not exactly have the best strategy cooked up right now.
I think a better statement might be, I don't think either player cooked.
What? Using Ebonhall's skill too.
Why wouldn't you? Hey, don't bash. Game Press's take on Ebonhold's skill 2 is completely rubbish.
Wait, no. For the sake of the protection of this stream, we do not talk about other brands over here, alright? Game Press is a useful site that allows you to learn more about ARKNIGHTS.
Game Press's review of Magdalene mentions Ling 3 times out of 10 sentences.
No, let's not go there. We're about to see our names on Reddit soon.
Who cares what people on Reddit think?
That's kind of true.
They watch Kirsten V.
Yeah, they do. They
Alright.
probably call the guide makers as their favorites.
Alright, that means you're their favorite uncle.
No, I'm out of the guide market already. But I'm not out of here. I'm watching this right now. I'm seeing how Ebenholt's skill 2 is being used on Zafang's side.
Yes, Ebenholt's camping the very aggressive sword people coming through top lane. Kind of interesting, honestly.
I feel like Imeri's forgotten the mechanic of this stage.
I mean,
That
it's
he doesn't
entirely
remember
possible.
that. He might not remember that Surtur is not exactly good against Manfred because Manfred has dodge.
See, there's a lot going on in this map, even on normal
my
mode. Oh, there we
goodness.
go. Imeri has to reset because
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think he might. I'm quite surprised he chose this stage over some of those that might be simpler if you're not as prepared.
I mean,
Because
maybe
1017 is a stage of preparation.
maybe he was hoping that the psychic damage backlash would damage Zafang more than it would damage his own strategy. Who knows?
I mean, at this rate, we're just hoping for Zafang to fail. That's just all to make this happen.
But it looks like Zafang's skill is as an improviser. Oh no! The slug!
Oh,
The slug! Oh, that
could have
lovely
been
save
so
from Sciel.
bad.
If Ebenhold's S2 had activated right there, it might have slingshotted the slug into the blue box.
Oh, but Zafang has slingshotted himself to the victory line because
And
I mean,
another clean
it's a
sweep,
cool
it looks
pick,
like.
by the way. I think if there's something to really learn from the strategy that's being in play here, you have the ambushes that's actually like crowding the front of the map, and it's like the ball move for the fact that he's not blocking any of those enemies on the left side of the map when there's so many of them incoming.
Yes, free damage.
Yeah. Is anyone gonna tell Imeri the bad news?
Hey, now let him cook. Let him cook.
Imeri's coping. Imeri's on his last straw. He's like, no! Plan B, I can't lose to Zafang. It's impossible!
Well,
But I mean, what's impossible has been made possible. Zafang has won, and those were just some good, clean strategies on his end.
I wonder how much of that might have been perhaps inspired by Zafang's experiences as a Specialist Knights player, or even by just helping out other Niche Knights players in clearing that stage.
Yeah. But I must say though, to my producers of this particular program, come on, don't give so much showtime to our voice kissers. We've got so many other teams that are in play right now.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to see their romantic affair blossom in day 2.
That would happen in day 2, I expect, but like, we do have so many other teams that's being involved over here. We have the IRS that we've not seen as much. Of course, we saw the Mummy Milky just now, one of the members, and we have the Wadlers in play. Certainly, Wadlers still have members intact during the competition now that we've had one eliminated, but hopefully that's still a thing. There's so many other matches that's going on now, by the way, and if you want to actually watch those that are ongoing, feel free to hop onto the Discord server of Fiverr, and then at the same time just go into one of the calls. You can simply watch certain matches straight up. So not all matches will be casted over here. Some of them you can just simply join the Discord call, mute yourself, and watch them live.
Well, I can guarantee you that I'm pretty sure that's all the boy kissing we'll be seeing today, given that there's only 4 of us and 3 of us are accounted for.
Oh, we haven't seen MZK. I just realized it. Oh,
Well,
MZK is still not here yet.
Perhaps Viper is saving the best for last. MZK versus IRS.
Yeah, he might possibly be because we do have some interesting matches coming in. And oh, wait, that's news for me. Is this the
Okay.
final Fools match that's happening today?
No, this is just, I believe this is a top 32 results. The winner of this will qualify to the top 16, which will be running tomorrow.
So this is one of the final. It might not be the last match that we feature on the stream today, but this is one of the last few matches. Because this match is a qualification match. basically the winner of today gets to play on tomorrow, and the other one just gets to have holiday tomorrow. So our next matchup is going to be an exciting one, someone that you've seen in challenges, and I think both of them you've seen them in challenges. We have EBA's tortoise-chan along with WFI Suffering.
I actually haven't seen Suffering play before.
I can't fully recall if I've seen Suffering play, but I've definitely seen Tortoise play.
Oh yes.
If my memory serves me correctly, Tortoise has a lot of 5-star spreads.
Yes, Tortoise won the CC10 ARKNIGHTS competition with 5-star strats plus Korra, because I told Tortoise that if you're going to be named Tortoise-chan, you got to bring Korra. It's part of the rules.
And she did?
Yeah, of course.
Ooh, okay. Abiding by the little bets that's being made. So awesome stuff. I think this is going to be a great match to watch. I mean, I was very... Back then, I was just watching it as like an analyst, so I wasn't casting it, but like I was rooting for Tortoise the whole way through. So yeah.
Tortoise is a very formidable player, not only because of the strategies that she employs, but also because of the diversity of the 5-star roster. You can't ban out every single effective unit in that roster, and that's part of what gives Tortoise her edge. You can ban the units that you think might be valuable, but Tortoise is just going to come back and prove you wrong in a different way.
Yeah, and we're gonna see that right over here, because this match has straight away gone in. This is, by the way, just some interesting facts. This is the final WFI members group. So he's fighting for team survival over here if he wants to just take it all. This is gonna be a fun one. Just suit up on your seats, guys, because I think we're gonna see some crazy strategies.
I'm certainly looking forward to that, but those strategies are only going to be as entertaining as the maps they pick. So where do you think we're going this time, Uncle?
Tortoise is the one selecting at the moment, and I think if she's really gonna land to one like her usual favorite picks that are the 5 stars, I don't think MBS 8 is gonna be played. It might just be like MBS 8 is so pretty tough, so maybe SN10 actually. I'm gonna take the bet. I think it's SN10.
SN10 or WREX6 might be viable, and do remember that there is technically no rule saying that Tortoise can't use 6 stars. It's just precedent, but then again, that's also what makes Tortoise so unpredictable. Is she going to pull out a 5-star only strategy, or is she going to go full 6-star and kick your butt with them?
Yeah, when you have a big strong roster in your account and you are cooking up so many different ideas, you can see some big stuff. Like, I mean, Tortoise definitely reverted. Oh, I was right. Wow, sign me up as analyst, man. I betted correctly on that one.
I agree with that. More interestingly, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen MBEX8, but I honestly don't blame anyone. It's just such an irregular map compared to everything else in this map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we're considering here that I can foresee in the later stages, Tortoise is probably going to whip out some kind of like hybrid strategy, some 6 stars, some 5 stars involved. But SN10, I'm expecting a full clean 5-star run, unless the target bans are too strong.
Well, let's see. Hypothetically, if you were banning 5 stars only on SN10, you'd target Lapland and help. Cruise Alter.
Maybe Lakuma actually.
I'd say definitely target Cruise Alter. Oh, they're targeting Highmore.
No, yeah, I expected I think they expect a bit of a Highmore ban because you kind of need, like, if you're target banning the 5 stars, then the issue here is which 5-star is good at like handling the leftmost lane, the red box on the left. So Highmore and Lakuma are great options on that one lane, but of course once you ban those two, Tortoise can just revert into a mounted, and she'll probably be fine.
Okay, and Elysium, interesting. Probably for invisibility reveal or defense down. Okay, and Viper would actually like to remind us that during the last show match, Tortoise got target banned so hard that she actually used a 6-star. So Tortoise cracking at the 6 stars is an entirely viable strategy that we might see tonight, depending on how effective these bans are. And we've got a Shamare removing the attack and defense shred from the field. Not sure how effective that would be, but
I think it comes down to the understanding of the stage here. I think maybe Shamir is more of like, if you're using a 5-star composition, maybe there are those that don't shred the boss down as fast enough, and Shamir might be the difference maker. But
Glaucus? Huh?
whoa,
That doesn't make
Oh,
any
shit.
sense at all. Glaucus?
okay,
It might be because of the AoE bind to try and stop Tortoise from hitting the invisible guys, but no, I would not ban Glaucus for that. That's a very strange ban, in my opinion.
I think some of these bans might effectively not cost much. I don't really see them changing up the way that either of them will play this map, honestly. It really just comes down to, do they have the game plan of handling the 3 different lanes? So if you break down SM10, there's essentially only 3 lanes. There's the left lane, there's the top lane where the boss is. Ideally, you want to keep the boss in the top lane, because that's how you speedrun the stage. And then afterwards, you have the top left.
Yes.
So, like, none of these bans exactly target any lane per se, unless they are well aware what their opponents do.
Okay,
But
very
otherwise,
interesting.
fine.
Tortoise has not banned Fartooth, unless Suffering does not possess a Fartooth, in which case, well, to be fair, if you're going to be camping on that top corner like we saw Sydaske do earlier, then Fartooth isn't really a necessary pick here, but still a very interesting choice.
The Ken Alter is sort of another fascinating one
And
to choose this week.
Spectre is out. Irene still viable. Texas Alter still viable. Surtur and Wiener, of course, still viable. Let's see if these
Yeah.
bans have any effect on Tortoise. The Spectre one might, possibly, but I am not convinced, if you ask me.
Like, Fartooth or Ifrit are still in play as well, by the way.
Well, Fartooth can hit through dodge, and also has the long range. But again, that only works if you let the boss get all the way down to the bottom right corner. So it is entirely possible that Fartooth, using a Fartooth strategy might not be the best idea here. But here we are.
There's different little handy components that they are using, by the way, as you see on the left side of each of their screens.
I wish I
So
still
they-
remembered enough about SN to sight read them.
Oh wow, Tortoise is being a little bit brave here by not having one of the modules attached.
Well, it could just be a dud module. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go look it up. Little handy Arknights.
I mean, do I have my own AK open as I'm
1,
doing
2,
this? Are
3,
you guys
4.
farming the
It's
Arknights
another
while you're
C.
watching this?
It's the Nether Sea brand indicator.
Indicator?
Yeah, it's the Nether Sea brand. One of them is spread 50% slower and the other is deal 80% less damage. And more importantly, I'd like to note, Lapland was not banned, and it looks like Tortoise is taking Reed Alter.
Oh! Ooh!
We might be seeing a repeat of the Reed Alter strategy.
Okay, so I'm let's look out as to all of the units that's being used here. There's a lot of vanguards. We've got both Texas and Canterbury on the side of tortoise-chan to start out the map, and then we have Bagpipe, Myrtle, Texas, and Zima. This is competitive. Holy shit!
Is that Reed on the top? Like regular Reed?
What?
Is this a Reed? Wait, was that? Oh no, I guess that wasn't Reed. Oh! Okay, my mistake.
It's a refresh because he's taken Rosa.
Ha!
Okay, wow. Bro, target bans are like the theme of today's competition, it seems. Like, people are forgetting who's banned and whatnot, and that's
I'm
kind
gonna
of
have to
screwing
interrupt you here, Uncle. This is pretty cool. Using Fartooth on the top lane to shoot left and camp the top left lane instead of targeting the boss. And because Tortoise is camping that top right corner, Fartooth has a dead shot against the boss. Now, obviously, she's not going to be getting the damage increase from her module, but still a very, very solid. Okay, interesting. Fartooth is actually clearing out the trash.
Yeah, and I mean, as I said,
We're
Fartooth
both
is
using
not
that
banned,
same
so
Fartooth
that's
strategy.
great. Yeah,
We're both-
Fartooth is awesome on this stage, really.
Yeah. Also, I will say I actually didn't realize Reed had a skin, and so I thought that was Reed Alter, but nope, that's just regular Reed.
Oh, it's regular Reed!
Yeah.
So she is running a full 5-star. I mean, apart from Fartooth, that is.
Huh. When did Reed get a skin?
We got a skin during Ambient Synesthesia.
Oh. Well, now you know
Yeah.
how often I look at the skin shop.
So, as of what it is, I don't know if Suffering is going to be able to catch up to that. Oh, the boss just went by! The boss just went by Tortoise!
A
Oh
reset
my
from
goodness.
Tortoise! Did it slip past Reed?
No, it's not past the person blocking the boss.
Huh. Wait, did the boss absorb the old man thing that gives it +1 more block?
I am not certain, but something definitely happened there and that caused the restart. So
It
now
happened so
we get to
quickly.
see some play on Suffering's side, where Suffering's using the Abyssal Hunters in order to deal with the left lanes, both Gladia and Spectre Alter. Spectre Alter is a really interesting choice because even if she goes down to the necessary brands, for example, she at least can go into a Doorkeeper form, pop back up, she's back in the stage, in order to play it. So,
Oh, look!
oh wow,
Misplay
we
from
might be having the
Suffering!
same
A
problem.
misplay from Suffering!
We
Needs the
are
last
having the
candy.
same issue.
Okay,
Wow, okay.
think that... No, there's one more phase left.
Yeah, there is still another phase left.
Suffering mistimed some skill activations and the boss got a lot further than I think Suffering was hoping for. I think Suffering is still going to try and
Oh,
play
gosh.
this out. Suffering is still
Okay,
going to
okay.
try and play this out, but this might get dangerous. Why is Schwartz there? Huh? Is Suffering going to try and
Oh.
Scotty the boss?
No, but
What's happening?
Suffering might have forgotten maybe where the boss actually lands.
The boss comes on the bottom lane, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So-
Suffering setting up.
Okay, I mean he's got Suzerain set up, he's got a Zima in play, and he's
He
Skadi.
might try and Scotty.
I think he's still gonna be fine because Skadi is
Oh,
able to
the
deal with
retreat!
the boss.
The retreat! And here comes the Scotty,
Oh.
but there's a Dodge Man, and he just used Texas! He has nothing for the Dodge Man!
Oh,
It's all going to come down to if Scotty can land these hits! And I think this is
Skadi
good.
is just
I think
one
this is good.
shot. It's just one shot. He can't.
80%! There we go!
Alright,
Suffering
he's
manages
safe.
it!
He is safe.
Pulling it
Wow.
back from the scuff.
I think both opponents here, they had a strategy in mind, but clearly you can see that there are some struggles in the strategies, you know, that maybe certain things they didn't account for. But I think Suffering, of course, did the best here by saving it with his units. Thankfully, with a near full squad, that really helps the stage a lot. So
Yes.
I thought this channel was going to take it, but yeah, Suffering did wonderfully over there.
Some very strong improvisation in the face of apparent failure. Very well played, might I say. And now it looks like Tortoise is going to get to pick again. If this were you, Uncle, what map would you pick if you were Tortoise?
The Tortoise will probably have to select, again, another stage that 5 stars are comfortable with. And honestly, this is where I think the problem starts, because I don't know if any of these maps are like made in a way where a 5 star will benefit better than a 6 star. Over here, like SM10 is one of those, but I had to choose. Done. MBEX8 is half the speed run with 5 stars only. So I'm gonna have to say WIEX6 probably over here. NLEX8 is gonna be a nightmare for 5 stars as well. So yeah, WIEX6 is probably the next best bet.
Well,
But
you know
I
what?
will say Tortoise, if Tortoise wins this, she... Oh!
10-17. Interesting.
So, yeah, what I was about to say was just that if Tortoise wins this, I think... So the whole way this works is that the loser picks the next man.
Which
she
means that-
really needs to anticipate, Suffering's pick after this.
Yes, because Suffering will basically get free real estate on that pick. Now, I will say, Uncle, I don't think that NLEX8 is as bad for 5 stars as you think it is, but I will reserve my commentary until we get there, because if my read might be correct, I don't want to spoil Tortoise's strat.
Right. I mean, I look forward to it. One of the dangers, by the way, of playing a lot today, as far as you guys are enjoying the matches today, I hope you guys have been loving all the matches so far and that you're having a good time with us. But I think for the opponents here, it's not that much of a good time as far because some of these people are going to get red tomorrow.
Yes, there's
Right.
a lot of intelligence being put onto a nice silver platter right here.
Exactly. So for anybody on this stream who happens to pass into the top 16 realm, as far as we want to feature as many people as possible, but I think those that are actually featured today, there's a bit of a chopping board vibe to it because people might just look at what you have played and they'll think is that the only strategy that you've cooked and maybe do something against that.
Or alternatively, they might see that their own strategy is temporally inferior and pick up on a better strategy from some of these exhibition matches.
Like I can foresee a lot of people doing the Irene strat that Zafang has showed just now. It's a powerful one, it can definitely happen.
I'm actually not gonna lie. I was helping them cook, and I came up with a very stupid idea of Irene, Praminix, and Heidi. And no, it didn't work.
Heidi, what would Heidi have done?
Buffing.
Just to buff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Didn't work.
So, interesting for what it is. The bans right now, again, a bit competitive here. Lapuma ban was completely expected, but I don't understand the Norcon, by the way.
Cheap defender to grab the
Oh,
Slugsmith?
probably the cannon, maybe?
Yes, but okay, if Tortoise does not pull out the skill 1 Mr. Nothing here, I am going to be so disappointed.
What would that be doing with this stage?
Basically, if you can manage to play this stage without defenders, Mr. Nothing skill 2, or sorry, Mr. Nothing skill 1 ups his block to 2, so you basically just use him as a fast redeploy to summon the cannon.
Oh, okay, that's very interesting. That could be very useful here. So
Bird Knight
Fast is banned.
strats!
That's cool. Penance is banned as well, Macro is banned, so Juggernauts are not in play again.
La Pluma is banned, but not Highmore. I mean, I don't really play enough with Highmore to understand the reason for that, but that does seem pretty expected. La Pluma is very powerful on this map.
Yeah, because La Pluma is a decent replacement if you can't use a Mud Rock or Cannons in this stage. So definitely understand the pick here. Horn is still viable, so I might see Horn on Suffering side. It kind of all comes down to how they plan to handle the left mobs. You know, if you have like a re-outer, that's going to be very easy to clear out the left side as well. Weda is going to be... Actually, a lot of the true damage operators, I just realized are in play for Suffering. I as far as I'm a supporter of Tortoise here, I might see Suffering have an edge. We really have to see what they have cooked up for us.
Well, it really does come down to what you're going to be doing with those true damage ops, though. I would be more afraid of Wiener being available than I would be of Calcit or Neural Radiant, specifically because Calcit, with Monster like having to get up in Manfred's face, and Neural Radiant being the same, mean that you have to be pretty much ready to go as soon as the cannon comes down, whereas Wiener can sit safely outside of the cannon's range and not even be a target until he activates a skill.
So look at that, by the way, Highmore being in play even after the La Pluma ban. Like, I definitely expected that, absolutely. Because that's what you get for having two Reapers, you know. You
Okay, very interesting. We're seeing a Tautophon's pick from Tortoise. Tautophon's for the extra anti-sarcasm damage. This looks very promising. I wonder how this is going to... Oh, we got a...
my.
What's going on there?
Okay.
What, was that a banned operator? What just happened?
No, there wasn't a banned operator, I think. Was there a banned operator?
What just happened?
Wait.
Let me see. Oh, it looks like they're bringing Spectre.
Right. So, anyways, over on Suffering side, he started out with the Vanguards, and you can see Flametail and Myrtle being the DP generators. You've got an Axios setup going on over there. Gladia's handling the bottom left lane. So, for what it is now, it looks kind of clean. I think the question at hand is does he have enough people to clear out the mobs here? Because Flametail's already leaking some plaster. But for what it is now, it seems fine. The cannon though, the cannon.
Yes, that can't. Ooh, ow,
Oh,
bird abuse! Bird abuse! And who else did that take out? I think that I think that landed pretty badly, all things considered. Texas Ultra coming in. It looks like
Wait,
Suffering.
wait, I'm sorry. I'm also looking at Suffering Tortoise side because she just used 20 fonts against Manfred.
Yes. So they're both in the transition now, but Suffering, due to that bad cannon drop, is losing control. Suffering has to do a reset. Tortoise now firmly ahead if Tortoise can retain control of this. And here is the thing, Tortoise has an advantage herself because she has practiced anti-Manfred strategies for that initial Viper tournament. Yes?
Oh my goodness, that's well done. Like, I was worried about the block count of Myrtle, but the cannon is timed perfectly to get rid of the slugs.
Down to the second. I'm telling you, this is a very strong map pick for Tortoise, specifically because Tortoise has practiced anti-Manfred contingencies for so long because of Viper's first tournament.
Wow, okay, it is some big showing. Tortoise just need to make sure that she don't make mistakes here with the number of, like, ensuring that she knows the block count that occurs in this stage, because yeah, okay, there's another cannon being used on the Manfred. I've never seen that many cannons in one strike. Yeah, I don't think it's her intention for Bison to be gone.
Yes, this is what I was mentioning earlier when discussing Tortoise's strat. The possibility that Tortoise would use Manfred's auto attacks to supercharge the cannon and use those to clear out all the mobs. And it does look like Tortoise did that. Tortoise now finishing up the last enemy. It looks like she's going to run away with this one.
Tortoise just looks like she's about to explain to me and the entire world why Kafka skill 2 should be considered over there. Kafka skill 2 is a wonderful skill and she's using it to simply grind down the last few enemies. Well,
Kafka's skill 2 is pretty decent for arts damage if you need it in a pinch.
It is. Like, I think it's great that you have that sort of, like, fast redeploy arts damage in a kit, you know? Some people might find the range very funky, but in good situations, you could see that saving your life in certain stages. So yeah, wonderful showing of 1017. I think that's beyond my expectations.
I agree. Tortoise with a very excellent run. Hey, you want to know something fun about Kafka skill 2?
Go on.
Kafka skill 2 can hit aerial units.
Oh, I expected you to say that. I didn't mention this in my latest video, but it does. Yeah, it's a single strike, so it can only strike ground enemies for like every of the auto attack that it does, but then the first time they drop it, it does have an arts damage bomb.
Someday I'm going to have to remember this. Someday it's going to come in handy. I can feel it in my bones.
Maybe it's the future of AK stage design meta is aerial units. I mean, you kind of see that a little bit in the upcoming CN event, the one with the sheeps in being involved, but we might just see way more aerial units in time to come.
I don't know though. The enemy's stats have also been getting pretty bulky lately, so if there's an anti-aerial event, it might just be a Thorns event.
By the way, we are already in a matchup that we are going 2-1 here. We're going the distance. You know, the previous matches, all 2-0.
And we are seeing WREX6 as Cookie predicted. Very interesting.
Oh, but this was Suffering's pick.
Yes,
I would have predicted it as Tortoise pick.
No, I think this is a very fair pick for Suffering if Tortoise doesn't ban out the right units, because let's think about it. How many DPS units do you have as 6-stars? Mountain skill 3, Surtur skill 3, Weedy skill 3, Wiener skill 3, Silver Ash skill 3, Mizuki... That's 6.
It's a decent number. Definitely the number of bans might not ban up every viable 6-star, like that is super strong in this stage, but I mean, Tortoise is picking well, I would say.
Suffering with a very odd choice of ban. Why would you ban Thorns on this stage? I think that's a wasted ban.
I think that's a wasted ban as well. Tequila is a good ban because Tequila is definitely very effective for 5-star strategies.
Elysium is a fair pick. Fair pick.
So Fartooth is gone. I mean, I guess Tortoise like Fartooth. She used it in the first stage, so who knows if she'll pick it again. Although single target operators aren't that preferred in this stage for good reason. For the fact that there's just way too many
really? Okay, that's a wasted ban as well, in my opinion.
who knows if Istina will have any effect if this wasn't banned. But if Tortoise had to use Istina, then I would have been impressed to see how that's in play. So great bans by Tortoise side, by the way. I think these are the
Yes, highly
important
efficient.
units to get rid.
I'm a little iffy on the Golden Glow, but fair enough. But it does leave
Golden
Silver
Glow could
Ash
be a
open.
speedrun prevention.
That's fair.
So, yeah.
So we're leaving Silver Ash open, we're leaving Weedy open, but Weedy's a bit iffy. We've left Surtur open, we've left Mountain S3 and Irene S3 open. We've left Chongya open, but I'm not sure if anyone's actually going to employ that. Technically, Blaze and Broca and Gavi Ultra are still available, although I'm not sure if anyone would use those again.
I think this is gonna be like an interesting showing, really, because like I cannot wait to see what are the 5-star ideas. There's a lot to learn from just watching this matchup alone.
Well, there is always the possibility of a Manticore, Ethan, Kirara trio supplemented by additional ground DPS. But the bans the Tequila ban I think was pretty decent. The Elysium ban as well, even if the other two bans weren't that efficient. But again, there is always the possibility that Tortoise is going to crack out a 6-star or 5.
Yeah, so we're gonna see that in just a tiny bit. They're about to get started with their unit selection phase, and like once we're off, I cannot wait. I mean, I also can't wait to see what Zafang has. In a competitive setting, you call a reverse sweep only if it's like a best of 5. Not really that much in the best of 3, but yeah, if we can call it a mini reverse sweep with Tortoise were to win this in just a little bit. I see a Kazimaru.
Oh, Fire Whistle! We're
is
going to get to see Fire Whistle!
Oh wow, that's a great one. I'm hyped to see Fire Whistle being used here.
Okay, this is very, very interesting. Tortoise... What?! Tortoise is on the wrong map!
Oh, 4! That's a dicey one.
Huh.
I feel like we could have any organizers help for that, but it's okay. I mean, we get that away. Hopefully she... I mean, we're hoping for fumbles on
Tortoise is going
side.
to suffer very greatly because of this time blunder. So unless Suffering makes a grave error, I don't think that this might be a... I think this might be in Suffering's corner. This map is a little too easy to fail.
There's a lane of units that's being created here, so you can see that Spectre Outer, Gavia Outer, and Gladia combo that's going on. Gladia is a great support utility in this stage for the fact that when you turn on the skill and she creates the tornado effect, it just traps all those stingrays in play. So that's gonna be wonderful to see. I'm not certain if he's using Gladia skill 2 or skill 3, but yeah, okay, is that
It
skill
better
3
be
in
skill
play?
3. Skill 3, it better be skill 3. Skill 2 doesn't make any sense here. More importantly, I'm kind of curious as to why La Pluma skill 1. Obviously for the more consistent damage and less clicks, but I don't know. Skill 2 might have been a fair pick either way. But I don't think this is necessarily something Suffering has to worry about because, again, 14 on Tortoise's side, 26 on Suffering's. Unless Suffering wants to, like, hang out in the 0.1x speed menu for a little longer.
People going past already for Tortoise side.
Yes, Tortoise having some difficulty.
Oh,
Yeah, Tortoise is
no.
resetting. Tortoise is resetting. Perhaps the, well, if Tortoise is playing 5-star only, I don't think Tortoise can get away with an aggressive spawn camp like we've been seeing ever since Challengers 0. I think 5-stars has to play this map a lot differently, and as a result, we're seeing some floundering from Tortoise here.
It's gonna take a lot for Suffering to fail now. Like, look at that. Suffering is having a big, countermeasure with a straight line being created for all the enemies to pass through. They have so much that they have to face. There's a Spectre out there in front, the Manticore
Oh,
is
Gladia
slowing.
too. Okay.
Oh, it is Gladia skill 2. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Like, Gladia skill 2 could just be for the DPS factor, then you've got Gavia Outer. If anybody were to leak past all of them, they have
Then
to still get
Surtur.
past Reedy's true damage, and then there's just Surtur. Like, I think this
Yeah.
is just Suffering's game here. It's very unfortunate for Tortoise. I would have loved to see how all of those operators actually combo up on her end, but yeah, this is going to be the last that we see of Tortoise. Honestly, great showing over there, but we will definitely be seeing Suffering in tomorrow's matchup. Reminder, by the way, this isn't the only day. Today we're just in the pools phase. Tomorrow is the top 16.
Yep. Again, congratulations to Suffering. Very well played. Again, a very nice recovery in that first match. I would say, would you consider this an upset, Uncle?
I might not necessarily consider it an upset because I think Tortoise strat is always going to be something that's very risky. The whole idea of playing it with 5 stars only, because 5 stars only is a great counter in terms of like preventing bans from happening. But then on the other hand, it's also it's not necessarily the most promisingly faster strat because 6 stars will always have that edge of being a very fast strat. So yeah, I think maybe it's a little bit of an upset because there's a lot of supporters for Tortoise definitely. But yeah, great show.
Yes, I agree. In my opinion, I think that Tortoise, as a 5-star player, benefits most in places where the burden of damage can be carried by things that are not necessarily operators, those being traits of the map, for example, the cannon, or just mechanics that work in the 5 stars' favor. But we obviously did not see that in WREX6, which is essentially a giant DPS race. So Tortoise very behind there, and unfortunately, combined with the map mix-up, not coming out ahead there. But very well fought regardless.
Yeah, so honestly, wonderful stuff. I'm glad we have been able to cast that, and we do have one final matchup that will happen to end of today. We don't have the players yet. We'll let you guys know in a bit, but this is the last qualification match that will happen for pool stage.
All right, let's see who we're going to be up against, and if oh boy, hey Uncle,
wow,
what were you saying about infighting?
Is this the love story that we get to prep for today, and then we see a bigger one tomorrow?
I don't know. Well, seeing as I know both of these players, I suppose I'll introduce them. Our final match for the night, MZK Lurky Kiram versus MZK Zuikaku. Now, I happen to know both of these players given that Lurky babysits my account while I'm on vacation and Zuikaku is terminally addicted to buying Gunpla. But apparently, we've got some beef between these two players, some inter-teammate discord, and it looks like they're going to be settling it in the ring.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how we get to witness MZK today. Like, we saw MZK in the last challenges all together, but this time we see them as the ending match, and it's a MZK versus MZK. So it's gonna be fun. I can foresee some real good strategies. I remember the last that we watched Zuikaku, by the way. It was kind of a funny situation where Zui was saying how he doesn't feel like he prepared a lot of stages. I hope he came a bit more prepared this time.
I actually think that I don't think anyone comes out the winner in this exhibition match. Can you guess why I think that, Uncle?
Is it just because one of them will stand out at the end? One MZK member left?
No, I think it's because it's an inter-team fight, which means that no one in MZK is learning opposing team strategies. Meanwhile, everyone gets a free MZK buffet because perhaps each of these two players is using a strategy or tactics that were developed with their team.
I'm not gonna lie, I only feel or wish that considering these two members are people who are familiar with each other, I don't know if they strategize anything together, maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but howsoever that is the plan, like I could definitely foresee. No, I think one thing that I'm wishing for instead is that maybe they troll against each other. Because you don't review strategies today now, would you? Like, why
That's
not just have a bit of
true.
fun?
What if we see some funny Niche Knights gameplay, huh?
Yeah, that's gonna be very, very fun in order to see that happen. Then again, my memory of Zui is that Zui does have a favorite, like, faction per se, where he really enjoys the cats, I believe, especially Blaze. So I'd be interested to see if he takes Blaze everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah,
I wonder though, what is this beef that they are talking about?
We won't be able to see that particularly unless we get that a bit of a description. Apparently, it's an undisclosable description. So whatever it is ongoing now in the server. we're gonna see the final matchup today of two MZK members against each other.
Maybe Lurky called Blaze mid.
Maybe they were trashing on each other about their poor performance in the games, and here they are, the last match before tomorrow.
Maybe Lurky was telling Zoe to stop buying Gunpla.
And then Zoe got upset.
Who knows? Zoe's never gonna stop buying Gunpla.
Zoe said, "I'm gonna Gunpla all over you in this one match."
Yo! Sun shines, grass grows, pay your taxes, and Zoe buys Gunpla. Ha!
So anyways, yeah. Again, the same stage pool. This is also what you'll see tomorrow. There's no changes for tomorrow. I think a lot of people that we see today, because we're talking about top 16 here, these 16 are honestly gonna be like cooking today. They're gonna learn from their mistakes. They're gonna figure out what went wrong with their strategies, or even pick up some good strategies from other people. So put it in your calendars. I believe the competition starts at about the same time tomorrow, so you guys get a full platter of good food to watch.
Indeed. Alright, it looks like Lurky gets the first pick of the map. Where are we going today?
And then you guys say it. Apparently.
Alright, very interesting. I would not have picked that.
Wait, I'm a bit upset. Do we really not get to watch MPEX8?
Well,
I know it's a simple stage, but I wish we saw that.
See, here is the thing, Uncle. Since this is an inter-team battle, not only would I not be revealing my actual strategies here, I also wouldn't reveal anything about how I would approach a difficult map, if I was being completely honest.
Yeah,
like,
gosh, if we are gonna end off today with no MPEX8 being featured on stream, this will make MPEX8 a really hot contender tomorrow, because there's no strategy reveal.
Exactly. Alright, it looks like they are playing for keeps, though. The beef is on the table, and it is raw.
Wow, so we've got Rosa, we've got Irene, okay. Those feel personal.
What, Chen? Really? Irene?
I mean, they might have just learned from Zafang's strat.
I think they're I think the Sword Masters are from Zafang's strat for sure, but I don't know. This doesn't really feel personal against Zoe. Alright, so apparently there are a lot of curse words being thrown, and there's the psychic damage ban! No Blaze! Blaze is out!
Wow. Wow! Now that's personal. Now we really thought whatever before this wasn't personal, that's personal.
Oh boy. Okay, Quirkus. Alright, now we're coming in to the targeted bans. Quirkus actually does make sense though. She is a very solid healer on S1.
Yeah, and then we have Custard ban as well, Mina ban, those are very much understandable. And so I think one of the issues now is, will they go for the spawn kill for the boss, or is that just not possible anymore?
Okay, we've got a Stainless ban and a Chungi ban. The Chungi ban, why would Zoe ban his own husband?
I mean, maybe that's just a perfect understanding of his own units and knowing that they're just maybe too powerful for the stage.
Very interesting. But some units that are still available. Ak is still on the field. Warfarin is still on the field. Shamare still on the field. Exia still on the field. And an instant Exia spawn kill is still an option.
I foresee Taunts and maybe Mountain being in. I think one of them at least selected.
Did you know Helliger can hold top left? Smiley face. Don't do that. It's not efficient. Don't do that.
You probably need some real good skills to make it happen. And
no, he's been able to do it since the original event. It's just that.
No, I'm surprised. The operators that I mentioned are not in play. Plume? Are you sure? There's a Plume?
Lurky has a Plume! Okay, it's over. Zoe is going to lose. Lurky has the strongest burn.
Alright, yeah, I see that entirely. Alright, GG. Zoe, just FF.
Yeah, Zoe just forfeit right now. F in the chat.
You're done. There's a plume on Lurky's end. I think you're just getting mental damage right now.
Yeah. Zoe is currently taking elemental damage, like the Rebritics.
his brain is melting to all of the elemental damage right there. But I'm not actually that, like, even though we're seeing how Lurky's having fun with the plume there, I gotta say I'm not that confident with Lurky's idea here, because I don't know if he's actually gonna handle the knives.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. Looks like neither of them are going for a Zafang strategy. So, in my opinion, I think a lot of players might be revisiting their strategies for this map after seeing Zafang's very sexy kill.
So, in terms of the composition, like the squad composition, I don't think Zui has it better here, because like, Zui's strat is more prepared for the knife situation that will happen in just a little bit, but Lurky has already created the knives. Okay,
no, Lurky's good. Lurky's good.
Whoa!
Uncle, how dare you doubt La Pluma? How dare you slight my bird?
Okay, guys,
dare you?
La Pluma, good. Okay, I am impressed.
That's Pluma, like some good.
Big swipe.
Okay, on Lurky's side, the Schwartz, is that a skill too? Is that a skill too? Blood Knight down! Blood Knight down! Sui still in phase! Did Sui rephase? Sui rephase! Oh no, he's up. He's up. No, Sui is just late. Blood Knight now entering the damage phase, but Lurky on the last two enemies. This could be Lurky's. He could run away with it now. All he needs to do is just have Mountain kill. Mountain's too slow. Mountain's too slow. Plume? The Plume? Oh wait, no, wait. Oh wait, no, I thought that was the last enemy. My bad. Okay, well, I'm not sure what Plume was doing there.
It's a strategic Plume. It's enough for him to say that I just Plume all over you.
Plume strong! Plume strong!
Awesome showing by Lurky over there. And like, I think my own confusion to this stage comes from the fact that we're playing NLEX8 normal. If it was CM, I'm not very certain if La Pluma would have been as effective, but that was a great showing to show that La Pluma can sweep out all of those knives easily. And both of them employed the same idea, by the way. There's some similarities in their strat if you kind of look to it. You know, they both handle it by getting him, the boss killed on the right side of the map instead of trying to spawn kill him.
Yes, very interesting that neither player here went through. Insane! Oh, they're just BMing. MZK strategy leaking? No, we are settling this here and now behind the Denny's. 1v1, final destination, no items.
Guys,
Sui is out for blood.
This one is gonna be crazy.
Sui is out for blood.
Well, chat, you're gonna learn a bit more about MBEX8 today. We actually had the full 5 stages being played in one stream. This is gonna be fun. I cannot wait. Because, I mean, this is the map that we now know the least out of today. Like, what would you actually do? How would you actually speed kill those 4 lanes? The one on the top left, the one on the right being 3 lanes, up, middle, and down.
I mean, do you want my answer?
Do you have an answer?
I do, actually, given that this is something I had to do with Bird Knights at once upon a time. For the middle section where everyone goes back, I would be using Arketo Skill 2 or Arketo Skill 3. I haven't revisited this since Arketo got her module that increases attack speed. Now, you might be saying that that is an intense amount of micro, but if you want to spawn camp the center lane properly, you might actually have to do that. Now, for the top left, I would be using a Schwartz or a Fartooth, but now that Ebenholz has come out, he might also be a valid pick, given that only Elites and Jesselton come out of the top side. And then, of course, for the right, you could use, again, Ifrit, Fartooth, Pauziyumka. Pauziyumka could be a very, very good unit here, because she can monitor both the top and the bottom lanes. And then, of course, anyone who has a range extension or a large amount of range in the first place. But again, I think it'll be very interesting to see how these players handle this, given that I actually haven't been back to this map since probably last year.
I will say there's one unit I definitely think is going to shine so much in this stage, and that's
Plume.
Fear Meta.
Plume.
No, Fear Meta.
Plume. Plume.
But yeah, no. I think Fear Meta would be a great pick if we are able to bring it to the stage.
I also agree that, well, here's the problem though. Fia Meta would actually be better here on skill 2, but for the purposes of clearing, you would obviously be using skill 3. So, given how long this map could be at times, I actually think that either are perfectly fine, but then again, I also haven't really tried.
If it's being banned, that kind of makes one lane a tiny bit more complicated to deal with. That's the interesting thing about, I think, MBX8, that is, when you target ban here, it's actually more effective than a
Hey,
lot
is
of the
Zoe
other
listening in
heroes.
on us?
Who knows? Maybe he is. Maybe he's double watching this. But so this is like maybe an advice to the top 16 players or just anyone who's watching and feeling this right now. I think MBX8 is definitely one of the stages where every 10 ban could be insanely game changing. Because, for example, if you were to ban a Fatu, if you were to ban a Schwartz or an Ifrit, you're basically saying one lane is being screwed. You know, because those are the options usually quite defaulted to quickly kill a lane.
Well, even holds is still available, so...
Horn is still available, so I foresee some Horn play here.
Did you really have to phrase it like that?
Horn play?
Anyways, we're going to be in the picking phase soon!
So yeah, we're gonna be seeing maybe what might be the final match of the day. Unless Sway takes this to a true best of 3. This will be a competitive one. I think they definitely cooked up a lot of stuff here. Why am I seeing the exact same operators being picked? We've got the Vanguards in play. There's a Broca being used once again on Zoe's side.
There's a Chunky Woo, Exia coming out, Rosa being picked,
and a Fia
very
Meta.
good pick. Fia Meta, let's go! Lurky's the first one in with 12 units. Zuikaku going in with only 10 units. Their loading times, the loading difference on Zoe, and Zoe is backing out! Hello! What just happened?
I mean,
are you
hopefully get a lot less of this tomorrow.
He brought a fan unit! Alright, everyone in the chat, you can point and laugh now. I give you my explicit permission. Arketo! He got Arketo!
I mean, we need less of these players' scuffness tomorrow, alright? We're getting the best of the best matches.
More scuff!
Tomorrow.
More scuff!
We want to see some real good skill play.
Are you
could
kidding?
I get some news from Mr. No, I can't say our producer's name. Can I get some news from our producer as to whether boy kisses are doing well in this match? Are we seeing all the boy kisses tomorrow?
Yeah, like how's the sordid romance going? Or well, who knows?
I'm seeing Lurky's play here, by the way. So he's got Chen on the. I believe it's Chen. Yeah, Chen on the top.
That is Chen.
Schwartz on the bottom, and then the Fia Meta as well. I don't really enjoy the fact that it's a healthless Fia Meta. Like I of course it works, just sad because it's not the maximum damage.
Okay, here we go. We've got Jesselton coming through, and Ash on Lurky's side shredding Jesselton. Now going into a bagpipe. Surtur is taking care of the first pugilist. That's not a pugilist. I forgot the guy's name. The guy with the ball and chain, whatever his name is. All right, bagpipe. Finishing up. Is that phase 2? Is his phase 2 really just standing there? Is phase 2 really just standing there letting itself be killed? Really now? Okay, Lurky having some issues on the right side, firing the stun light. Very good. The APM right now absolutely cracked, but Jesselton's coming through and he's running at the speed of sound. Scotty trying to kick his ass. And Scotty's dead. Congratulations, Jesselton. You are now the most based man alive. Going up to Chongya.
Oh.
Chongya is dead.
Oh.
Jesselton,
this could be a full strategy
might be the real winner
on
here.
Lurky's side now.
Jesselton might be the actual winner here. Alright, Lurky. Oh, finally
okay,
brings it back to Surtur. He's fine. He's fine. Alright, whew. That got pretty dangerous. For a second, I thought Jesselton was actually going to win.
You know, I think about the curiousness that I have over here is that if Zoe didn't do the restart, would this have been a lot tighter than it is? Because wait, it could be tight.
Wait. Are you gonna activate that? Oh.
Oh!
Saved by the bell. Lurky 2, Zoe 0, living up to his name of ARKNIGHTS. Hey guys, next time you see Zuikaku hanging out in a Twitch chat, make sure you ask him if he had lunch.
By the way, the Aketo was his own band, was it not?
Yeah, he just basically inflicted psychic damage on himself.
Oh my goodness, my man has just proved. Because he was clearly the better and faster player over there. Like, he's done his job. Man, those are some great matches, honestly. I think I've learned a lot from just watching today.
I think that those... Okay, I don't know what beef is going on between Lurky and Zoe, but those matches were thrilling. Also, not because I'm a Bird Knights player, but Plume Sweep, Easy Plume, Strongest Bird, let's go.
Hey, we got a Plume feature, and that's something that you wouldn't expect if you all did like a bingo or bucket list for today's challengers. I don't think anyone has it as Plume's gonna appear in someone's squad.
I love Plume.
Please give Plume a skin if any secret Yostar, no, not Yostar, Yostar doesn't do skins, but any secret Hypergriff stuff watching, yeah, we could do with a Plume skin ASAP, like
I mean,
now.
Who knows? I mean, maybe Yostar sponsored EN exclusive Viper Challenger Plume skin, eyebrow waggle.
Well, Zaya, you are part of the Boy Kissers, and our producer brought us good news to tell us that all 3 Boys Kissers have made it.
Congratulations to Team Boy Kissers. I look forward to not hearing your post-match debrief in the showers. I am leaving.
That's gonna be fun for what it is, and like that also means that you guys get to see more of Zafang and Yi in tomorrow's shenanigans, and who knows if they're gonna proceed super far into the competition tomorrow. I think that's gonna be a fun one. It will up the viewership for tomorrow as well for Viper, I would think. There's a lot more supporters who's gonna come in and see whether Yi can take it all. Yi becomes the best ARKNIGHTS player in the market.
Listen, I'm not gonna name names, but if Yi and Zafang go head to head tomorrow, I'm just gonna say whoever wins is determining the content of the next doujinshi that comes out.
Damn. Is that supposed to be a winner's benefit or a loser's disadvantage?
Up to you. Make of that what you will.
It's been so fun, really, to see so many of the great stuff today. Those of you who's watched some of the matches on Discord, thanks for doing that. Some producer confirmations, by the way. Are all matches being featured tomorrow? Because my memory says every single match is featured. No, not all. Okay, so I'm believing it's just 1 quarterfinal or something. Maybe 1 quarterfinal, 2 semifinals, and maybe a final. Is that the system? There's no loser bracket now, is there?
There is no loser bracket. That would take a lot of time.
Yeah. So tomorrow's matches will not be casted by the 2 of us. Me and Zai signing out from today. We really hope that we have given you guys a great viewing experience for this. This is my first time casting something tournament like as this one. It's been a lot of fun. Zai, you feel the same way?
Oh yes, this was very fun. I honestly loved seeing the gameplay. We had some great matches. We had some flashy kills. We had some upsets. I would have to ask, what was your favorite single match? Like one map only, one like battle only. What was your favorite showing tonight?
I think Tortoise proving me wrong that 10-17 is a stage that 5 stars could really do. In fact, I think it's not really so much about proving me wrong per se, but it's more like the fact that it just goes to show if you understand the stage, you know, the whole idea of you can clear it with any operators that you like, right? Even 4 stars only could possibly handle a stage like that. It's all about can you manage the cannon. It was just so much smart cannon play that I was impressed. I can't reach that level.
Yes, Tortoise. I really wonder how long Tortoise spent like calculating or just practicing and getting those exact cannon timings down, because Myrtle was holding back a entire wall of slugs at that point, and the cannon came in just in time. That was great.
Yeah. So honestly, those that gives me a lot of takeaway. Shows you how Arknights basically works. You know, it's not always about you just need 6 stars to just kill off everything. If you have a good game plan, it can work. It's all about being prepared. So there's
Totally. All right. Yeah. Well, do you have anything else you'd like to say, Uncle?
Oh, I'm all good. I just hope that people have enjoyed themselves, and Zai has been an awesome person to co-host with. Thank you, Zai.
Yes, thank you also, Uncle. Now please let me out of this basement. Bitey keeps gnawing on me.
I'm not. You're not in my basement. We're both in Viper's basement. Okay,
we're both in Viper's basement. Let us out.
Yeah. Let us out. Let us out. We're trapped. We're trapped. Viper's about to annihilate us from this screen right this very moment.
Boy Kissers won't be a team if I'm not in Boy Kissers anymore. So come save us.
Thank you all so much. We will see you real soon.
Yep. Tune in tomorrow, 7 p.m. PST for the thrilling finale, and to see if Zafang and Yi will kiss on live television. They're not going to. Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah. All right. Anyways.
All right. Peace out, guys.
We're going for a peace out here. We're trying to do a fast transition. Viper seems missing. Oh.
Wow, there we go. Great. Thank you so much, Cookie and Zai. Did you guys like that? That was great. Hey, big clap, guys. Big clap for our casters today. They went through, over 2.5 hours of shoutcasting. That's not easy for any shoutcaster. So thank you so much to both of them. I thought they did a great job adding some flavor to all the matches. So thank you so much, yes, to our 2 casters, Cookie and Zai. That's awesome. Tomorrow, we're going to have another pair of casters. They will be returning from Challengers 1. It will be Shuvi Senpai as well as Wookie to cast the top 16 to finish off the tournament. What a crazy day. What a crazy day. We saw some upsets. Kind of hard to say upsets. There's only been, 1 Challengers in the past, 1 official Challengers that was open to the public. So still not enough data points to call it an upset. But we do have some new players that we have not seen compete at this point in the tournament compared to Challengers 1. I do wish them the best of luck. The top 16 bracket is now available publicly for the players and the teams. You are now free to look at the bracket. It is still at that same exclamation mark bracket. You can find it pretty easily. But yeah, that was awesome, guys. I know there's a little scuff at the very beginning. We're still constantly working to improve the player and the viewer experience here. So thanks, guys, for being patient. I think that's it. I'm probably gonna end it there. Oh, yes! And of course, I must shout out to our patrons, our lovely patrons. Wow, dude, how can I forget? This is the list of people that make stuff like this possible. With every single tournament that we host, there must be a prize pool to at least reward the players. And on top of that, designing all of these templates, coming together for the teaser, all of that does take a lot of time. And so, hey, all these funds are being allocated to the prize pool and, of course, the quality of life improvements. Special thanks again to Kestrel, the Lost One, Hina, Non-Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, Luke, and Naba for your, absolutely amazing contributions, for your generosity, and, of course, to the rest of the patrons as well. So, hey, thank you so much, patrons, for making this a thing. Well, I think that's about it. My team's gonna hit the bed, and we're gonna come back strong tomorrow for top 16. I think, today we saw a lot of new players compete, but at the same time, we did see a lot of veterans, top performers from Challengers 1 make it back to the top 16 again. So hopefully they cook up a very exciting grand finals tomorrow. I'm very excited to see if, hey, will Spiply make it back to the top, or will there be a new victor? We'll see. Thanks, guys, so much. I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow if you decide to tune in. Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of your night. Hello, welcome back everyone for day 2 of ARKNIGHTS Challengers 2. My name is Viper. I'm joined today by a new host, Ohio Hina. Feel free to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello everybody. Nice to see you all. As some of you may or may not know, my name is Hina. And I am also the leader of the Mommy Milkies. Let's go, mom on top, hoggies. But don't worry today. I'll definitely not show any bias at all. Mom on top. But yeah, thank you so much, Viper, for having me today. I'm really gracious and appreciative to be given this opportunity. So yeah, let's get this event started, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck to your team. We do have still quite a lot of teams remaining in the top 16. But before we get to that, I do want to take a moment and give thanks to the people that are making this event possible. We always have to direct it back to our patrons, of course. Thank you so much, patrons, for your wonderful support. Oh, hey, there you are as well. All of these funds are allocated towards the prize pool and quality of life improvements. And I really appreciate that we have such a giving community, very generous community that is willing to go out of the way and fund a project that is led by a content creator. So thank you guys so much. And special thanks for your extra donations from Kestrel, The Lost One, Hina, Non, Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, Luke, Hoshiko, and Naba. Thank you guys so much. And of course, to the rest of you patrons as well. If you guys want to become a patron yourself, feel free to find that in the commands in the title of the stream. But thank you guys so much for being a part of this. And of course, on top of that, we cannot forget that there are a ton of other actors behind the scene. Big shout out to some of these people, Rumby and Isaac, for creating that amazing teaser. That will be the flagship teaser for our entire event, and it will be updated on an ongoing basis if there are more or less teams in the future. But thank you, Rumby, who did the animation, and Isaac, who did the music in the background for that teaser. Big shout out, of course, to Lappy for Crescendo of Fate, which is the band, the stage band and stage pick and operator band theme for all the matches today. They're an amazing ARKNIGHTS content creator, music content creator, and of course we can't thank him enough. And of course to all the TOs yesterday, thank you guys so much for helping out. You can see that list at the very right. We do have only a few TOs helping out today because there aren't too many matches to run concurrently, but thank you guys so much for taking your time out of your day and helping make this event possible. Whew, yeah, that's all the credits. I'm very excited overall what happens today. Hina, I imagine you watched a lot of the matches that happened yesterday. What are your thoughts so far leading up to the top 16?
Yeah, I thought there were a lot of really close calls, a lot of one-sided sweeps as well at the same time. A lot of new faces, but I guess maybe surprisingly, unsurprisingly, it is interesting to see that 15 out of the 16 of the top 16 remaining are all from teams. I think the only person that is not part of a team is Sciel. So best of luck to them. Maybe teams are the way to go. But best of luck to all the individuals regardless. And I would say, Viper, what did you think? What were some interesting upsets that really surprised you?
Yeah, it was very interesting. If you guys don't remember yesterday, we broke up the bracket into 16 separate pools that all led up to top 16. And within every single pool, we tried to include 1 or 2 really strong candidates that we thought we'd make it to the top 16. Obviously, that's how seeding works for any tournament. I think the 2 biggest upsets for me that come to mind is the match between Sydaske and Skami. Unfortunately, that was done off stream, but it is very surprising our second seed Skami being knocked out so early by Sydaske. Sydaske representing EBA. He himself, he hasn't performed too well in the last 2 tournaments ever since the first Challengers. Ever since the first Challengers. He didn't perform too well in Challengers 1, and so to see him come back here and upset, that was very surprising. And the other upset that, kind of shocked us all yesterday on stream was EBA tortoise-chan. Tortoise-chan going against Wire Fraud Suffering, and we'll see how Suffering does today, but Suffering did take the win over Tortoise yesterday, and that was very surprising. And honestly, talking about yesterday, let's do a quick review on kind of what happened. We actually had 2 amazing members of our community step forward and put together a huge data collection effort. So big shout out to Azzy and Undust for doing this. They went back and they spent countless hours, probably like 8 to 10 hours in the last 24 hours, scraping this data for us. So we would love to show you guys their work on stream. Let's do that right now. So first of all, we have the stage picks. We have some stats on that. How many times a specific stage was played? Look at those, stats. Hina, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think it is very surprising to see MBEX8 at the bottom with only 18 times it was ever picked. I think if I remember correctly, it was only ever showcased on stream one time or so. So it is, I guess I am intrigued as to finding out why people don't really pick that stage as much. Maybe they're just more comfortable with other stages. Maybe that is actually a lot tighter of a map. So maybe they want to go with one that they have a lot more of an advantageous lead on. But it is also really cool to see that 1017 and WREX6 are tied at the top.
Yeah, very interesting. Good point you make on MBEX8. Some people say that map is actually not too difficult, showcasing Jesselton as the boss, but really I think it all comes down to how to play around that stage. There is a very difficult kind of pseudo kill gate at the very end where the enemies spawn to the right, and you have to find a way to kill those enemies as fast as possible. Maybe because there aren't too many good operators to deal with those kind of enemies. Once you ban those out, it actually makes it very challenging to compete. But we can analyze the stages later. This is very interesting to see that MBEX8 is the map that has been chosen the least. Maybe that might change today, maybe not. And of course, we have WREX6 and 1017 at the very top. Looking over here, let's change our attention to the operators picked throughout yesterday. We were able to compile, Azzy and Undusk were able to compile the top 10 operators that were picked, just used in the competition from both winners and losers overall from day one. And wow, look at that. I don't know if anyone's surprised, but we have Myrtle at the very top. What does that say, overall, about this competition? And wow, we see Myrtle being used a lot in CC. I guess it's being used a lot here as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely the fact that she is a 4-star, secret 7-star, if I say so myself. But it is the fact that she is a great DP generator, as well as the fact that everyone should probably have her leveled up in their roster right now at this moment. And it is a bit surprising that she was actually used more so than Bagpipe, which is in second place, because in case some of you do not know, Bagpipe is a really strong unit to pick in general because of her way to accelerate a lot of the DP generation for all the other vanguards that you usually bring. So it is not surprising to see Flagpipe being at the very top, the two of them together, and also seeing in third place Tex Alter, which is not surprising at all because she could definitely clutch those last minute kills or kills right before the kill gates, on top of the fact that she's already a super broken operator to begin with.
Yeah, very good insights there. To add on to the Vanguard usage, we have Myrtle, Bagpipe, we have Elysium on the top 10, we have Texas even on the top 10, Sciel on the top 10. Half of the list is filled with Vanguards. And we found that was actually a very interesting thing that happened in Challengers 1. Some players actually went ahead and tried to ban out as many Vanguards as possible. And we see here, Vanguards still are being very used. Maybe if, looking at these kind of stats, if a player were to try and mostly ban out Vanguards, would that change the way people play? And that's what we're hoping to do with all of this data. Now that we have that data public, this kind of gives players an idea. How do we counter strats on specific stages where maybe DP is very important, but you don't have access to all of these operators? So that's the kind of thought process that, maybe might transform over time into in tournaments into the future. Now let's turn over to what was actually banned. Of course, with our kind of tournament format, the banning process with 10 bans total, that's a lot of bans. I would like to kind of learn, what operators were banned yesterday. And to none of you guys' surprise, I believe the top dog operator that was banned was Mawiner. Oh, is that a surprise to you, Hina?
I am not surprised at all, just because he is definitely one of the most cracked operators to be released on Global as of late. And I guess one thing that was surprising that I also did want to mention that also is tied into the previous slide is Surtur was actually number 10 in terms of most used operators. And I wonder if it is pretty much mainly because it's correlated to the fact that she is number 2 on this list for most banned from our day 1 opponents. So because she was not available, maybe not as many people brought her to the table, but it does make sense. Winner and Surtur are very great operators for pretty much all the stages. So if you don't have them, leveled up, if you don't use them for your strategies, you should make sure that your opponent does not use them for sure.
Yeah, we'll see how that does factor into the play today. I think it's always interesting looking at these kind of statistics because it really gives us insight into what kind of play style people go for and what people commonly think as very powerful operators, especially in this kind of format where brute force is a strategy that works time and time again. Banning these brute force operators, Muiner, Surtur, Chalter, Neural Alter, they're all on the list operators that at least come to mind when I think of really powerful operators to just throw down and just thrash a lot of the units on the screen. But yeah, very interesting, isn't it? Just looking at the top banned and picked. Thank you so much once again to Azzy and Undusk, and of course the entire MZK and IRS team for doing this for us. This way, this information is public. If you guys want to see the entire Excel sheet, it is actually in our Discord server. We posted it in the info channel. So if you guys want to look more, do a lot more research, they've actually broken it down into even more. This is very much the highlight. They've actually broken it down into the map by map pick and ban operators. It's a lot of information. And it's great that we have a community out there that is willing to spend time on this and help us arrive to these kind of insights. It's really, really cool.
Yes. Huge shout out to Azzy and Undusk for this. I remember hearing that they spent hours upon hours manually inputting all that data into many tables of information. So thank you so much for all your help. It's greatly appreciated. And for all the data nerds, the number crunching data nerds, I'm sure you also have a great time looking into the numbers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now let's head into the meat of today, which is the actual top 16 bracket. Looking at the brackets so far, we have our top 16 here. It is outlined. If you guys want the link to the start.gg, you can do !bracket, and that'll take you to the start.gg page. This will be updated as quickly as possible to show on stream, but also if you guys want to see the live feed, feel free to just tune into the competition, watch the matches off stream. Those will be available to you as well. Quick plan of action for today. We cannot cover every single match that happens on stream, but we're going to try to pick out 3 of the best matches from top 16. We'll do 2 matches from top 8, which is the quarterfinals, and then we'll do both semifinals and the finals, of course, on stream. So if you guys want to go out and watch whoever is not being streamed, feel free to tune in on the Discord. We will have channels open and you'll be able to watch publicly. You won't be able to interact with the stream, but that information is there if you want to go watch them. But to kind of spice things up, I did want to kind of put in my own 2 cents, and I'm curious what you're going to say here. But what kind of competition is good without some drama? And so I would love to show you my pick'em for today's tournament. You guys might disagree, but hey, this is what I think will happen today. We'll see how accurate my predictions are. But I do see Everec coming out from the bottom side of the bracket and clearing the competition. Yes, Spiply at the very top. I think Spiply's gonna make a great run all the way to semis. I don't know if she'll win to Ramon though. Ramon, mommy. I believe in Ramon. But at the very end, I do think Everec's going to take it. He's a very strong player, very consistent at doing what he's good at. And I'm really hoping to see a great show coming out from today. What are your thoughts about my pick'em,
Why you gotta say it like that? But anyways, I think for some of them, I definitely, do agree with some of your choices. But I do have to point out one small thing. Actually, before that, one other thing. I'm actually surprised that you decided to pick Everec over Yi. I feel like that is definitely going to be a very heated battle. So I'm very curious how that's going to turn out. So if, for example, Yi ends up beating Everec, then your whole pick'ems is going to go down in the drain. But the more important topic, why is Mom Custard and Mom Ramon not the ones making it all the way through to the very end?
What do you mean? I don't believe in Custard.
No bias or anything, but I think Mom Custard and Mom Ramon are very strong, and I think they should both make it to the semifinals, and then Ramon should win it all, or Custard could win it all too. I'm just saying.
I'm pretty sure the boy kissers on the other side, they're trying to kiss in the semifinals as well, so like a lot of people have different opinions. This will be mine. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Part of this is to create the upset. I would love for people to see something like this and be like, nah fam, Viper, we're about to shit on you. I'm gonna come back. So I would love to see if you guys can defy my odds, but this is just my instinct, guys. I haven't been right in the past, but we'll see what happens today.
Yes, Viper with his infamous totally wrong power rankings in the past. I do want to point out one small thing in chat. It seems like a lot of people are upset with how you did not let any of the boy kissers make it very far. I feel like people are expecting a lot out of them. They already may or may not have some fan fiction ideas on the line. So who knows? I feel pretty strong about those people as well. I think they're all really strong candidates. So we'll see. Maybe there will be some interesting upsets and your pick'ems will go out in the trash right away.
Yeah, we'll have to see. On that topic, the boy kissers, we mentioned this yesterday. They're actually our newest team that was added to our official team list. Obviously recognizing Mipi as a top 16 placer in the previous tournament, they were eligible to sign up as a new organization. And I don't know why they called themselves the boy kissers, but hey, they're doing honestly very well. You mentioned this a little earlier, but in the top 16 right now, we don't have that many. We don't have that many independent players. The only independent is Sciel, who is actually a content creator in our community. But these really are the remaining numbers of players by the team. IRS right now, you look at that resounding 5 members. I actually heard a lot of them will be fighting in the, a lot farther away from the grand finals, so they might knock each other out in a few civil wars. But wow, 5 members from IRS. The next highest is 3 from boy kissers, of course, with Mipi, Zafang, and Yi. And on top, and then after that we have MZK and Mom with 2. But what are your thoughts about this? It's kind of cool to see the spread amongst the teams.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's really cool the fact that there is a lot of representation across all the different teams that did make it to the top, as opposed to it being super one-sided or anything. Though it is, I do have to commend, as much as Mom has beef with the IRS, I do have to say that it is amazing that the IRS did manage to pull 5 out of the 16 spots away from their team. So that is really amazing. And the fact that Boy Kissers only had 3 competitors to start out with, and 3 out of 3 made it so far. I think that is truly commendable as well. But best of luck to you all. But we all know in the end, Mom is just gonna win. No, everyone has a great equal chance.
Oh man, well, we'll see very soon. We'll see what happens in the top 16. The next time you get brought on, we'll have the results, So we'll see what other mommy milkies are left over after this. But yeah, thanks guys for tuning in to the opening of Challengers 2 Day 2. This was very fun to talk about all the stats. Thanks, one last time to everyone behind the scenes, the patrons, the mods, all the people that were involved in the marketing materials, and of course to Azzy and Undusk for putting all those materials for the data collection as fast as possible. That was amazing to go through. I would like to introduce our casters now. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll let them introduce themselves. You already know them. They did an amazing job in Challengers 1. And yeah, I'll pass it to them to introduce themselves. But hey, thanks guys for watching, and hope everyone enjoys the show. See you guys.
Thank you so much, Viper. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it's us again. Hi. Hello, everybody. Good to see you guys, and welcome back to ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2. Well, I guess we're gonna have to introduce ourselves. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, shoot. I think we're gonna have to introduce ourselves again. It's been about a month since the last one, right? So I don't know. Maybe some people forgot about us.
Yeah, exactly. Really. I don't know, man. The host just giving us more work. I don't know what's going on here. This is not what I signed up for. Actually, it is, but
it is.
But yes, everybody. Indeed, I am Shivi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters. I was about to say host, but that's not exactly what we're doing here. I'll be one of your casters today, and of course, to my right, a beautiful friend of mine. Introduce yourself as well.
Hello, everybody. I'm WookieG's. I will be your other caster for the night for a what should be fantastic series we have up ahead of ourselves today. Ooh, I'm stumbling over some words. But top 16 grand finals. Whew, here we go. We got some storylines coming into this one, right, Shuvi?
Yeah, it's not even just some. We have an absurd amount of storylines coming into this one. I'm seeing it both in the chat, I'm seeing it both in, our hosts as well. All the biases everywhere across the world. It feels like you and I are the only ones that aren't biased. See, this is why I threw out the idea before to you, that we should make ourselves a little bit of a team ourselves for the casters. But nah, who needs that for now? Because we are here for the games, guys. The bracket is up on the screen right now, and it looks incredible. I wasn't able to watch too much of yesterday, but I saw this and I was just like, we got ourselves an evening here tonight.
Yes, sir, Shuvi. A lot of heavy hitters from all the various teams. I mean, you have obviously the current reigning champion, Spiply, and we're gonna see if she defends her crown this time around. But I mean, you look at the list of other competitors, just like any single one of these competitors can take down Spiply. Like this is not one you look at and you think, oh yeah, you know, this player's the clear favorite to win. It's like, no way. Like any of these players, like I mean, Ramon does some crazy strats that we can see. I mean, you have Yi, you have Zafang. You know, I know Team Boy Kissers really wants them to be in the semifinals. IRS is hoping for their sweep. Like IRS with some of their, you know, some of their top players are coming in. I mean, you got Kew coming in, right? The Everec's coming back in for another shot at the title. And Boulder's coming back in. Like, look at all these names that we have. I know Mizuki kind of were kind of rough between. It was kind of rough for Mizuki in the pools. I know they ended up running into each other a lot, which is why you actually don't see as much Mizuki representation, like the host said. But here we are loading into the match between Spiply and Kew. What are your thoughts here, Shuvi?
I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, we watched both of these players last time during Challengers #1. Again, we're seeing them here, and we know how good these two players are. We are going to do the coin flip, of course. First map going to be going over towards IRS Kew, and this matchup already, you know, this is top 16. You could honestly consider this as a grand final. We're already off to the races with some of the best players that we have in the ARKNIGHTS community, hands down. And of course, the maps are going to be the same as yesterday for the pools. The first map that's going to be selected here by Q will be WREX6, a complete wave rotation where you have to kill enemies over and over and over again. It just comes down to who does it faster and who does it better.
Yeah, we'll see how they handle the oncoming waves of blindies, or who will be blind to the blindies as we're loading into the ban phase here. As we'll see, what are operators that are going to expect? AF Yala is the first one to be banned. So a lot of the AoE art spammers being very good against the blindies. They do not have a whole lot of resistance. So, you know, taking out the AF, no more option there. Also, a goat. I know Spiply does like her goats quite a bit.
Indeed, indeed. And oh my gosh. Okay, you're already starting out with some interesting bans here for the operators, and the craziest thing I think for WREX6 that I will get out of the way, because we're going to be seeing this stage quite a lot here today, just looking at the stats, that again, for our two beautiful doctors in the community that made all those statistics for us. I swear I spent like hours before this looking at those statistics. WREX6, we're going to be seeing this a lot, and there's a good reason behind it. There's waves upon waves upon waves that we were talking about, and that means there's a lot of different strategies out there that these doctors can bring. So, you know, strategies aside, it's just what can you get done throughout these next couple of games?
Q is target banning Spiply. Now, that is a Cardelia that's been taken out, and Ebenholz. I think the most surprising one is the Palace that Spiply has banned herself. If you remember from Challengers 1, Spiply was using that Palace to just absolutely devastating effect. And an Earth Spirit ban. I know there was also a strat that Spiply used with Earth Spirit, but we never did see it. As robot bans are coming through?
Okay, hey, you know what? Hey, we're all the way there. We got the Castle ban, we got the Lancet ban. Spiply is just going all the way. Remember, guys, today is going to be a best of 5, so a couple of maps here and there is okay, right, for our players to drop. All that matters is the end result, and that is what Spiply as well as Q is going for. Got one last ban here available for Spiply. Surely we round out the entirety of what... Oh, no, it's not. It's Horn. Sorry.
Sorry, it's Horn. It's actually a more standard ban. But Ben also getting banned. Ben is a bit of a surprising one, but I'd like to add, Uncle Horse, Mr. Muinar himself, has been freed from pasture. He is ready to do some slappies, should any of our competitors pick them. As well as Texas Alter, there are a lot of meta operators that are free this time around that we normally don't see free, as we're about to load into the draft phase here.
And exactly, and one of the things that I talked about just now was that WREX6, you have a lot of different ways to clear this thing with a lot of different playstyles for individual players too. So the fact that we have Milinar up and available might not even mean that much in the long run, because you still have so many different ways to go about this stage. But of course, we're getting ready for these stages right now. Here we go, character selections coming through, and Spiply is at it, already into the stage queue, falling behind from the get-go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spiply inside of the stage, the roadblocks are going to be set up, and this is just a standard start here for WREX6.
Yeah, it looks like roadblocks being set up for the traditional kill box just right down that middle lane. I'm expecting to see the specialist, the ambusher specialist, start going up in the middle, because that's been the most consistent strat that I've seen for WREX6. However, we'll see how well that pays off, as Kew and Spiply are both tied. Okay, no longer tied. Spiply here at 6 kills, the Q's 2. Again, Spiply loaded in very quickly. That squad was very thought out.
Yeah, and this is one of the benefits of going in early on WREX6, right? You just kill the waves as fast as you can so the next one spawns. So whoever loads in first is definitely going to have a lead here. Both of our doctors also bringing Manticore. This is a very, very pivotal operator that we've seen so many times in the stage like this, including Irene, who both of our doctors again are going to bring to the table too. So let's see what we have on the table. Spiply again just going through the stage like no tomorrow, about a half a wave ahead of Q right now. It looks really solid for Spiply, but of course, you never know what's going to happen. We saw that over and over again with Spiply before. Let's see what Spiply is able to do this time around.
Fantastic use of Irene there to clear it out, as Spiply still maintaining that kind of 8-kill lead-ish ahead of Q. And again, the faster wave spawns. Spiply making use of a fire whistle in the back to lob in some of that burn damage, if I'm remembering the S1 correctly from fire whistle. And also Spec Alter on the field, I'm assuming for the arts damage slow. As
like that is the case. I mean, you're just basically pulling all the damage into one specific area on the stage, right? It's either that or you just use Irene and kill everything up straightforward and then just take care of the rest inside of that little kill box. That is the idea behind both of our doctors here. But again, it's just the lead that Spiply has that is so far ahead. The blindy's only starting to move now for Q, whereas Spiply has moved so far away behind where Q is at the moment. Spiply looking extremely solid right now. After this wave, you have about 8 or so enemies, maybe 7. I might be doing my math wrong here. But here we go. This is where all the enclaves of the very tanky blindy start coming in. Irene is set up here for Spiply, holding onto the skill for the final wave. Should be using it here in just a moment, and this should be an easy 1-0 here for Spiply. Going into the stage early has been a weapon of Spiply, and she will be arming it here yet again.
yeah, that quick load in, like, this is more or less comes down to how quickly Spiply loaded in. Like, she had that full squad ready to go and was already, like, what, 5-6 kills in by the time Q loaded in? So there was a lot of catch-up that Q was going to have to do if he wanted to catch up Spiply there. But unfortunately, it was not to be for Q. However, luckily for him, he does get to pick the map again, although WREX6 was also his pick. So we'll see how that affects it when your first map pick is the one that you get shut down on.
Yeah, but this is a good way to kind of start your warm-up of the tournament itself, right? And don't get me wrong, these players have definitely been practicing for the past couple of hours. They most definitely have been. But WREX6, again, you just kind of get a strategy and take it, right? It's a good way for you to start warming up to what is going to come, especially up against a very strong contender such as Spiply. So Q has a lot to kind of work up to in the next few games that he has to try to step up against Spiply, and 10-17 is going to be the second answer. We are going to see Manfred for game number 2 here between Q and Spiply.
Hello, Manfred. I do not miss you, sir, with your zappies and the artillery getting called in. But it should be interesting how they want to go about this. Are they going to try to charge Manfred Cannon to try to kill Manfred as soon as they can? Or are they going to let Manfred kind of live a little, waddle around a bit, and then just obliterate him at the very end? So we'll see what kind of strats we're going for here as we see what operators are getting banned. Maybe give us a bit of an insight as to what exactly their plan is for this map. Reminder that with Chapter 10, you have a lot of the little slugs that increase your block count, and that's what affects the cannon's targeting systems, the operator with the highest block count. So I'm expecting, if they're going for Manfred, we're going to see someone wedge next to Manfred with like a billion slugs on them, as we see Mudrock and Spectre Alter banned, Spiply banned Mudrock, and Kew banning the Spectre Altar here.
And this is a pretty standard ban here, I think, for Spiply, right? Mudrock has been one of the most go-to operators to try to tank the damage that the cannon is going to do, but by removing that factor, now you're coming down to the ropes in regards to what operators can actually hold on towards that turret aggression, which means you're down to operators like Saria, for example. You can do your quick redeploy shenanigans as well, but as you said, the slugs with increasing the block count, that is the core mechanic you have to deal with up against Manfred when it comes to those cannons too. So this is very much restricting from Spiply already from the get-go. I am very much liking these bans, as we are going to see Gladia, the Chen, and everything else coming alongside it. So many tanky bans coming here from Spiply, just saying no to holding on to the tank aggression for the cannons.
Yeah, Kew banning the Abyssal Hunters here makes that strategy completely out of the way. The interesting thing with the Beeswax ban, so probably banning the Obelisk that spawns off of S2 for that triple block count, if I'm remembering correctly. Pawsey is an unsurprising ban because, well, we've seen what Pawsey did, especially in Challengers 1 when, you know, it wasn't Manfred, it was Mandragora. They all start with Man, get obliterated. But the interesting one I think see from Spiply is the Eunectus ban, for what I'm assuming would have been a kill on Manfred or a stall on Manfred. Eunectus being very good for a single target duelist.
Yeah, this is gonna be really difficult, I think, for Q to start recovering from this, because these are all operators that Q typically tends to bring to the table when you have a lot of these generic strategies that come into play. So we'll see whether or not Q is able to recover from this one, because the bans are about to round out here. Spiply has one left to go here to see if Spiply can hold out whatever they can up against Q, and it is going to be the short span. So the last real damage dealer that we are going to be seeing for Spiply coming in as a ban against Q. And let's see what we do. 10 operators banned, so many more to choose from, but the mechanic of this stage is very specific in regards to how you need to manage around it and what you actually need to do to manage around it as well.
Yeah, we're seeing both top-end Juggernauts and both top-end heavy shooters banned, so it's going to be interesting seeing how they manage to deal with Manfred here as we're about to load into the drafting phase here. Again, something that's interesting we're seeing a lot more of this time around is a lot more target bans instead of the more default bans of, like, you know, Muinar, Texas Alter, or Chen Alter. It's like we're seeing way more strat bans where you're not necessarily banning the meta operator, you're fiddling with your opponent's mental of what they're more comfortable with, trying to throw them off their game, where yes, the meta may be better, but you're banking on your opponent not being nearly as used to the meta. As here we go, here's the drafting again. Will Spiply get that first draft phase off as quickly as she's been in, or will Q get the faster one this time? Let's find out.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is, in my opinion, during WREX6, Q actually started catching up, because the amount of time that Spiply had going into the stage was actually made up by the fact that Q caught up, but this time around, Q actually gets into the stage here first, so a very slight lead that Q is going to have over Spiply, but of course that loading time is absolutely bonkers from Spiply yet again. But all the flag guards starting to come down here for Q, and those slugs are going to start coming out too, and even Bagpipe being deployed up at the front. So we are going to see a bit of that damage earlier on in this stage. The cannon all prepped up and ready to go. Manfred's going to be spawning here in just a moment. So all of these operators that are standing up in the front, while they may be up in the front for taking the cannon damage, it's all good, because you just got to stun Manfred and absolutely go ham.
Interesting setup coming out from both sides. Spiply looking like going for a more kind of midfield setup, whereas Q is going for the hard spawn camp. You see Mountain at the bottom just punch it away at the sarcasm the Necrosis causes. As okay, I was like, is that Slug gonna sneak on by? No, Slug is not gonna sneak on by. But kill count is definitely in favor of Q. That half-second lead, Q is leveraging the half-second lead as Manfred walks in the field. That is a croissant that is on the field now.
Interesting. We do actually have Ifrit being used here from Spiply. Manfred's almost dead, actually, for phase 1 here for Spiply. And there we go. Manfred's down. Same thing on the side for Q as well. Golden Glow going to be the main DPS source on the right side of our screens here. And now it starts coming down to the second phase. And this part, I will say, is the part where we just kind of hunker down and see what these two players decide to do, because there's not that much of a health pool. And I don't think with the setup that that either of our players have, it's really going to be dangerous by any means, right? These guys are practiced enough, they have the ideas up against how to deal with this character and the boss, but look at the kill count. Kew definitely ahead at the moment, 52, and climbing at the moment. Spiply sitting at 41. Kew is going absolutely bonkers in 10-17.
Yeah, look at the leverage from that Kew got with that a little bit earlier start and the strat to just obliterate everything. Look at the forward hold is what's causing the fast spawns. As here we go, just one last enemy as Kew ties up the series 1-1, as we're gonna go into our final map 3 here to see who moves on. Either Kew will dethrone Spiply, or can Spiply manage to save this, because it will be her map pick coming up here. But you know, if you're hoping for Kew, you know, get those backwards broomsticks out, because it will be a reverse sweep if Kew does take this one. But we'll see what Spiply goes here with her map pick.
Yeah, we absolutely got a series on our hands. You know, in Challengers number 1, Spiply almost had no contenders who were able to keep up with how fast she got into the stage, but Kew just blazed through that operator selection. And this right here, again, I mentioned it earlier, this is essentially like a grand finals, man. These two players are absolutely incredible in their own rights, and the fact that we're seeing them in top 16 almost makes you feel bad for the other person, because this is not the stage where these two should be dropping off. But the next stage here, picked by Spiply, NL-EX-A, we are going to be seeing Diacopolis coming through here, and a little bit of a mod check moment. I can't see where all these enemies.
It's like they're all just invisible, they're all just hiding in the shadows, they don't really wish to take no fights. But ban phases here, I am expecting true damage bans of sub form against Blood Knight. Yep, there it is.
There we go. It's too easy. We do our jobs.
First thing's like, no, you will not have the story of Nearlight. You're not gonna have the Radiant Knight fighting Blood Knight, as there's an Ebonholds ban. Not surprising. We saw the power of Ebonholds and what he did to Mandragora in that previous tournament. Oh my goodness.
And the biggest part about this stage in and of itself is making sure you kill the first phase as fast as you can, right? Just get those sword spawns out of the way so the rest of the stage can spawn. And a lot of these operators that are being banned right now on our screens absolutely has the potential to knock down the boss almost instantaneously upon spawn, and that's the idea that both of these players are going to be going for, and the ban's trying to deny what the enemy is going to be doing, and I like the ban so far.
That's an interesting ban. That appears to be an Indigo ban. That is something
yeah,
that we do.
Boss killer.
That's something that we do not see ourselves. There's Rose. I'll get a lot of boss kill and wave kill. I think the one that they're going to contend with the most here is less the Blood Knight himself and more just the endlessly spawning waves of Bloodblades. Like, yeah, they're kind of just random mobs that like adds a spawn, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, it's random adds and mobs that spawn, but those Bloodblades hit like a truck, especially when more and more of them start stacking up on you, as Texas Altar being used, or being banned here. Ideally, they clear out the Bloodblades, and there's a Suzerain ban as well.
If anything, I wonder what Spiply's thinking right now, because Spiply was banning some very nice operators at the start, and then Kew just responds with actual bans. So Spiply's like, you know, I thought we were kind of working together on this ban phase, but then Kew just says, no, I'm gonna ban actual stuff, and then Spiply responds with the Texas Altar ban. So it's just like a little bit of a back and forth. Already Kew working on the mental against Spiply, right? Just an iron wall that Kew has set up for himself. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 10 bans are up and available. We even got is that Lava Altar? Oh my goodness, being banned here as well. So
that is a Hibiscus Altar, actually. But
oh, that's right. I saw the purple here, and I'm like, lava. What is going on with you? There we go. Yes, Hibiscus Altar. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking.
But yeah, looks like a lot of bans that are coming through are a lot of slows. I'm wondering if that's to slow down the rate of the Bloodblades, because you look at that, like Saria can do slow, Suzu does slow, Passenger the Chaincaster does slow. As here we are with the drafting phase, as we'll see who loads in here first. As first time was Spiply, as she, you know, absolutely leveraged that to her win, and then Kew took a minor advantage and exploited that to just this massive, overwhelming win. As we're about to see who gets in here, it looks like Spiply's going to come in. That is an Earth Spirit on the side of Spiply, so slows are definitely still available, but just a little finicky from the big slows, as Kew is still picking out here.
Oh, couldn't find the Gladia towards the end. Both of our doctors actually bringing in Mastima as well, so you're absolutely correct on this one. Slows are going to be a massive factor in this stage. But again, with Spiply with a slight lead on joining in this stage, I think an absolute advantage going on towards Team MZK's player right now.
That is a Ling on the field, also with her outfit, but that is a Ling on the field, so we're going to see some Blue Woman shenanigans, but that looks like it's a Ling S2, if I'm not mistaken. So binds and stuns and slows seem to be the name of the game here, as Q has a read alter on the field. Be ready to see a lot of explosions coming out from that read if she's popping that S3. As Golden Glow gets deployed, both operators have deployed up. Spiply with that kind of 2-kill lead right now as Q is catching up, but the vision is there for Spiply to drag them into that Scotty.
Yeah, the bigger problem here is when the Capitalist does end up spawning, right? We can see these numbers going all over the place, and here we go. The burst phase going to start here for Spiply, who does have to jump on the boss about maybe 3 seconds early. Q doing the same thing here as well, but didn't prepare his skills before, and he's eating up a lot of time trying to use these skills. Both of the bosses are going to get taken down for that phase 1. Spectre being used from Spiply to at least hold one side of this stage. All the swords just going to be allowed to pass on through, because it doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't go through that Capitalist. That's okay. And here we go, just casually waiting for the time when the boss starts spawning back up again.
Yeah, this phase right now, so normally, where he'd be is dealing with those Blood Blades, but, I mean, if you just ignore the Blood Blades, well, the Blood Knight is no longer a problem, as he is about to get absolutely wrecked here on the side of Spiply, because she does have that faster kill on the Blood Knight, as here we go, as the Blood Knight has fallen on the side of Spiply, but still alive on the side of Q. Q is working to get rid of that Blood Knight, but he is one thick boy as he keeps just waddling his way on down. It's just up to Spiply to get those last 5 kills, as Blood Knight also just went down on the side of Q, but we'll see what happens as these last enemies spawn. Oh, that is a backstab that took out 2 operators, and we'll see how much that affects Spiply's clear here, as Irene dealing with the last waves. 2 last enemies on the side of Spiply. It's going to be very close. 1 last enemy on the side of Spiply, but I think Spiply will take this one here, and there it is. Spiply punches her ticket to the next round, but a very valiant showing by Q, pushing her to the brink with this NLEX8 map.
Oh man, Spiply with an incredible take here too. Again, it's always between these top players, man. It's always whoever just gets into the stage first. This is a huge win here for Spiply and an absolutely incredible effort from Q. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We will see Spiply continuing on in towards the top 8. An incredible, valiant effort from Q. But in the end, it is going to be Dicapolis that it is going to be the last boss Q will fight in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2.
Unfortunately for Q, the IRS, the Golden Age will not return again, at least for Q. But with the number of IRS players that are still around, I mean, you can just pass the torch along. There are a lot of them. But again, GG's to both of our candidates for a fantastic match. I think we're in for an absolute banger tonight of all the various series, because I'm expecting just going all the way with each map tonight. Shuvi, we're gonna need lots of water, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I got my water bottle right next to me as well, and I'm hoping that the players have it as well, especially the members in IRS, because if they want their golden age to come again, maybe they might need to bust out the Stultifera Novice maps out here, SN-10 that is still available for the map pool. We of Will Many, man. Dude, that boss, I was actually, checking some of my replays just to see what some of these bosses do. I have a Ling one-man for that stage. It is the weirdest thing that I was watching back a couple hours ago to figure out what the heck that boss does again.
Yeah, the little fish, he starts as a small fish. It's kind of like Pokemon, where like he just keeps evolving, right? Except unlike Pokemon, he hits the Mega and then he hits the Super Mega, and you're like, oh, geez.
He has every single edition.
It's like the more scary version, because he like just takes other powers, right? It's like you mash like a Charizard and a Venusaur together, and you're like, oh, this is gonna get a little spicier.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that I think SN-10 really brings to the table, right? It's just the strategies that a lot of people are going to have, not just on how to kill the boss, but which upgrades that you give to that boss too. And this is one of the reasons why SN-10, one of my more forward-looking 2 stages in this tournament, I think in the next couple of moments here. But guys, oh, okay, well, look at that. Already, a couple of our, our stages have been completed. TurtlyP going to be moving on here, so unfortunately Ramon not going to be moving through the top 16, and Zafang will be knocking down Sydaske as well. We already have some very interesting contenders moving on from the top 16, and some incredible players also dropping from the early points of the tournament too.
Yeah, again, I'm just expecting these to all be really close matches here upcoming because, again, looking at these players, they are all very strong players. And again, I think any of them can take the map. I mean, not even just the map, just the series from any of them. As, let me take a look at our bracket here. It looks like Ramon was taken down in a 2-0. And Suffering, let me see. I'm seeing that, I'm seeing on the bracket here, let's see, Turtle took down Ramon in 2-0, Zafang took down Sydaske in a 2-1. Again, I'm expecting, like, even if the score necessarily says 2-0, I'm not expecting it to be like, oh yeah, you know, it was probably way closer than the score ever looked to be, with how close some of these matches are. I mean, we just saw what happened in this one with, like, how close these kills were. What, we were like 1 kill off, right? Like 1 kill, 2 kill differences between just Spiply and Kew. So I'm expecting these to be very, very close maps going back and forth.
Yeah, and what Viper said stands true, right? These players, just from top 16 alone, is all incredible players in their own right. We saw many of these players during Challengers #1 who stood up to some of the most incredible gameplays that we saw from, you know, every single team, especially including from Spiply, who just completely popped off. There's a reason why she is the reigning champion so far and still continuing to hold that title as of right now as well. And these people all have to have strategies to deal with many of these players too. So there's a lot of these jigsaw pieces that I think, especially the ones that are going up against kind of in the top half of the pool, are going to have to figure out, because they will eventually have to deal with Spiply one way or another. There's a lot of things happening here, man. Again, so many stories to tell, so little time for you and I.
Need more time, but we're about to load in here for the last standing member of Team Mom with Custard versus what I believe, yes, is the last standing member of Team Waddlers in Pad24. So which one of these teams, you know, both teams, their team members, their hopes are riding on them. No pressure, right? As looks like Custard wins the coin toss here, so we'll see which map that we load into here. I know WREX6 has been a very popular pick, whereas MBEX8 has, if I remember right, has not been as popular. People are not a fan of Jesselton. As, oh nope, we're going into Manfred.
Yeah, we're gonna see Manfred back here again. Man, my screen's gonna be filled with Manfred here tonight, because 10-17, for what it is, it's a stage where you just kind of go in, you have your strategy to kill Manfred. It just comes down to who kills it faster. It almost feels like a boss version of WREX8 when it comes down to it. You just kill as fast as you, or 6 I should say, and you just kill it fast. That's it. That's really all the mechanics that you're dealing with in this case. So let's take a look at the bans here. These definitely seem a little bit more standard than what we saw in the last series, as Millenart will be coming in for one of our first bans here alongside Telopsis, who will be banned out by Custard. Schwartz, this is much more like a standard ban that you and I are used to.
Yeah, that last one was Kew and Spiply just gutted for each other's throats. Like, no, you're not gonna get. You use your favorite operator. As Ifrit getting banned, we did see Ifrit get used to great effect by Spiply, even though she lost the map. We did see Ifrit barbecue Manfred pretty hard. As it looked like true damage bans coming through with Calcit getting banned, Tex also being banned for the wave clear. I think the Telopsis ban is a more interesting one. I want to say that Telopsis ban is used more for that that additional SP charge.
Yeah. Which
is why she's getting banned. And Fartooth getting banned. No dodge ignore for you, Pad or Custard.
I don't know, man. This is one of those bans that after you took a look at what happened in the last series, it's just, you look at it, it's like, where was this last game? it's bringing the thoughts into my head right now, man. But Silver Ash is going to be banned here too. Posy also joining the fray. So these two players are really just kind of putting the knives up to each other's throats right now, just saying you got to find some other strategies, because all the standard stuff that you were thinking of even remotely using, it is not going to happen. We are going to see Surtur joining us as the last ban here, so the first 10 bans of this series is going to come through. WAD Waddlers, Pad24, and Mom Custard for the first game in their set of 3. Let's take a look at who takes away 10-17.
Reminder though that there is still true damage on the field, just big true damage in the form of Neural the Radiant Knight with that S3. But it goes to see whether or not they're gonna use a strat around that Neural, or if they're gonna stick more towards something else they have cooked up, because this is a more standard ban pool. So we'll see if they're allowed to use their their hidden cooked up strats. As draft phase is coming through. We'll see who loads in first. And we saw, I mean, the load advantage is big deal. There's the Neural Ultra being picked for it.
And that's actually one of the bans that I was more surprised we didn't see in especially the previous one too, because you saw a lot of focus here when it comes to dealing with true damage, especially with the Calcip ban, but then you also have to factor in Neural Alter as well. Custard did load up a little bit early, but Pad24 not too far behind, and no one banning Vanguards today really means that DP source all over the place at the moment.
DP is all over. There's a slight problem on the side of Custard, as I believe Ifrit was banned and they brought in an Ifrit. That is a critical mistake made by Custard. You cannot be making mistakes like that in top 16.
Caught it out this time. You know, there was an instance where we couldn't catch it out in the last tournament, but we found it this time, and we are gonna have to have, unfortunately, Custard restarting the stage here. So now the advantage goes over towards Pad24, and as I said earlier, this stage isn't really too difficult when it comes down to it, right? You just deal with Manfred, and then everything else just slowly but surely gets taken care of as you take care of Manfred too. So Custard definitely putting themselves on the low end here up against Pad24, and with the advantage, can Pad24 clear out the stage to take the 1-0 lead?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be pads to lose here now. I'm not sure, you know, they'll probably not know that, who doesn't know that Custard had to do a full reset there with their Massive Manner, but it's gonna come down to whether or not Pad can play that mistake-free Arknights that I keep saying. You know, that's kind of been like a saying of mine at this point, just like mistake-free Arknights. You don't necessarily have to go faster, as Pad is up to 37-30. No, that is a lead. That is a reset. Pad has choked. Custard is once again back in the lead. That is a massive choke lane that slugged through. Both players making critical errors, but Custard made the first error, which somehow means they made the slightly less worst error.
Listen, if you're going to make the error, make it early, I guess, is the way that Custard is saying. Let's take 10-17. And now, you're exactly right. Custard is the one with the advantage here. And the craziest thing is, Pad24 had a really fast kill onto Manfred as well. So just killing that slug would have set up really, really well for the remainder of the stage. But for Pad24, unfortunately, that lead is going to completely disintegrate into smoke, as now it's all on towards Custard to finish off this stage. Beautiful, beautiful bait there on the cannon, so that all of the DPS on the backside doesn't get taken out, and all eyes on towards the right side, ladies and gentlemen, because Custard seeming to be in a very solid spot, going for the 1-0 after 10-17.
Yeah, Custard in a commanding lead right now, as Manfred has gone down. It's just, again, just play. I mean, this is going to be the match where I feel like I'm going to be saying mistake-free Arknights just ad nauseum, as Weedy clearing out that wave of slugs with that true damage S3. Love to see it. As, again, this is now Custard's game to lose. I mean, that is a commanding, just absolute command, almost 40 kill lead, more than 40 kill lead now, as Custard is about to take it here with as soon as those last couple of enemies go down. I mean, it's just whether or not Custard will choke this, which I do not believe he will this time. He has gotten his mistakes out of the way, and there it is. Custard with the early mistake of accidentally bringing an Ifrit, but continue to play the match, continue to play mistake-free Arknights, as Pad, I don't know what happened there, but Pad definitely choked that one, about 38 kills, letting that slug slip through. Like, oh, that you hate to see that if you're rooting for Team Waddlers, but you love to see that if you're a Team Mob.
Yeah, and that's brutal for Pad24, but then again, also, this really goes to show that mental strong is definitely something that a lot of our players have to keep in track of, right? Just because Custard made that small mistake, you can't just sit there and say, the game's over, I'll just watch the other person play. No, keep going. You gotta try to keep up, you gotta try to catch up as much as possible, which I think in the given stages that we have is really difficult to do unless the other person makes a mistake, but that all comes down to how well you decide to, you know, kind of operate some of these stages. So good win here for Custard, and again, congratulations for keeping that mental strong. Just do it one more time.
Yeah, it's something that you hear a lot in like physical sports too, where it's like you play to the whistle. So in this case, you know, you play until you hear the TOs say that the other person has won, because until they do, you're still in it. You still want to keep going. Just play your pace is the best advice that I can give to our competitors here, as we are going into NLEX 8. So hello again, Mr. Blood Knight.
Yes, indeed, indeed. So we're gonna see the blades coming out here yet again, and the bands here. Will we see a little bit more focus towards the slow that we saw in the last series, or is it just gonna be much more on the side of just focusing down a lot more on the DPS? Because looking at the previous bands for 10-17, that seems to be the way that these two players really want to go for, and it's looking exactly like that right now, because we do have the KOB ban, and Milinar are going to be banned here again. Suzerain, of course, both on the slow and the damage increase size. This is such a standard ban here across the board for both of our players. Saria coming into play. You talked about that skill 3 slow. Going to be coming through here yet again in NLEX8.
Yeah, from what we saw with between Spiply and Kew, oh, they banned Sciel, but between Spiply and Kew, there was a lot of the slow was not what I predicted with the Blood Blades. As it turns out, just let them go through. It doesn't matter. The slow is actually to hold the Blood Knight in place so all your DPS can send them to the Shadow Realm. As that is a Golden Globe ban. Curious choice of a Golden Globe ban, as the map is mostly covered in shadows, but we're not going to know what's going to go on, as there's a Surtur, so more traditional options for killing Blood Knight coming through, but true damage still on the table here for both players.
Absolutely, but again, we saw the impact of keeping the Blood Knight locked down inside of the spawn spot, because none of the blades actually ever reach the boss, which means it's not even ever going to get empowered by any means possible. And if that's a strategy that both of our players are going to be going for, these bans absolutely make sense, right? You just don't want to make sure that the other person has a solid damage source to knock down the Blood Knight as soon as possible, because no matter how much you slow it, it's still moving. Either way, right? So unless you kill it, it's gonna keep going.
Yeah, he's gonna keep moving here. Okay, there's the true damage from Calcit. Again, something else I'd like to mention. It's not just the slow to lock down the Blood Knight. It's also damage amp. I mean, Suzu S3, Saria S3, Silex S3. A lot of S3 damage amp and debuffs on the boss being taken away here. These are some of the most traditional options that we see for, amplifying damage of shredding the boss's res, adding fragile, stuff like that. That's being taken away. So probably just ideas here, just how to slow down your opponent's kill. You kind of figure if it's top 16, right? Like, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to stop their kill entirely. That's not happening. It's, can you slow it down just enough to give you the lead in a dead even start? That's what's going to come down to, I think.
Yep, and with Neural Alter being banned here too, that's exactly the thought process that both of our players are going to have. But that means with the operators that are banned, you have to come up with a strategy to kill Blood Knight as soon as possible if you don't want to deal with the blades whatsoever. But it's Path24 and Custard. These two are players that we have seen before, and we also know that they are absolutely incredible doctors in their own minds. They're not an operator. My goodness, that would be weird. But yeah, we'll take a look at what their strategies are, because NLEX8 post the 10 bans are going to come through. Will Custard be able to take the series with a 2-0, or will Path24 keep their dreams alive in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2 with the 1-1? Ladies and gentlemen, the stage of the century for these two going to be coming through here, and Path24 Custard starting to get their operator selections going through.
I think something, that is a Saria being selected on the side of Pat. I don't know if he notices it yet, but hopefully he does, because, okay, he did notice. I was like, let's not have another restart here. Again, that's something I kind of want to mention now, because it's happened to both players. Both players have made a mistake that forced the reset. So I'm like, is that going to happen again? Are we going to be seeing, like, who gets the earlier reset if they're both going to make mistakes? Like, is that something I have to consider now?
Well, for now, Custard again with a slight lead here, but remember, we saw what happened in the earlier parts of this series. Path24 still absolutely has a chance here, because this stage is one of those where if you set up all of your defenses on the backside, sometimes something leaks and you just don't even realize it until it's a little bit too late. So keep going, Path24, you absolutely have this, and for Custard, you gotta not make any mistakes, because that is what will kill your run, and hopefully not the entire series in and of itself for either one of our players. But the standard defense is coming through for both of our players right now. We do even have Courier coming into fray so that all the blocks can come through, just holding off those spiders on the right side of the map. And uh-oh, watch stream. That is a good gameplay. Okay, there we go.
Two different philosophies coming out here. Custard going for the blue box hold, whereas Pad is going for the forward hold, as it looks like both players deciding to let Blood Knight just kind of scoot out of that middle part. So it's going to be interesting to see how they hold off the Blood Blades, because the Blood Blades will be trying to enter the Blood Knight as explosions going off.
This is scary, actually, in my opinion, because that Blood Knight, man, when he's upgraded with all those Blades, it gets a little bit annoying to deal with. Even as a high, tier player, there is a chance where he will just completely run through your entire team. At least both of our players do have the 2 operators set up so that if one gets stunned, the other one can hold until the other operator that got stunned comes back. This is the pretty standard hold here for both of our players. What you would normally see if you just play this stage outright, I think, just as any other players would normally do it. But this part here is how we are going to see our players deal with this. We will see the Gavial Altar holding for quite a while, Pad24 actually losing their Gavial Altar, whereas Custard still holding strong with that skill still going through. So Dichopolis going to be a bit stronger on the side of Pad. We'll see how he deals with this.
Custard with the faster kill on the Blood Knight does mean that the wave will start earlier for Custard, so it is definitely his game to lose right now, as his setup is still intact, whereas Pad's looks a little bit not quite there, as I don't think Pad is planning on all these operator deaths here, as we're seeing, operators go down on the side of Pad, as Custard has killed the Blood Knight, and now it's just a matter of not letting, any of these little knights and whatever sneak on through, because that would be just an all-time painful moment if that happened. But it looks like Custard is not gonna let that happen, as again, Blood Knight is dead on the side of Pad. Custard with just one last kill to go here, and Custard takes the series in a 2-0 sweep. Get the broomsticks out. Team Mom will continue to advance, as Team Waddler's last hope in the form of Pad has just fallen.
Yeah, and Hina looking upon this stage saying good stuff, because Custard's still going to be moving on towards the top 8 exactly as you said. Congratulations. And for Pad24, an absolutely valiant attempt there. It was actually really close at the end, because Helliger just barely keeping that line, and I think on the side of Custard, the damage towards the top side was also slightly lacking. They were both taking operators that does consistent damage, not these burst type of damages like we saw for multiple Irenes, even Scotty coming through in the previous series, and that right there definitely cost Pad24 the round. Unfortunately, that will be a 2-0 going in favor for Team Mom.
Something that I thought was pretty interesting on the side of Custard, did you see the amount of more 4s and 5s? Like, there was a minimalist being brought in, our boy Stitch Canvas. Still probably one of the more unfortunate names in Arknights, but Stitch Canvas, I mean, you saw Courier being used to just hold that initial line just to make sure there's light there. So it's kind of just a mix of what operators are you necessarily using for that kind of cheap light reveal, or are you gunning more for that, all right, we're just gonna go all in with the big expensive, big kill? How do you operate? It's interesting to see the different ways people tackle the map. We saw the spawn kill work, and both Spiply and Kew used the spawn kill for NLEX8, and that was a really cool fight for both of them, just holding the Blood Knight in the middle there. But then with the side, with this one, you saw Custard win with a very blue box sided hold. That's something that you might see more in normal play versus something you might not necessarily expect to see in a speed run, holding the blue box, right? You're thinking speed run spawn cap, right?
Yeah, safety and consistency, maybe what these players were looking for, at least in top 16, right? Because it's better to clear the stage at a reasonable pace and safely than trying to risk something that you're not familiar with and then just completely blowing the stage in and of itself, right? You can't afford those kind of mistakes, especially in the best of 3, which is something that I think you and I haven't factored into a lot of these series yet just now. But because it's a best of 3, each of these mistakes is going to pile up, especially I think Pad24 just kind of noticing that the one slug leak there in the chat also. It's definitely brutal, but those mistakes pile up a lot faster than you think in the best of 3, so you gotta try to do it. You said it earlier, mistake-free Arknights is the name of the game, at least in the top 16, top 8, and even in the semifinals until we get to the best of 5s.
I mean, I think it's just something that's going to hold. I mean, even in the top 16, you see this, right? That mistake cost Pad so much, and that what should have been a 1-0 lead immediately got flipped, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot. You're like, oh god, oh geez, I need to pick someone. I need to pick someone. I need to pick a map. You start panicking a bit when you're in that 1-0 hole, especially in a best of 3, because you've lost your one life, so to speak, right? As we're looking at the bracket here, as Sciel has moved on, has defeated Suffering and moved on, and Lurky has taken down Meeply, as it looks like looks like the one that we're going to load into later on in a little bit here will be between Yi and Everec. Yi is someone that we have not seen, or at least the two of us have not shoutcasted yet.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good start to this tournament as well, right? Because we have the pick'ems for our lovely host. This one right here could either make it or break it for the start, and it all comes down to Yi, whether or not he's able to knock down Everec, who, again, I don't think this has to be said again for any of our players, but I'll say it because I love saying it, and I love giving credit where credit is due. Absolutely incredible player for Everec, and Yi definitely has to step up here, right? Because there's a lot of things that can go wrong in these stages, and Everec is one of those players who really tries to not make those mistakes, according to what we saw in ARKNIGHTS Challenger number 1. So let's take a look at here, ladies and gentlemen. BK Yi versus IRS Everec. The first map, of course, going to be coming through in just a moment. The coin flip to decide who gets the first map pick is on the way. A best of 3 as well. Whoever gets a 2-0 or a 2-1 will be continuing on in the top 8, and it will be Everec to take away the first map pick.
So far, we've really only seen 3 maps in these best of 3s, NLEX8, 1017, and WREX6. So we're going to see if Everec kind of mixes it up again. Will the Golden Age return to Stoltefera Navis map, or is IRS going to stick with their kind of comfort pick that I've seen, floating around in the scrims of WREX6? Like, we'll see what IRS goes with here, as no, we're just kicking things off with Manfred again.
Oh boy, I feel like we're going to be seeing 1017 just kind of spike up in those statistic numbers. Yeah, we're gonna see that number definitely spiking up here after our evening tonight, because 1017 seems to be the go-to stage for a lot of our players, and it's for good reason, right? Because again, Manfred, not too difficult. It's just those small little enemies on the side that scutters through that you do need to keep a little bit more of a bigger eye on. But killing Manfred, not too big of an issue anymore. Chapter 10 used to be pretty difficult, and then people figured out, hey, there's ways to deal with this guy.
It was a bit just like, oh my god, there's cannons firing everywhere, but then it's like, oh wait, I'll just use the cannon to shoot Manfred. I don't know why he's doing this to himself, but it's like, stop hitting yourself, Manfred, stop hitting yourself. But I mean, we also have seen 1017, I mean, it might be considered one of the easier maps, or more speedrunnable maps that people are comfortable on. But we've seen a slug leak, so I'm like, I don't know, you gotta be careful with those slug leaks, because like, if you end up with not a slug, like, there is I have had it happen, or I've seen it also happen, probably what happened with Tad there, where you pile out of slugs, but then like the last enemy that gets piled up is like some random enemy instead of a slug, so you don't get an increased blood count, or the increased blood count, and they just kind of like, the enemy just kind of scuttles through, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. As, ooh, okay, looks like that is a full board of bans coming out already. Yi going with the kneecap all the flag bearer strategy, as Everec is banning Posy and damage amp. Oh, this should be interesting.
I'm surprised that Yi is actually banning out some of the vanguards here, and I'll be honest, it's not too surprising in one way, because we have seen a lot of these flag guards coming through in the early portions of 1017 to get the mass amount of DP for every single one of our runs so far. But as people in chat mentioned before we started here today in general, there's just so many vanguards and so many ways to gather DP nowadays that it almost feels like bans for vanguards are a waste right now. But we gonna be going through it right now as of this moment, maybe just to throw off Everec in regards to how they're gonna manage to gather DP. Milinar gonna be banned here on the side for him as well, but for the side of Everec, these are absolutely standard bans that we can see. Warfarin, of course, getting rid of the damage amplification, Shamir, the debuffs, Posy, the damage, Reed Alter, the damage, and we even have Highmore being banned here too. I would say pretty solid bans all across the board for both of our players.
Really consistent bans. Again, the interesting one that's coming through is Yi kneecapping all the flag bearers, except Silik. But I mean, we did see that last tournament with Inu trying to go for it, but unfortunately Inu we didn't get to see what the strat was. So I'm like, okay, now we get to see, what is your plan, Yi, with taking out, the flag pipe opening? Like, what is your plan here? Although Yi, if you're unaware of the community, Yi is very well known, if I remember right, for being a Vanguard Knights player. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Yi is a Vanguard Knights player. As here we go into the drafting phase, we'll see if the faster draft continues to result in the faster kill or the faster reset.
Well, Yi is speeding through, and there we go. It's going to be 9 operators in stock here for Yi, who's going to get the jump start ahead on 10-17. Everec, again, taking it slow, making sure that everything is correct. This player does not like making mistakes, and at the behest of slowing down a little bit, just making sure that everything is correct can sometimes be that lifesaver. So now it all comes down to Yi, whether or not he's able to take away the stage at a very calm and casual manner in a safe way without any leaks, or is it going to be Everec maybe capitalizing on a potential mistake that Yi is going to make?
That is a Siege and a Chongyue at the work. Chongyue S3 going up right now. The voice line spam begins for Chongyue as he is just absolutely playing just Mike Tyson's punch out with all these slugs, just boom, boom, boom. As Everec forced to reset. Oh no!
Oh! Well, okay, this is interesting. This is very out of character here for Everec, and remember, in the best of 3, these mistakes are going to absolutely cost you right now, and that's a perfect timing for Yi on that cannon too. A huge chunk of damage already parted out on towards Manfred right now, and continuing on, already on phase 2 as well, so Yi with a commanding lead at the moment, even with Angelina on the backside for the additional damage in case some of those little skittering enemies on the bottom side leaks as well towards the left side blue exit. This is looking like a very, very solid and a debut here for Yi, potentially going for a 1-0 up against Everec.
Yeah, Yi is tearing through the map right now. Again, that is a Siege and Chongyue holding the front line against the endless horde of slugs, as Manfred is about to go down here, plinked down by that Rosa, as now it is just up to Yi to make that mistake-free play and make sure that no little buggers start sneaking through, as Everec just trying to do his best, hoping that Yi makes a mistake, but I do not think Yi will make a mistake here, as with one more punch by Chongyue and one little slug, Yi takes map 1.
Congratulations to Yi, a 1-0, very solid start up against who is, in my opinion, one of the best players in this tournament as well, Everec. So a really solid, again, debut here for Yi, but that means the map pick goes back on towards Everec. Will he be able to bring the golden age of IRS back here again with the second stage, or is Yi going to have his first 2-0 as the debut of his tournament career and carry himself in towards the top 8?
Viper sweating right now as his pick'ems are in mortal danger here. He did have Everec hitting it off, if I remember right. I mean,
He didn't even believe in Custard!
that's true. I mean, Ramon also got down because I mean, Viper's pick'ems are like, kind of work as is, but like, he did have Everec winning it all, so I'm like, Viper is sweating right now.
Oh man, Hina's coming up with the comments right now up against the pick'ems right now. I bet you on that one.
Oh, that is a new map.
Wow.
Yeah. Hello, hello, Jesselton. What kind of name is Jesselton anyway? But hello, Jesselton. This should be an interesting one. His name is Jesselton. I feel like I'm allowed to poke a little fun at it.
Well, hey, listen, Miller, I gotta at least give it to Miller. That's a good last name, you know?
That's true. Miller is a pretty good last name. As we're loading in here with the ban phase, looks like Gladia getting banned first. MBEXA, so if you're not as familiar with Mansfield Break, if you haven't played the rerun that's been out, so the mechanic that works around Mansfield Break is that enemies will attack a certain number of times, after which they get buffed, whether it's an attack buff, or being allowed to attack speed, ignore defense, variations of that, or in the one case of one of them, just freeing all the just releasing all the other ones, and they all get buffs. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this goes around.
Yeah, but we do have the mechanic where you can blink those flashing lights to try to deny any of those, I think, what is it? It's like escaping free or whatever. That was like the mechanic that they call when these prisoners break free or whatever. The problem is, the ones on the right side, unless you deal with the enemies, the horde of enemies that spawn towards that side, they typically tend to break here in MBEX8. And the problem is, Jesselton spawns on the left side, so you have to have a way of dealing with both the enemies on the right side and the left side if you want to keep it as a consistent without having to quote-unquote deal with the escape mechanic for those prisoners, or we would just see both of our players just brute forcing it all the way till the end. Who cares about the mechanics? Just kill them all and you don't need to deal with it whatsoever, right?
You don't need a strategy if they're all dead. But as we're looking at this here, lots of AoE being taken out. I mean, that's Fia meta. That's all 3 Fortress Defenders being taken out here. Winar, unsurprisingly, being sent back to the pasture. Gladia being banned here. Silent being banned here. Interesting. Fartooth getting banned. I'm assuming Fartooth to deal with in Jesselton. That's what Irene also getting. Look at that. Look at the amount of AoE that's getting banned here. Just no. One at a time.
Yeah, Mansfield Break in general just spawns a horde of enemies, man. And this stage in and of itself, as Viper was talking about earlier, the right side enemies will become an absolute pain, especially towards the end as well. And a lot of these operators are very well suited to actually dealing with that, especially the Irene ban here, which is something that we've been seeing a couple of our players actually bringing to the table when it comes down to it in the stage itself. So banning Irene definitely going to be hurting a little bit of that end game burst for both of our players. But ladies and gentlemen, our 10 bans are through. MBEX8, again, will Yi be able to take away the 2-0 to take his first victory in a tournament debut? Or is it going to be Everec to tie up the match 1-1 and have another chance at survival in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2? The character selections are on their way. Yi and Everec, give it up, everybody.
Yeah, if you guys are rooting for Yi right now, get those broomsticks out for the sweep. If you're looking for Everec to win, get the backward broomsticks out. But also, oh, look at that. Look at how quickly Everec loaded in there. But also, Tabibi ban. Sorry, I've been staring at the Tabibi ban for a little bit. But Everec loading in first as Yi is taking his sweet time making picks.
Tried to pick away Gavial Altar, but it took a little bit for the game to load, and that's a little bit of a pain moment, as some of us would say. So Everec setting up a solid defense over on the left side right now, and Yi on the side for the left. We'll see what he decides to do. We are seeing Chongyue on the top side again to try to solo hold the main problematic enemies that come through in the later stages of the game, because the top left spawns a lot of the tankier ones that we do see throughout the course of the stage, but a lot of DP being generated here for Yi, so he's not going to have any issues with spawning operators exactly when he needs to.
Yeah, just Yi on the back foot though with that later spawn as Chongyue is activated with his S3. That's the good thing about the enemy sitting up there for so long, because they take so long to charge, because Chongyue takes a good bit of time to charge with S3, but if they're not punching back, then I mean he just gets the punch for free, as Ifrit barbecued a whole line of enemies on the side of Everec. You saw that bot side Ifrit.
Oh yeah, and this is what I mean by dealing with the enemies on the right? You have ways to deal with it, and Everec with the two completely beautiful operators to hold these lines. You have Rosa on the top side, you have Ifrit on the bottom side, Barbecue on one, Harpoon on the other. You don't have to deal with them at all. And here we go, Jesselton going to be spawning here for Everec, and the damage is absolutely popping off. 1-2, 1-2 goes KB right now, throwing all those javelins down on towards Jesselton, trying to take down that phase 1 as soon as possible. So good stuff here for Everec, a very stable clear on Jesselton P1, but now P2 is going to be have to dealt with. There's not that many enemies out on the field right now though, so no real prison escape potentials coming through, and Jesselton going to be eliminated early on for Team IRS.
Yeah, look, I think Yi got the slightly faster P1 kill, but Everec caught up with the P2 kill with that true damage of monster coming in, because the Warframe buff from Yi did expire, which meant that Chongyue had to punch a few more times, say his voice line a few more times, as Everec is just cleaning up his last 10 enemies here. Wait a minute, Yi is ahead now. Yi is actually ahead. That is 40-45. Yi has turned the tables, as we're coming down to the last 2 enemies for Everec and the last 3 for Yi. I think Yi has the range, and Yi actually takes it from Everec with the 2-0 sweep. I was like, wait a minute, those kills don't look right.
He had the solid center defense, and that means Everec unfortunately will get knocked out here. Viper's pick'ems in shambles from top 16. Oh my goodness, unfortunate for him. Beautiful for us. We have stuff to talk about now, but a great series here for Yi, as he is going to knock down Everec with an easy 2-0 for himself. Not even close, baby, and a beautiful series from him, and a great start to Challengers number 2.
Yeah, I think from Yi's side, what you notice with the last enemies, Yi caught up on the last enemies because the enemies in the middle, the ones that sat at the very far back, were taken care of. Whereas for Everec, those last 2 enemies were just kind of sitting there, and Everec couldn't get damage on them. But the last few enemies for Yi were those the enemies at the bottom side and the kind of top side, where, well, Yi could just hit them. So it's like, well, you're always going to take being able to hit versus being not able to hit for the last couple of enemies, and that's how Yi managed to flip it over.
One step at a time, man. One step at a time for Yi, and he ended up taking away, dude, away from Everec. That's not a player that I expected to fall down here in top 16, but an incredible series played by Yi is going to allow himself to trump up that player. And let's take a look at the bottom side as well, because Boulder will be taking it up against Miwa to prove themselves worthy for top 8, and that means Yi going to have to go up against another IRS member. Actually, it didn't matter what the result was. Yi was going to go up against another IRS member regardless, but this now sets up for a really interesting potential semifinals here between you and I and the chat, Wookie. This could be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I know everyone's looking at that Zafang Yi semifinals, but we have our these are our quarterfinal sets. So it will be Spiply versus Custard, TurtlyP versus Sciel, Zafang versus Lurky, and Yi versus Boulder. As again, these are quarterfinals. But I think the one that everyone wants to see right now is the one between Yi and Zafang. A boy kisser civil war, if you would.
Nah, I don't think it's a civil war. I think it's a boy kisser moment in the semifinals. They want to meet up. It's their secret meetup spot, you know, that we're gonna be infiltrating as spectators. But that's fine. Surely it's consensual. It's all good. We'll be there, and we'll just be seeing what goes on in the little meeting spot in the semifinals between those two. But they have to get there first. And we'll figure out what ends up happening during the top 8, because we're going to be sending it back to the hosts in just a moment here. We're going to give these players a little bit of a break for them to catch their breath, think about their strategies for the top 8. And for us, we got to drink water. That's all we're doing. Sorry, guys. It's not too interesting. But we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes. And get some water, take a break. We'll see you guys back.
Welcome back, everyone, to ARKNIGHTS Challengers 2, and we are now on to our top 8, our quarterfinals. Hina, what did you think about all the matches? I'm sure you've been watching in the background.
Yes. First of all, I do gotta say, a lot of your pick'ems are trash as per usual.
No! What happened? My
I'm just saying.
predictions!
You had a whole great grand plan that Everec was going to take the lead for and I would say that Everec did have an amazing showcase, but unfortunately his journey was cut short due to his pairing against the one and only Yi ARKNIGHTS. So I think that was a really suspenseful match, and congratulations to them both. But unfortunately your pick'ems are out of the way now because Yi ended up winning it, and now we may or may not see a Boy Kissers reunion.
Oh my god, yeah, it is, it might come true. The Boy Kissers reunion. Wow, when they finally kiss in the semis, it might actually happen. But honestly, let's take a moment. This is my pick'ems. Obviously, it's really wrong now. Unfortunately, Ramon didn't win. I think I had the top, the top 8 correct. And then over here, Zafang did end up winning. Yi ended up winning. That was kind of a surprise. Let's kick it over to the actual bracket now. This is what the actual bracket is heading into the top 8. Again, the quarterfinals. We will be showcasing 2 of these matches live on stream, which is to be decided very soon. If you want to watch the other matches and just keep updated on everything going on, see the strategies of the players that are not showcased on stream, feel free to go check it out over on Discord. But yeah, we'll be doing 2 matches back to back, and then we'll follow it up immediately, no break, going into both of these semifinals. This is going to be a lot of content to consume, and hopefully you guys are all ready for that. Yeah. Oh, sure, rock straight. Oh, okay. Well, there was the scuff for tonight. Great. We got that out of the way.
Yes. It's okay. We know, the audience knows, that they just love Shuvi and Wookie so much. But unfortunately, we believe in human rights and they must go on their water breaks for now. So you have to wait, about 5 more minutes for you to see them again, chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we wanted to spend a little time here, not too long, but a little time is talking about all the maps. I know all the players have had plenty of time to review them, but hey, some of you guys are not players. You guys are just here to watch. And maybe we didn't take the time yet to sit down and talk about the 5 maps. But, out of the pool, Hina, which one comes to mind as probably the hardest stage to play out as a PvP competitor? And we'll start from there.
Ooh, I think that's definitely a tough question. I think it definitely comes down to the individuals, which maps they happen to be more confident in, and especially the ones that they have strategies around potential bans that they might get posed against. But I would say that WREX6 is probably the most straightforward map out of them all. I feel that unless you do make a mistake and you happen to let a few people leak through, I feel that that could result in a bad thing. But other than that, it's all about just timing everything, trying to maybe click as few options as you can, skills as you can, I mean to say, and are you able to just funnel them all at the spawn? I feel that one is definitely just also comes down to your squad picking time as well as your load time. But yeah, I would say personally myself, WREX6 is probably the most straightforward in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very interesting you bring that up. It is one of the most picked maps across the entire tournament in the last 2 days. It's so funny because, us as players, I'm not talking about these speedrunners, but us as players, when we first saw this map, I remember struggling so hard placing blocks in the correct place, trying to understand the patterns. And it was very difficult figuring that out, but all these players now have gotten it figured out. They just stack it up in the top left corner, and they can actually do this with like 4 to 6 operators. Probably not 4, probably like closer to 6 operators, which is insane for a difficult map like this. So to see the speedrunners go out there and create these kind of crazy strategies, use lane holders that can just brute force tons of waves, it was very, very interesting to watch. The next map I did want to talk about is the one that is actually being played the least throughout this entire tournament, and that is actually MBEX8. Why do you think, I know we talked about this a little earlier, but why do you think, that we don't see many players pick this map?
Yeah, definitely. It is kind of surprising in my end, just because I feel that this is also one of the easier maps out of all of them, just because Jesselton is quite squishy compared to some of the other bosses that people have to deal with, such as Blood Knight himself. But yeah, I think it is maybe surprising just because if you are able to get rid of some of the bans that are very crucial. For example, Ifrit, Fartooth, Shores, anyone that can hit very far in a straight line. I feel like those are really great for the top and bottom lanes, as well as because at the same time, a lot of the kill gates are surrounded by the mobs and not Jesselton necessarily himself. So I think that is, once you get rid of some of those bans, it can be quite a toss-up as to who can take the lead with this map. But who knows? Maybe we will see a bit more of this map today because it is still a very interesting map regardless.
Yeah, it was so interesting actually in the match we just watched between Everec and Yi. Everec decided to choose this map, and at the very end, he had loaded it earlier, he finished the map earlier, the enemies were there, but because he did not have an answer for those two enemies just standing in that middle lane on the right side, Yi, who started a lot later, like 5 or so seconds later, he was able to suddenly catch up and beat him just before those enemies started walking over on Everett's stage. So yes, like you mentioned, those range operators being able to reach far to the right, there aren't too many of them, and if you ban them correctly, that can create for a very interesting PvP scenario. Let's quickly talk about the one map in our entire pool that actually has an additional mechanic, and that is SN10. Showcasing the boss, the end speaker, a very annoying boss to deal with. What are your thoughts about this stage, Hina, and what have you seen so far?
Yes, I think similar to WREX6, which, when the map first released and how compared to how people do it in a PvP setting are vastly different. For example, just as with WREX6, it involves a lot of placing down roadblocks and maybe placing operators near the right end. SN10, I would say a lot of people, when the map first released, would probably place a lot of operators near the blue boxes at the bottom. But instead, in some of the matches shown on and off stream, it seems that a lot of the winning matches actually spawn camp the boss at the top right side. As we saw, for example, tortoise-chan ended up trying to do that as well against their match against Suffering. But unfortunately, because the boss ended up leaking a bit too much, they did have to restart. So that was a bit unfortunate. But all to say is that I think doing a spawn camp strategy with the boss, it is very interesting. And also seeing the Roombas, I don't know their official term, I just call them the Roombas. Also seeing them be utilized very strategically in this map is a very interesting thing as well.
Yeah, that's very good insights. We haven't seen this map played today, and I would love to see some interesting strats come out. I feel like, yeah, overall, this map has actually dodged the mainstream, but it is not the least picked map. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if we do see it today. We see what kind of strategies come out. It's a very difficult stage, especially with the two... How many phases of the boss is there? There's a lot of phases to that boss, isn't there?
There are 4, I believe.
Wow, yeah. So the very difficult stage. We'll see how our remaining competitors do. Let's move on to one of the stages that is a top pick for all the players. This one has been showcased several times, and that, of course, is from Chapter 10. We have 10-17, the final boss before the hard stages, Manfred stage. What are your thoughts about this map? And, of course, the cannon mechanic that comes with it?
Yes, for sure. I would say 1017 does seem to be a very popular pick for a lot of our contestants today. And I feel maybe it comes down to the fact that there was a CC dedicated to Manfred and the cannon mechanics. But I feel that it really comes down to, are you able to time those cannons correctly? Are you able to withstand those cannons with Manfred standing inside of it as well? And are you able to just get rid of him as fast as possible? For example, with a Posey, with a Shores, with a Calcis, there are a lot of boss options for this stage, and sometimes it really just comes down to who has the slightly faster strategies, as well as potentially not leaking any enemies, as we saw in the matchup between Custard and Pad earlier on stream. Unfortunately, there was this 1 HP slug that did end up leaking all the way through, and unfortunately Pad did not have a solution for that in time. So sometimes maybe it's not all about Manfred. Sometimes it can be just about the small mobs that slide on through.
Yeah, very difficult situation in that case. There are so many mobs that appear on this map, especially those small slugs that increase the block count of some of your units, so you get very confused on count, especially if you aren't keeping track. This stage is really difficult, and I think what's even more difficult is coming up with strategies that aren't banned. We obviously know that very useful operators such as Mudrock on the stage can hold such a high block count and help trigger that cannon thing without dying. Like there's a lot of different strategies that have already been blocked for players to have to innovate on top of that and understand that the banning phase can completely ruin their strategies. That is the next challenge, and we think by that point, because there's so many people that choose this map, we've already seen so many interesting strategies. Manfred goes down so fast, he's not even the main difficulty in the stage. It very much is coming to how quickly you can draft and how quickly you can get through the stage. And of course, without further ado, our final stage tonight. This one was a doozy. NLEX8. Wow, I thought this stage was really, really hard. This one has showed up in many different competitions in the past. It showed up in Rumby's PvP tournament way like a year ago. It showed up in, I believe, several of your tournaments yourself, you know? But yeah, very difficult stage given that the knife mechanic, dealing with so many of those knives that try to heal up the Blood Knight and kind of destroy your operators, that is a very big component with this map. What are your thoughts about this map overall as a competition stage?
Yes, for sure. I think one thing that is interesting is I feel I've seen two different types of distinctive strategies on how to deal with the Blood Knight. One thing is your typical strategy, which is to camp the very far right side with some defenders or some people that can block very high, and to just get rid of those Blood Knights, as well as just have Mr. Little Blood Knight, just cozy in between the two operators on the right side, while you try to deal with the Blood Knights and take down the boss. Another way that is very interesting that may not have seen as much light before is the fact that some people have tried to spawn camp Blood Knight at the middle center right as he enters out, and that way, as a result, you are able to get a lot fewer blood knives getting to him over there. So I think both strategies are very viable, and it really just comes down to execution at the very end. Are you able to take care of operators dying due to the Tolas getting rid of operators that have no light behind them? There's a lot of different mechanics with this map, so I feel this one lends to a lot of creativity in how people execute this map out.
Wow, yeah, thank you very much for those insights. I think this is a very challenging map, and I hope that we continue to see some amazing strategies. I think we've already seen some great things. We've seen the Blood Knight go down within like one tile of where it spawns. So craziest strategies has come out. I'd love to see more. I'd love to see how players ban around it. And yeah, that is the map pool, guys. Our map pool 5, they will continue to compete on that. Again, it is a best of 3 all the way to the grand finals, and the grand finals will finish in a best of 5, where we will probably see potentially all the maps being played in a best of 5. But for now, hopefully you guys learned a little from that. Every single time we come up with a new map pool, we try to take into consideration a lot of different types of gameplay. We don't want it to just be brute forcing hard bosses. We want it to also be about stage mechanics, understanding kill gates, and hopefully we'll continue to bring very interesting stages into the future of ARKNIGHTS Challengers. And so yeah. Oh, go ahead, Hina. Sorry.
Sorry. I know, we very much want to see Shuvi and Wookie one last time, but I have to say, as some people in chat have pointed out, Custard has beat Spiply!
What?
Let's fucking shit! Let's go! One of the biggest upsets this time around. We love you, Custard. Please continue to bring us glory to Team Mommy Milky's, but regardless win or loss, we are very proud of you. Okay, all right.
Wait,
sorry.
what? Wait, he's actually done it! Oh my god! Wow, unfortunately we couldn't see that. Well, of course, you, the proud owner of Mommy Milky's, is probably pretty proud of that. Another Mommy Milky's making it to top 4, I guess. Wow, that's absolutely crazy. Well,
yes. Sorry to take it completely off the rails over there, but before you have to cut me loose, I do want to say that I'm very proud of Mommy Milky's, and I'm very proud of Custard in particular. So thank you so much for leading our team to victory, and till next time, I guess, Viper.
Bro, y'all really just ruined my pick'ems like that. Like, why? Oh my god. I'm not gonna do pick'ems ever again. God
yeah,
damn.
I think it's just doomed to be a disaster for you, Viper, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we still have a big show ahead. We'll see what happens to the rest of the top 8. Guys, let's invite back our casters to cast the remaining of the quarterfinals and, of course, the semifinals. Thanks, Hina. Goodbye.
See ya.
Oh, Viper, your pick'ems, my friend, are cursed. Now, you may not want to do them anymore, but don't you worry, chat. We, as some of the staff members of this tournament, we'll always get him to do the pick'ems. Don't you worry. That's not going to be an issue whatsoever.
Yeah, we got some secret strategies to get him to do them.
Oh man, but yeah, no, you're what is it? Thank you so much to Hina and Viper on their inputs about the maps, because that was definitely a lot more in depth than I imagined it was going to be. Because there are some stages that you and I have yet to see so far, and that, well, I guess technically at this point now it's just SN-10, but overall, a really good in-depth guide about what all those stages are like, especially bringing in some of the examples from the previous series that we have watched so far. We can kind of put into perspective why some of these stages are selected, why some of them might not be selected.
Yeah, there's like various things of like what to expect, what's upcoming, and again, things that we might not be able to commentate on because, well, we're in the middle of commentating the match, and multi-track drifting while commentating something is not generally recommended. As you can see the bracket here, again, Custard with the upset over Spiply. Spiply will no longer be able to defend her crown for this tournament, as Lurky is now the last remaining member of Team Mizuki.
This is interesting, man. Custard has just kind of walked by Spiply and just knocked the crown off her head, and now it's up for the grabbings for the remainder of our, let's see here, we have 6 players left, technically 7, I guess, if you also count Custard here as well. We have 7 players left in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2, and they are all looking for that grand prize pool that now Spiply cannot defend herself, so it's all up for the takings. But even besides that, man, we're starting to get into the semifinal stages, and that means we still have a lot of storylines that you and I can cover. People in chat know what's going on, the hosts know what's going on, we know what's going on. We just have to wait patiently, and surely it'll come to fruition.
Yes, sir. But we'll see if Team Mizuki can manage to defend their crowd. It may no longer be Spiply's to hold on to, but a team win would still continue to show that Mizuki would be that, kind of top team that people want to gun for. But Boy Kissers is they're looking pretty scary with what Zafang and Yi have been doing. They're looking pretty spooky. And again, as IRS being, I'm seeing all the Golden Age rule turns again, seeing a lot of that going around too.
Oh man, you really have to give credit to both Zafang and Yi, and even Sciel as well, right? Because this is one of those tournaments that's really interesting because we're having some of our content creators joining us as people who are knocking down some of the best players when we have seen them in competitive scenes. Suffering, Sydaske, Everec, all very, very solid players when it comes to ARKNIGHTS. That's why they're on their individual teams that they belong to, and for very good reason. They have all been knocked down by our 3 content creators as well, and they're still moving up in the next stages of the game. Of course, top 8 will determine whether or not any one of them will be moving on towards the semifinals, and if they do, we are going to have a series and a tournament on our hands, Wookie.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I guess so far, yes, there's been some 2-0s, right, that we've casted, but I mean, are we really gonna say any of them were like they just kind of brushed them aside? Like, it's like, no, these have been pretty close. As again, we're gonna see what happens here and who's gonna be able to punch that ticket from the semifinals into the grand finals. But in order to make it to the semifinals, they still gotta punch the ticket just to the semifinals from the quarterfinals. As we'll see which teams are going to start getting knocked out here, as I believe all the teams still have their last couple of members. Well, sorry, Team Waddler, you guys, not you guys, but the rest of the other teams are still there.
Yeah, this is not just a storyline that we set up that all the chat members know, but it's also between the teams as well, and that's exactly what ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2 has brought to the table. It's just not a one-dimension story arc that we are seeing here. It's multiple chapters just blending into one. We're writing a novel at this point between you and I. So, good way to set up the brackets. I think that's also something that we have to mention as well. Surely this was all planned. Surely this is all scripted.
Oh, totally. I mean, we got the, it's not one-dimensional, it's not two-dimensional. We're like those, like, four-dimensional movie scenes where, like, the chair shakes with you, right? So, like, you see the server start hitting the sword, and your chair starts vibrating, your chair starts getting hot, you're like, oh, wait a minute, I'm getting hit by the server now. Or is that just me?
I'm pretty sure everyone also has felt that before. Surely. Yeah, surely I felt it before too.
Totally, right? As here we go between TurtlyP and Sciel. Sciel, the last remaining teamless member versus IRS's TurtlyP, as we're gonna see who wins this coin toss here to get that first map pick. First map picks we see it have. I'm not inclined to say that the first map pick is necessarily the advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been noticing that here as well. It almost feels like with the statistics going on, at least during the top 16, if you get the first map pick, you're probably going to lose it. Which is exactly the statistical standard that we typically tend to see here. But it will be Turtly starting us off. We are going to go straight back on towards the Blood Knight as we're going to step our foot in towards NL-EX8. Guys, if you guys want to take a guess and a little bit of a wander into who you think is going to win, make sure you predict with the channel points because we have that poll going as well. But we're going to step in towards the band picks between IRS, Turtly, and Sciel. Still a best of 3, so that means one small mistake will of course add up in towards one of these players' demise, as we're going to start off with the Swire ban.
No Rich Lungman Cat for this map at least, as Sciel going for the Irene ban. So we have seen Irene being used to spawn cap with that burst from the S3, but that will no longer come into play. Again, the Swire ban is still the biggest question mark. I'm just like, I wonder what kind of strat runs a Swire. Well, we're not gonna know anymore.
Well, Castle's going to be banned here too, so I think we know what Turtly's cooking here a little bit during the ban phase specifically, keeping their options open, because remember, banning operators on your end also means that you're not just banning for the other person, you're also banning for yourself. And Lance is going to come through here. Come on, bring me the Justice Knights, bring me all of the above. Myrtle's going to be banned out here from Sciel, so we're going to see a very diverse and a very open way to clear NL-EX8, which is not something that you and I have seen so far. There's always been restrictions and limitations that these players have put onto the other person. Not this time, though. We're going to see a lot of things.
Something else I'm wondering, as Sciel goes to kneecap the flag bearers, breaking their flags in two, as something I'm wondering if TurtlyP is going for these, robot bands and like Swire bands.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Justice Knight band. Which makes me
Yeah.
wonder, is the plan, I'm thinking, is TurtlyP's plan more just to keep the roster as open for himself as he can? As Silex gets banned, Bagpipe's still available, so the extra kind of starting SP is still there, but no flag pipe allowed, and no flags allowed in this NL-EX8.
Yeah, and this is a tough stage to go without a flag bearer sometimes, because enemies will just come at you over and over again, especially in the start. And the problem is, when you start going in towards NL, this event has a lot of those enemies at the start that are annoyingly tanky for what it is, so you just get like one operator out, and typically they're not enough to stand up against the wave of enemies that come in and are pretty healthy. It's not even that they do too much damage, they're just really healthy, so you have so many enemies that just come through and maybe you just don't have enough block to deal with them or whatever. But that will be a problem that these two players are going to have to deal with, as Turtly and Sciel, the first game of the best of 3 for these two players, to see who between the two will progress in towards the quarterfinals and actually the semifinals, I should say, because this is the quarterfinals. Let's see what ends up happening here. Turtly, 12 characters on pick, will be going into the stage first, and Sciel slowly but surely moving their way through the operator selections. Turtly with a huge lead going into NL-EX8.
Something I would like to add, damage options are all on the table here, like especially that single op kill ones. Just big single target damage still available, because Turtly didn't really ban any of those options, and neither really did Sciel. Sciel went for more of the AoE bans. So again, massive single target damage options available, which isn't a bad idea for this map, because if you look at the enemies, a lot of them are those like elite, thick tanky enemies where you don't really want to AoE them that hard, because I mean you want to go for the kill them as quick as possible, right? As let's see, there is an Aya and Saria setup. Blood Knight is in for a bad day, as he is probably going to get roasty toasted here.
Surprisingly enough, this is the first time we're seeing Saria not banned, I think, for NL-EX8, so we are finally going to be seeing her slow come into fruition here. Even Suzerain up and available too, so here we go. Yeah, that Blood Knight is not moving from that box. No way, Jose. Gladia going to be locking him up as well, so absolutely no block. I don't think he even got a chance to move after he spawned, so good spawn kill there from TurtlyP, and now we'll have to just see what Sciel's plan is going to be in the next couple of moments, because one way or another, you're gonna have to deal with that boss, and we do have the Saria Suzerain standard setup coming here for Sciel, and I think that might be an Ebonholtz getting set up here as well, just an almost instant one-shot right there with that too, or Farron buffing his, what is it? Ebonholtz, there we go, I forgot the name for a sec. I said it just now too.
That would be, yep, that good old S3 as TurtlyP going for the kill now on Blood Knight Phase 2, as I'm not sure if Gladia going down was part of the plan there, but she has gone down. I'm not sure if that was part of the plan either, but Blood Knight still does go down nonetheless, as TurtlyP holds on to that kind of 10 kill advantage over Sciel, as Sciel is just waiting for Blood Knight to go out of the invuln phase, so the Blood Knight will get absolutely whacked by Ebonholtz in a second here. But TurtlyP just holding on, just need to get those last 5 kills. His Bagpipe's holding on a little bit for dear life, but okay, she gets the kill, as Sciel is trying to catch up, but just 2 enemies left. Bagpipe should have enough left on her skill time to take care of it, and there it is. TurtlyP takes it 35-28 for the 1-0 lead over Sciel.
Yeah, and that's the load-in speed that TurtlyP had an advantage of, and Sciel, for what it is, absolutely kind of taking their time, making sure that their plan was fully prepared going into an LEX8, but sometimes that comes at a cost with going into the stage late, and when you're in top 8, you have to take that into consideration, because these players are not going to sit around and let you do that for free. So, good map here for TurtlyP, 1-0 up against Sciel, and now the map pip comes down to Sciel themselves. Which map will they be taking for the secondary stage here? Are we finally going to be seeing SN-10 coming to fruition, or will Sciel just go with another map that we have seen already? Will we be seeing Manfred again?
We have seen quite a lot of Manfred nowadays, but we'll see what Sciel decides to go with. But I think TurtlyP's strat is more just, I mean, we've seen target bans go back and forth, right? TurtlyP is going with the option of, well, I just think I'm just better at you than using all the other operators. So I'm not even going to ban anyone. You can try to ban me, but I'm going to have way more options because I'm choosing not to ban any. Like TurtlyP going with the, oh, there we go. There, as you said, we are going to SN10. It is Seaboard time. Hello, little fish and speaker. Going to be hitting the rare candies today.
Now the question is, has Sciel set up the golden age for IRS, or is this going to be a time for Sciel to steal away the golden age from IRS and prep themselves for a potential 2-1 up against TurtlyP? We'll have to see. That all comes down to Sciel. We will start out with the Ifrit ban here. Of course, the potential spawn camp for the boss could be a possibility here if Sciel wants to go for that, but what I'm much more worried about actually in this stage, again, as I talked about earlier, is which upgrades these two players are going to let the end speaker actually take between each individual phases, and we're going to have to see what that terms look like when we take a look at which enemies get taken out where at the top left of the map.
Yeah, me personally, I'm less expecting which, but I think the buff that they're going to be avoiding are any of the defensive buffs, because that's going to slow down the kill time, right? So like you don't want dodge, you don't want defense up, you're probably not going to want res up. So it's like, are you going to go for more just like, all right, let the boss ramp damage up? Because he's not going to, the boss isn't going to ramp up any damage if it's already dead, right?
Right.
So it looks like TurtlyP opened up with the Swire ban as usual. I think TurtlyP is going to continue going with the shit. Oh, no, never mind. They're banning a Rosa.
This map is one of those where you do have to be a little bit careful and a little bit more wary with your bans, right? Because this is a stage where a couple mistakes will cascade into absolute oblivion. I hated Stultifera Novice because of how mistake prone this event in and of itself was, especially with those ground tiles getting infested. You really can't afford to make any mistakes. So that Rosa ban, even if we might be seeing a little bit of interesting bans coming out from TurtlyP, that Rosa ban in and of itself is telling me that, you know, you still can't afford to kind of let this be a little bit too open. You still have to make those correct decisions, and I love the Lappy ban here from Sciel.
Yeah, no Lapland and no Aurora on the side for TurtlyP as the bans are coming through. CC options because, well, there's enemies that do dodging quite a bit, especially with the Nether ban going around, as there's a Kiara ban. So again, we're going for a lot of these freeze options. Nose is still available though. Just silencing and freezing things, not silence the operator, silence the mechanic. But options of dealing with these, these dodge enemies that have been very frustrating for people. 80% dodge, if I remember right, It's a pretty high amount of dodge as Reed Alter getting banned finally for Sciel. That is rounds out Ciel's ban. We'll see who TurtlyP picks to round out his side of bans. That is Tsukinogi. Oh.
Okay. Alright, so the only technical real ban here from Turtly is absolutely going to be that Rosa. So still a pretty open roster that we do have access to. Of course, Milinar still open. And even without Lappy for the silence, like you're talking about the dodge, which still can be mitigated, right? Because Irene can knock all the enemies up in the air, but she's also banned too. There's still multiple ways to deal with all of these enemies, but the problem is, I think the bigger thing that these two players have to manage is those nether brands on the ground, right? Because once they start spreading and you don't have the angles with the little Roombas to clear them out, they will spread extremely quickly and out of control. So how are these players going to be able to deal with that, especially over on the top left side? Because once that thing spreads, man, you only have so many Roombas to deal with them for. So let's take a look. Turtly and Sciel, 1-0 in favor of Turtly right now. Will Sciel be able to take away this stage and go 1-1 and potentially give themselves a chance at the 2-1? Or will Turtly wipe out Sciel off the face of ARKNIGHTS Challengers and go 2-0 to secure their spot in the semifinals?
Ooh, TurtlyP with the extremely quick load, and again, I was expecting Gnosis to be picked because he grants both fragile and a freeze, so he can negate that kind of dodge factor that's and the end speaker's already got punked by Turtly. It's like, no fish, you will go down first. But I'm expecting Gnosis to be set up here for the kill and just spawn capping the end speaker. I mean, look at that, Schwartz already getting set up. I'm expecting Gnosis to go up there shortly. Honeyberry being used here, so it looks like TurtlyP is expecting Netherbrand spread to be going on here. Sciel, on the other hand, not bringing any Wandering Medics, so Sciel looks like their plan might just be to just not let it spread to begin with. So we'll see how both these players go around, as the buff spawners are going through now, but the buffs have been taken out, so it looks like one is about to get eaten. Just remember, don't put any operator in an area that they're going to get eaten in.
And it doesn't seem like that's going to be an issue for now, right? Because a lot of times when people play SN-10, they'll leave an operator towards the top left, especially if it's their first time clearing it, and then they wonder where the heck that operator went. It's not going to be an issue here. And for Turtly, from the looks of it, especially with the Count Sid, I don't think even the boss is going to be an issue down the road, even on further phases too, because with the skill 3, true damage, you bypass all the dodge in the world, and later down the road as well, you're not going to have to deal with much of the mechanics that this boss is going to be inflicting on towards you too. So let's take a look. We do have both of those pillars that are going to be down on the ground, just stacked on top of each other. Not going to be too big of an issue here for Turtly again, because this phase is not that problematic. But for Sciel, ooh, the Netherbrand has spread and the Dodgers are inside of those brands right now. Uh-oh, this could be a little bit problematic if Sciel doesn't take care of that. Bird beak guy, that's what I like to call him, by the way. I don't like calling him by the actual names. What the heck is that? There we go.
Okay, it goes down here, but Sciel also set up for dealing with the invisible reef breakers when they spawn, because they are invisible on that is so fresh that just got eaten. He I don't know if you noticed that, but oh, never mind, the Lurky came in. Okay. Oh wait, no, the Lurky didn't come. I mean, I think that was planned then, because if he gets eaten, he does manage to come back. And I was like, he just kind of got nommed there. But TurtlyP is just absolutely shredding the boss. Dodge or whatever doesn't matter. It's true damage. Parry this, you silly fish, as the fish is getting absolutely wiped. As TurtlyP is 1 kill away from taking this map off of Sciel and taking the series and punching his ticket to the semifinals. And there it is. The ticket has been punched on Ciel's map choice. IRS defending their home ground in Stoltafera Davis.
Exactly. Well done towards Turtly there, and a lot of really these spawn camp decisions made from Turtly, and a lot of very secure ways to actually keep that spawn camp alive is going to allow them to keep their golden age. 2-0 for Turtly on top of Sciel. That will allow them to continue moving on towards the semifinals, whereas for Sciel, the quarterfinals will be as far as they go. But a great gameplay from both of them, and again, for Sciel, it was absolutely a solid run, and it was very safe from the looks of it, but I think it was just the going in time that was the difference between Sciel as well as Turtly. You just got to get into these stages really quickly, get that strategy in your mind, find the operators, and you got to go.
Yeah, as you can see between, between TurtlyP and Sciel, you can see that TurtlyP was very prepared with what he was going into. Like, he just went in immediately, whereas Sciel kind of stopped and had to think, like, oh, which operator do I bring here? It's like, in these situations, you have to know at this point especially quarterfinals. Like, I mean, top 16 is like, yeah, you got to know what you're doing. Obviously, like the entire way, you have to kind of know what you're doing. But for quarterfinals, it's like you have to have backup options. The backup options. I mean, contingency contract for contingency contract. Ha ha ha! I'm clever, going around, right?
And especially it's for Sciel too.
It's like you gotta have
good stuff.
you gotta have them ready to go, right? As if you don't have them, that's time you're losing on the draft phase, and like the more time you lose on that, that's less time you have to like that your strat has. Even if you might have the better strat with a faster kill time, you need to make sure you have enough of that buffer space to get in there. Because if you don't, then you still lose.
Exactly, and it was definitely a valiant effort there for Sciel. Again, it was very safe. The clears were something that, you take a look at and it's like, yeah, no, that's definitely going to clear. It's not an issue whatsoever. It's just the speed in which it clears is the biggest issue, right? Because this tournament is all about the speed in which it clears. We've seen tournaments around the community where you just have to clear to the best of your ability, gather points as much as you can, and that's what you go off of. No, this is a speed-based tournament, so every single part of the stage itself matters, including the character selections as well. So just kind of dropping off on one side of the whole dimension is not really going to help you in the long run, and that is the wrath that Sciel ended up facing. So good stuff there for TurtlyP, and we'll see them in the semifinals after our next matchup as well. In which case, this time, we are going to be seeing a matchup between Zafang and Lurky. So, Boys Kiss and, Team Mizuki. We'll be seeing them here in the next matchup between those two, the best of 3, to determine whether or not the dreams are alive for the members of Boys Kiss. I hope it does come to fruition, but it all comes down to Zafang.
Yeah, I believe it is Boy Kissers, but like you were mentioning with safe strats, Sciel definitely was going for the safe strat, but I think the further you go in, especially, quarterfinals and the semis and the grand finals, you're going to have to start busting out those riskier, faster kill strats. But it's like you gotta have that risk versus reward. I think safe play, like, it is mistake-free Arknights, but it's gonna come down to execution of whether or not they're going to be able, like, either of the players are going to be able to get that faster kill, just with the high risk strat, where it's like, yeah, there's room for error, but it's, can you manage to mitigate that error? Can you manage to get that frame perfect hits, or like the I mean, probably not frame perfect because you don't want to slow down the map as much, but it's whether or not you can get those like really quick, just safe enough. Like, how much risk are you willing to take for that faster kill?
With the players that we have in the quarterfinals, I think the safe play honestly had to be thrown out the window. It's already from round 1, let's be real here, from the top 16, we are already at a point where by playing safe, you're already opening yourself up to a lot of issues dealing with some of the players that are in the top 16 as well. And I'm gonna mention what Viper said again at the start of this tournament. This going into the top 16, it doesn't seem like a top 16. Every single one of these matches we could honestly consider as a grand finals, because that's just the caliber of the players that we are watching in every single one of the parts on the way to the finals too. So maybe even in the top 16 you have to throw out the safe play, but definitely by the quarterfinals. And that's what I'm hoping to see between Lurky and Zafang. Will Zafang be able to pull that out? Because we absolutely know that Lurky is able to throw out that safe plan out the window. Get into these stages as soon as you can. Get these stages cleared. That is what Team Mizuki is all about.
Yeah, like you mentioned, like, just Mizuki's trademark seems to be those just hyper-aggressive instant load-ins. Like, all right, grab the 6 and go, grab the 8 and go. It's like, forget the 12. Let's just grab as many as we can. Grab the squad. Let's roll in. Versus, I don't think we haven't cast Zafang yet, so we're not as familiar with Zafang's playstyle here. But here we are, loading the match between Boy Kisser's Zafang and Team Mizuki's Lurky. As we're gonna see who wins the coin toss and see what map we have, as now we have actually casted all 5 of these maps. So we'll see how this goes here. I know Chad is going crazy with their channel point predictions.
Yeah.
That is pretty stacked in the favor of Zafang, as Zafang has won the coin toss and will get that first pick.
We'll see what Zafang decides to start off with here. In this map selection, I think is going to be absolutely critical, because as I talked about with Team Mizuki, ideal strategy for all members across in their team is to get into these stages really quickly. And if Zafang makes a mistake here, it is definitely going to cost him in the remainder of these stages, because Team Mizuki members are not to be trifled with. And we will be starting out with Manfred here. 10-17 going to be the selection for Zafang. The ban selections phase is going to be starting here. What are these two players going to be looking to be banning, Wookie?
I don't know. I know Zafang. If you're not familiar with who Zafang is, he is more of a... He specializes in playing specialist knights. Specialized several times here. God, that's a tongue twister. But no, Zafang opened up with a specialist ban himself, as Lurky decides to go for the Manticore ban. Again, I'm expecting Lurky maybe to go for some more specialists, because that is what Zafang is the most familiar with. Again, if you haven't seen what Zafang does, he does a lot of like high-end contingency contract clears. But we'll see how much that plays in the tournament, because niche clears are one thing, speed running is a whole different animal.
Yeah, and Zafang has always been that type of player ever since I knew him way back in the days of start of Arknights, to come up with interesting strategies for these clears, right? But just because you have interesting strategies doesn't mean they're fast. There's a difference between those two, exactly as you said. But these bans all across the board right now are very generic. I mean, the Kirara ban might be a little bit out there, but yeah, everything else falling in line. Manticore allows you to deal with all the small enemies that comes through, a lot of AoE damage to deal with those slugs. You have Texas Alter, of course, one of the most strongest operators in the game, hands down. Milinar being banned, Surtur being banned, Ashe coming through on top of it. Like, this is a standard ban phase for 10-17, safe for Kirara.
Safe for Kirara. There's a Weedy ban too. I'm not surprised at the Weedy ban. We have seen Weedy being used to great effect with the true damage, because the slugs do have a lot of defensive resistance. But true damage says, nah fam, as there's a pause ban again, a lot of that big damage ban coming through. The Manticore and Kirara bans, I'm thinking, again, are probably just deal with the endless waves of slugs spawning on the left.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there are still other options available, as that is an Ak ban.
An Ak ban as well. Okay, this is... I don't know what Lurky is cooking. I think this is an overcook at this point, because that Ak ban is definitely out there when it comes down to it. But again, banning these weird operators also opens you up into opportunities as well. Because again, banning operators doesn't mean that you're only banning it for the enemy, you're also banning it for yourself. But guys, the 10 operators have been banned. Boy Kissers, Zafang, as well as Team Mizuki Lurky going in towards the quarterfinals. The first match between the two. Who will be taking the first between the best of 3, and who will have themselves a step up to go in towards the finals? Will it be Zafang trying to meet his lover in the semifinals, or will it be Lurky trying to ruin the opportunities of that ever happening in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2?
Well, looks like drafting is coming in. Zafang going for some Abyssal Hunters, as Lurky is also going for the Abyssal Hunters. Not surprising from Team Mizuki, but Zafang is going already. Look at that quick speed, as Lurky also goes in. Again, both sides with very quick load times. I don't think either side went with a far tooth here. No one went with a far tooth here. Both sides opting for that Schwartz. Lurky with a little bit of lag on their end, on his end. Looks like it's evening up a bit there. I was like, oh, we're jittering a lot of it. But we're good here, as it looks like Zafang has a slightly faster spawns because of that slightly faster load in time, as kills are coming through for both sides. Zafang ahead by about 3 kills here.
And you have to remember that if you do the Abyssal Knights correctly, the amount of buffs that all of them stack on top of each other is tremendous. Just because Zafang is only sitting on like 5 or 6 operators, do not get this strategy wrong. If this strategy starts popping off, it goes absolutely turbo. You can see the amount of damage that Manfred is taking right now. Claudia on top of every single one of the Abyss Knights buffs that you do get on top of that is just completely shredding the boss apart. P1 is going to get absolutely obliterated here for Zafang. We do have both the Mudrock as well as Spectre Alter holding the line towards the left side. And we have, what is that? Oh my goodness. Is that... Whoa, wait, that's a skill 3 on towards Scotty Alter as well. This is insane. I love this from Zafang.
Oh yeah, it's the damager from Warfare and onto the Scotty Alter, just true damage all the slugs down. Like, no weedy necessary. That true damage just absolutely melted the slugs, as Zafang, look at the command lead Zafang has with that Warfare and Sculptor strat. Look at that go, as Zafang's lead that initially started as like that 5-kill lead. Look at this lead now. It is now a nearly 20-kill lead as Zafang has blown the doors open as the Sculptor continues shredding all these enemies, and it is about to be curtains there for Lurky. Map. Zafang just tore through that map.
This man making our predictions and our thoughts correct. He comes up with some of the most interesting strategies ever since I have known this man, and he is continuing to do that to this day. I love to see it, man. And yeah, that's gonna be a 1-0 as a thing, completely blowing Lurky out of the waters right now, and Lurky definitely knows that there is something up right now. I don't know how much Lurky was paying attention to what Zafang is doing, but if he has a strategy for 10-17 that we haven't seen as of yet, considering how many times we have seen that stage, he has something cooked for everything else as well. Lurky has to be careful.
Yeah, it is Lurky's pick now as Team Mizuki just as a whole, with all their hopes riding on Lurky, as this is essentially their last life in the tournament. We'll see what map Lurky picks to try to hold on to Team Mizuki's chances in this tournament. But I mean, that 10-17 from Zafang was absolutely disgusting, as we're gonna go back to Mr. Blood Knight with NLEX8.
Indeed we are, and now we have to come down to thinking about what the strategies between Lurky and Zafang is, and I think this is going to be a really big test for Lurky to... I don't know. It's a test that almost feels impossible to successfully complete, because if Zafang's strategy is so out there that you can't really target ban against it, what is Lurky's plan in this ban phase to at least try to limit what Zafang is going to do? All the cards are on the side of Zafang right now, especially being 1-0 with all the strategies in the world. Lurky has a lot of work to do in the next couple of minutes before we even get to the character selection phase, because the mentality of what Lurky's going to have to do in the next couple of moments is going to be absolutely tremendous and monumental going into the stage.
The silver lining for Lurky, though, is that the map was Zafang's pick.
Yeah.
So if that was Zafang's, you got to tell yourself just like, okay, that was their pick. We probably practiced like mad for that map to get that initial to go for that initial 1-0 lead. So it's like, can Lurky hold on to just, all right, just gonna play my game, do my thing, pick the maps that I'm good on. But again, Zafang having that first pick advantage does mean that they do have the overall map advantage, because Lurky will only get to pick one of his maps versus Zafang being able to pick both of, being able to get both of, two map picks in. As I'm also seeing that, just right now, just a slight diversion, that Yi has taken down Boulder. So if you're looking for that Boy Kissers meetup in the semifinals, it's now down to Zafang to do his part.
Oh yeah, and for the people who are against it, Lurky, the last line of defense for the semifinals before the Boy Kissers meet up right now. And the ban phase, as we still go on, Lurky definitely doesn't know this, right? Because Lurky is absolutely focusing on the stage, but Lurky is the last standing chance for people who don't want to see the potential fanfics going through. We'll see how well Lurky is able to deal with that kind of pressure. But we are still going through the ban phase. Mountain joining the fray. Milinar, of course, going to be banned out here as well. Saria, that's not too much of a surprise considering what we have seen her do. Mestima joining the fray on top of it. Not surprised again. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Suzerain ban here as well, in which case I think the strategy for these players might be what we saw earlier, where we just let Blood Knight go through, set up a standard defense towards the right side, and just pray and pray and pray you can take out those blades.
Warframe being taken out here, so again, more damage amplification in the form of the buff being taken out. No Ebon Hole, so we're not going to see any Ebon Hole just one-shot in Blood Knight. not in this map, as I think players are catching on. I mean, I would say catching on, but they're probably well aware at this point, but Ebon Hole is, again, as we saw in that last tournament, just what he can do to those bosses and elite enemies, just backhanding them, as that is a stainless ban.
Wow, okay, I like this one. Just again, a little bit of a wild card ban coming here for Zafang, just really not leaving any openings available for Lurky. Again, Zafang is one of those people who is going to have those interesting mechanics and strategies in the background, and if Zafang is banning out the stainless, I'm pretty sure there's something that you can do in this stage with that operator, and he's not having any of it, so he's going to ban that out. Suzerain going to be banned here as well. No more slows, no more damage amplifications, and the last ban from Zafang is going to be drumroll. That's not a drumroll, sorry.
So wait a minute, what drum roll has trumpets in it? Hold on, what kind of drums you played? But
you know, right?
It will be a ban of Scotty the Corrupting Heart here. So again, some more damage amp bans, as I think that's a good chunk of slow being banned here. So we'll see if our doctors here adjust their strat from maybe thinking of a Blood Knight spawn camp to adjusting to more of that kind of blue box hold as we saw earlier. But I think with the bans, it's for Lurky's case, it's how much more time can you add to Zafang's clear? Can you make him take 5 seconds longer? Maybe that's enough for you to get your strat through. Whereas Zafang is like, all right, which one of strats is like the next best one? But we're gonna see how this goes here as we're about to go into the draft. Zafang is raring to go. His mouse is on that quick select. As just any second now, as the tournament organizers count them in. Never mind.
Indeed. We're gonna take a quick moment here. One of our contenders is gonna need just a moment to take care of something real fast, so we're gonna give it to them. But again, Zafang, all the cards are in his hand right now, which means as long as he's able to get through the hurdle that is NLEXA, which for what it is very much prone to strategy-wise, what we have seen throughout the course of the day, right? You can spawn camp him, you can kill him standard. Either way, you're still going to have to deal with the guy, and if Zafang is able to deal with the Blood Knight in a very, very quick manner, the rest of the stage should come relatively easy. The only thing that limits this, I think, is towards the end. Does Zafang have the burst to knock down those last couple of stragglers, or is Lurky going to be able to come back towards the end there with their much more diverse character picks and try to end it out in that fashion?
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to, because between, again, Blood Knight, I don't think either side is going to have trouble killing Blood Knight, right? So it's just going to be, how are they going to adjust their strat if they're going for that? If they're going for that Blood Knight spawn camp strat, are they going to be able to, work around the lack of slows? Or are they just going to set up a bit further back and just try to deal with the Blood Blades as a Lurky? That is a blazing fast start from Lurky. Zafang is still picking, but look at Lurky go. Already in the map, Zafang just now loading in. There is a Chongya on the side of Zafang. As Silent Texas opener for Lurky being set up in the middle there. Looks like Lurky may still be going for that spawn camp.
Could theoretically be the case. We do have a lot of burst damage in hands of Lurky and not that many tankers in the hands of our player too. So if you're trying to tank Blood Knight, that's definitely not happening with the roster that we are seeing here. That is absolutely no way Jose kind of moment. We even have Ash coming through the fray too, so the real on-spot burst damage on towards Burst Knight is going to be the name of the game here for Lurky. On the other side though, Zafang bringing some interesting picks here for the stage too. So both of our players definitely looking to burst the boss down as soon as possible, not deal with the blades whatsoever. And again, Wookie, it's going to come down to who can burst down the last couple remaining enemies, or is it just going to be the fact that Lurky going into the stage a lot earlier than the thing will have that advantage and keep it?
Yeah, both sides opting for a Chongya to start playing Punch Out with the enemy spawning in the top left. The copy passes will flow like water tonight, as Blood Knight is getting absolutely shredded on the side of Lurky, but Lurky losing some time just with the constant tapping of the skills. Zafang gets the kill there on Blood Knight too, similar kill times.
He's caught up?
Yeah, Zafang is catching up really quickly here now. I think a lot of Lurky's tappings of the skills, it slows it down. The bullet time slows you down by so much.
Ooh, this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. Zafang is not too far behind Lurky right now. Maybe just like half a wave at the moment. But this could definitely be remedied with the amount of operators that both of them have set up, especially on towards the right side. I think it all comes down to how well Zafang can hold. Are you trying to reset? What's going on here? Oh, he's gonna have to reset. And that seems to be it here for Zafang. It's gonna be a 1-1 most likely on the side of Lurky unless something goes incredibly wrong. Zafang, keep it going, man. You do not know what is going to happen, but let's see what goes on here. A lot of defenses.
I'm not sure if Lurky was intending to let Blood Knight scoot there, because that is a very angry Blood Knight just running it down on the right side, as Irene wasn't able to get there either, as that is a reset coming through on the side of Lurky as well. It is now back in the hands of Zafang.
Oh, pivotal mistake there from Lurky. This could cost him his tournament career, or life, I should say. Oh, that is a massive mistake coming from both players, but we said it earlier. Just make the mistake earlier and it doesn't even matter anymore. So now Zafang is the one that has about like a 2-3 wave lead at the moment. And Lurky is on the back end. This is a terrible time to make a mistake. And the worst time to do it on top of it. Because this is not tacking on top of the mistakes that you made. This is literally the cherry on top.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, like you can't afford to make the mistake when you're already down 1-0. Like you can't make these mistakes at this moment. Like normally you can, but like doubly so here, especially when you had the lead, you had the chance to tie up a series. But now it's like, do you really want to like pass up the chance that Zafang kind of just the free chance that Zafang gave you there? It's like, oh no, that looks like a leak. Okay, that leak almost happened through on the side of Lurky.
Yeah, Lurky is slightly mental booming right now because the good old leader of Team Mizuki is threatening to fire Lurky right now in the chat. So there's a lot of tense moments here going on for Lurky, and he's gonna have to reset again. It's looking doomed here for Lurky. He's accepted his fate, man. I mean, he can still continue going on, but Zafang, he's corrected the mistake that he had earlier on, and he's looking to remedy that right now by trying to knock this down as fast as possible. Blood Knight is going to continue moving on, but Passenger with the triangle of death, but it's still reset.
It is choke central right now. Choke is going down on both sides. Lurky going back in the house. Like, Lurky, you are now in the lead again. This is a game of throws right now is what I'm seeing. Just throws back and forth. What is going on in this tournament?
Oh man, Zafang is playing with Yee's heart right now, for real. This man's like, oh yeah, no, I have it. Oh wait, no, I don't have it. Oh wait, no, I do have it. Trust me. Wait. Oh wait, crap, I don't have it. Oh, now I have it. Oh wait, now I don't have it. It is just going in a full loop at this point, man. What on earth is happening here in NLEXA? I thought this was supposed to be one of the more standard stages that everyone's going for, but it's being the bane of existence for both Lurky and Zafang. Although this could theoretically at least save Lurky's life here in Team Mizuki. We will have to see whether or not that holds. Zafang struggling a little bit on the internet side of things, but well, we'll see what ends up happening. We still have a few minutes left, theoretically, unless these players make a mistake again, in which case it'll be more than a few minutes before we see the end of this stage. My goodness, guys, what are you doing?
Dude, I feel like a pancake right now with all the flipping going around here. Just like flapjack, but wee. And it's just like, okay, well, it looks like kills are coming through. Blood Knight is coming up for Lurky to kill as bye-bye Blood Knight. There he goes.
There we go. Okay.
Zafang now playing catch-up because apparently neither side wants to win this map.
Yeah, they're just both saying like, this is our little camping ground. We're both setting up our tents. We'll just camp here for a little bit longer, and that's okay. Well, not really for us, or I should say for Zuikaku, because this man is mauling over here looking at gameplay for Lurky. And for Zafang, this guy again is playing with Yee's heart right now because he wants to see Zafang in the semifinals. He set it up, but Zafang ruining his chances.
Zafang, like, what is going on right now? It looks like Blood Knight is up on both sides. Lurky still going for the later kill of Blood Knight, it seems. Looks like both sides going for that later kill of Blood Knight because he is now scooching on by as this is some Baddick like 400 APM moments. Everyone going like, oh god, as Zafang?
Yeah,
Zafang?
he had to reset. I think the RNG from Passenger was absolutely atrocious.
No.
He hit Passenger skill hit Blood Knight like once. It was so bad on the RNG, and that means there's a RNG resets too. What's happening, guys?
Neither side wants to win this tournament. Apparently, this is now turning into a game of throws. This is the official game of throws. Which episode?
Just do a standard clear, man.
This is what, season 3 of Game of Thrones now we're at, right? How far are we at in Game of Thrones?
I don't even understand anymore. This is doomed for both of these players. Dude, Zafang has like completely shattered his heart at this point, and Lurky's he's not even fired, he's just gone.
The Mendos of both these players are probably boomed to a different plane of existence right now. Just like, what is happening?
They're wondering why the TOs aren't saying that's over already, but...
They're like, wait, you have a one dip? No, you have a one dip? This is like the worst game of basketball with all the free throws I'm seeing. Like, oh my god, just No, it's like, is this like some kind of Canadian standoff with you two? Like, oh no, you can have the win. No, you can have the win. It's like, what do you take the win? It's like, why does this keep happening? You are in the checks notes quarterfinals here.
See, the thing is, Zafang though, like he knows, right? He's a content creator. He knows that Viper sometimes uploads VODs of specific matchups to his YouTube. He's doing it right now. There it is. This is the matchup. Clearly, Viper is going to be uploading this to his YouTube in a couple of hours right after this tournament. Yeah, he's just creating content for Viper. It's free real estate, man.
It's free content, it's free throws going back and forth. What else are we gonna have? Free kills? No, well, their Blood Knight has gone down again, as Zafang appears to be down about 15 kills here now. But evidently being up like 30 kills doesn't matter on this map.
Oh my goodness, how many times have we seen Blood Knight P1 die in the past, like 5? How long have we been in this stage? I feel like we've been here for like 10 minutes now for NLEXA. This is absolutely absurd at the moment. Goodness gracious. Okay, surely this time around, how many tries is this? I was gonna say 3rd time's the charm, but this is way far past 3rd time's the charm. We'll see what ends up happening here, because here we go, Lurky trying to clear part 2 for whatever seems to be literally part like 20 whatever at this point for Blood Knight. Does he have the clear here on towards Blood Knight? Does he have all the damage to knock that down is the question. And he doesn't! Lurky, what are you doing? Okay, now it comes down to Zafang. What's gonna happen here? Okay, breathe.
Like I said, evidently being up 50 kills means jack all for this map right now, as this seems like just help at this point. I mean, at this point, oh my god, I'm bad. You're still in it. Zafang is he has not cleared it yet. He has thrown 3 times as much as you have, but Lurky appears to be kind of throwing in the towel here. But this seems to just be a case of the beatings will continue. Oh, Lurky can't go in. Oh, okay. Oh, it's sudden death. Okay, so Lurky has used his last try. Well, we're gonna see if Zafang throws one last time, as this just seems to be a case of the beatings of Blood Knight will continue until someone wins. Blood Knight phase 1 sit here just like, please, just let me die for the 2nd time. And they're like, no, the beatings will continue.
Okay, here we go. Oh, he's actually getting good passenger RNG now. He's almost cleared it. Oh, but he's healing. He's healing using the little blood blades right now. Silver Ash is the last line of defense. Does he have the kill? I think he does. One more swing. No, he doesn't get it. Okay,
it's okay. A is still there. A is still there.
A is there. Silver Ash.
I mean, he's got time to think, I guess.
He's healed again. This can't be happening. We're going to sudden death,
aren't we? We're going to sudden death here, aren't we? I mean, you're gonna have to pray for that passenger damage, which I don't think that passenger did enough damage. As well, what is your plan now, Mr. Zafang Arknights? As things appear to be going pear-shaped for you, just throw it in like whatever, get in the rock. This is a game of throws. We are going to sudden death on NLEX8, a map that we really didn't expect to go into sudden. This is the sudden death.
YouTube.
Because
YouTube.
neither player decides. Neither player thinks they. Neither player cares at this point, evidently. As reminder, with sudden death, all options are open now. So I'm like, okay, surely one of you wins this time, right?
Oh.
Right.
I can't.
Right. I mean, do we crown Blood Knight as a tournament winner at this point? Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, look, he's got like what, like he's got like 4 wins, 8 wins between the 2 of them added up right now at this point. Like, just crown Blood Knight. I think he takes first place at this point.
Yeah, he's got a new lover at this point. The thing is now, it's Blood Knight this time around instead. That's what the lovers reunion is going to look like in the semifinals, because at this point, it's just never going to end. So let's take a look at what happens here. Zafang and Lurky, we are going in towards sudden death. I didn't even know we had a sudden death, but now we're going into a sudden death. I guess I gotta bust out the rulebook and stuff like that, which I closed hours ago because I didn't realize I would need it again. But what on earth are we looking at?
SMH Shuvi not reading the rulebook.
Look
at this guy right here, as Lurky with the lead. But like I've been saying, the lead means nothing. The lead actually just means nothing. You could be up like 40-0, and it's like, well, nope, you just let someone leak. Well, as here we go.
Man, what is? We'll have one try to clear the save. First to clear will win the... Okay, so no bans. Okay, so the bans don't count anymore. There we go. It's been removed off the face of the earth, and it's just open hunting season for both of these guys. Surely they clear it now, right? Without all the bans restricting them in the world, surely this is the clear. And again, it's still first to clear that is going to take the round, so with... with as it is right now, Lurky does have the lead. He does manage to kill the Blood Knight early on in this map. But remember, guys, after this, even if Lurky wins, we still have another map to go.
I mean, bans removed off the face of the earth, like both these competitors' mentals being boomed to a different dimension. It's not excellent. Actually, you know what? At this point, it's been gone, reduced to atoms. They used it's like there is no like. How do you recover from this? Like, how mental boom do you think you have to be, or are they both just like cackling at what they just did?
Yeah, we are going quantum now. There is no atoms anymore. It just doesn't exist. I can't believe this is what we were witnessing here in the quarterfinals of all things. Maybe I get it if it was like the finals and there was some shenanigans going on between the two players, but this is not where I expected this to be happening between the two. Lurky, still trying to handle the Blood Knight right now, is still soaking up some of these blades and does.
He's dead finally!
Lurky
Blood
still
Knight dies!
yeah, okay, Zafang's cleared it. Does Lurky have it? The health bar on Blood Knight is actually really good right now, and I don't think Irene's gonna be enough to clear it. We do have Amiya holding the line over there. Ash is still holding the line here as well. Does he have enough damage to clear this? I don't think he does! Lurky! Lurky, no! Right? He's too tanky. The blades are still gonna heal him. Like, look at this!
He's too beefy as Zafang is gonna finish off the last enemy, as he is kind of styling here now. I swear if you, okay. Zafang finishes off with one last K Nario copy pasta. Lurky, I would check under your bed tonight for an angry Zuikaku, if I were you. Your team leader is likely not pleased with you.
Zuikaku's getting on the plane right now. Like, it's so doomed. Well, congratulations to Zafang after what seems to be an absolute millennia of NLEX8. He is going to move on, and we are finally going to have the reunion that is questionably rightfully deserved, I suppose. Okay. My goodness. Again, hi YouTube. Surely that goes up.
What is the you had never-ending story, now you have the never-ending map. The never-ending Blood Knight. Just he's finally dead. I was like, I swear, if both these doctors don't kill Blood Knight one more time, I am going to be very concerned.
Goodness gracious. Do you know what this is giving me vibes of? In IS3, you know how there's like the night ending, right? That's what this is giving me the vibes of. Blood Knight is the knight. Maybe that's what the correlation between these two are. The absolute hero that we do not deserve but absolutely exists. Blood Knight here in NLEX8. Night clear in IS3. It's a beautiful world.
Yeah, like, it's just... Is it something with the night? Is it the night tag that makes it like extra crazy? Is that what it is? Have we cracked the secret of Arknights? It just, oh yeah, you know, it's the night that makes it take forever.
I don't even understand anymore, man. At this point, does it even matter? We are literally standing here. Oh wow, I guess sitting here technically because we have a table. Wow, look at that, guys. If we were standing up, we'd just be like prancing around this room right now. That's not happening because we're sitting right on our desks. That was honestly mind-boggling. I will say, though, the strategy again here for Zafang definitely left him vulnerable to a lot of RNG, right? Because Passenger definitely sucks when the skill goes on towards the wrong enemies, and that happened multiple times throughout the clear. Now, I couldn't even keep an eye out for what their strategies actually were to try to burst down the Blood Knight, because so many things were happening every single time. All I knew was that they just didn't have the damage to kill the Blood Knight. It seemed to be a strategy thought out beforehand, but it didn't do anything. So I'm wondering what Zafang's actual main idea was to try to clear the Blood Knight. I wasn't even keeping track of that because I was looking at Lurky's side when Zafang killed the Blood Knight, which didn't come to fruition, which also makes me wonder what was Lurky's plan behind killing the Blood Knight as well.
I mean, did they really have a plan to kill the Blood Knight?
That's my question.
They reset it 4 times. But we have our semi-final matchup set between Team Mom's Custard and Team IRS's TurtlyP, the last two remaining members of their respective teams, as Team Boykiss is about to go into the fated civil war / romantic drama / romantic comedy. I'm not sure what it is going on between them, but if you're Custard and if you're TurtlyP, and I guess even if you're Yi, if you're going for the win, well, Zafang just gave you the longest break you could have ever had.
I know, right? Oh man. Well, we still need to reel ourselves back from this, man. I'm still mind boggled after what the heck we just witnessed. So it's I have no words. Do you have any words to describe what the heck the last 15 minutes or so were?
Utter confusion and more confusion, shock and disbelief. Well, less shock and disbelief. I mean, this is perfect. This is peak comedy right here. This is peak Arknights, actually. I think we might need to keep an eye on if Lurky stops communicating in the past within like the next 5 days, because I'm pretty sure Zui's gonna be running down Lurky here. Lurky, you might want to start running. Just start scooting. Maybe you go hide with Zafang. Maybe he'll keep you guys. Maybe he'll keep you safe. But you probably want to be careful.
Yeah, the next time we hear from Lurky is going to be a 911 call.
Please help! There is an angry Blaze enthusiast trying to run me down.
Well, Lurky, be careful tonight. If anything, I salute you for giving us all the peak comedy and content in the world. I don't know if that's going to work out well for you, though. Just from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I really needed the laughs, and that's exactly what I got. So cool. But the show still must move on. Ladies and gentlemen, after the quarterfinals, we're going to go straight in towards the semifinals as well, which means after all that, we finally get to witness TurtlyP coming back as well as Custard. IRS, this is it. Their golden age will either continue with TurtlyP or it will come to a stop here. It all comes down to TurtlyP to keep the dreams alive for IRS, and it's the exact same case here for Custard. Custard has definitely made Hina proud today. Will they be able to continue doing that throughout the rest of the stage or even the series here, as TurtlyP definitely a force to be reckoned with?
Yeah, TurtlyP with the winning the coin toss here, so he will have the first map pick of WREX 6. So IRS kind of going back to their other stomping grounds of WREX 6. We'll see if TurtlyP decides they actually go for bans, or if he'll go for that kind of, you know, no ban kind of shenanigan where they just ban the robots, right? That's two different flavors of TurtlyP that we've seen here today.
WREX 6 the best stage to do so, right? Because leaving open options makes sure that strategies are very versatile again. I talked about that earlier during Manfred, but this stage in specific is definitely prone to strategy because we've seen the kill box coming through, and with all the bans that are available to both of the players, we've seen a lot of these kind of burst heavy operators getting taken out for good reason. If you have a stage like this and you bring TurtlyP into the picture where, you know, we see some really funny bans coming through, then operators start being available, then strategies start coming through, and it might be slightly a reverse psychology trick there too, because you start thinking about all these operators that usually get banned. You're not going to take the time to practice those mechanics or those strategies too. And now it forces Custard to ban things like that. Milinar being banned here is probably not what Custard wanted to do, but up against TurtlyP, it feels like you're forced to limit those options against TurtlyP.
Yeah, Gray the Lightning Bearer being banned here. I think it's the first time we've seen Gray Alpha show up in a ban. Does TurtlyP have like a wheel they're spinning, or is this more targeted strat as Custard? Hibiscus Altar also being banned here for that slow and you know, overall arts damage on a very quick cooldown. La Pluma being banned here. We have seen La Pluma and Heimel both be used to clear that kind of middle section, because there is that kind of T-junction for both of them, and that's a lot of physical damage that can get dealt there.
Do like the bans coming out here so far from Custard. TurtlyP is just off in La La Land, so we'll just kind of leave TurtlyP's ban on the side. But for Custard's plan, you're absolutely correct. We do have this plans coming through. Mizuki ban as well, because we've seen a lot of these kill boxes being absolutely fed with stuff like Manticore. We've seen Mizuki coming through, and I think in Challengers #1 we even saw Ethan coming through as well. So these specialist type operators inside of the kill box, absolutely massive. So good ban here from Custard. Cruise the Glint, okay. Hey, one of our operators that got a skin recently inside of Global gonna be coming through here. Ban as the last ban here for TurtlyP 2. And what will Custard be rounding out his 5 bans with? It is going to be... What do you think it's going to be?
I'm betting on. Okay, well, I don't get to bet anymore because it's a Saria. So no, this is either a kind of S2 just overall sustain plus SP regen ban is what I'm thinking, or you're going for that S3 just turbo murderize ban. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure exactly what TurtlyP's plan here with the ban is. I'm just gonna chalk it up to TurtlyP just going, no, I'm just gonna open up the meta, and I'm gonna dare you to beat me at meta, because that's actually just what I practice. If I don't ban anyone, then I gotta pick whoever I want.
Right,
So,
and you look at it like right now, Irene is open, Surtur is open, Horn is open. These are all operators that everyone dies to try bringing into WREX6, especially in tournaments. You have access to all of that, so we'll see what the strategy is here. TurtlyP versus Custard, both of these players trying to keep their individual team's dreams alive. Who will be able to take away the 1-0 lead here? Let's take a look, because the operator selections are a go.
operator selections coming in. Yeah, like you mentioned, there's an Irene. I think I saw Gavi Alter in there. There's the Manticore. There's the Weedy. Yeah, we're seeing specialists being TurtlyP going for the specialist strat. Custard going for also a lot of specialists and a Rosa. So Custard going with the full squad. TurtlyP just going for the faster start, as blocks are coming in to set up that kind of kill lane that we always talk about in that, that kind of top left, top middle left section. As Custard setting up his kill box. Actually, that's less of a kill box. That's more of just a funnel.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting setup here. The Zima and the bagpipe setup here is quite interesting too. I'm actually wondering what skill Custard brought with the bagpipe to bring alongside the Zima, right? Because if you're just bringing Zima for the DP, there's very much more better options in the stage right now. So I have to think that the Zima is in correspondence with the bagpipe. What are we really looking at right now? Because a lot of damage being focused on towards the backside here for Custard, which is not something we typically tend to see here in WREX6. Because as we say, you just got to kill them as fast as you can. But here we go. A lot of the damage being piled up towards the front side. Irene, not exactly in the most optimal position here to try to gather SP as fast as possible. That slot's going to be eaten up here by Manticore instead. And we'll see if that really comes to whether it's a problem or an actual good thing that happens to Custard. Who's slightly behind, I think about a wave behind right now.
Yeah, it's a wave behind, and the kills are coming through for Custard to catch up here. But Turtley is a decent bit behind, as you can see, the blindies are playing their little shuffle game now, as the three blindies start moving up for Turtley, but Custard still kind of trying to deal with them when they're shuffling around, trying to kill them at spawn. It does even up the score, but the two blindies are moving it as the next wave spawns. So Turtley is about, I want to say, like half a wave ahead here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. This is looking difficult for Custard to catch up because, again, they don't have access to Irene consistently here. The SP gain is not going to be there, as they aren't in the spot of Manticore, which has usually been the spot that Irene's have been placed upon. Turtley has a lot of skills backed up right now as well. Weedy's all ready to go. Ethan's all set to go. Texas to stun them all inside the kill zone as well. And I think this is looking really solid for Turtley. Custard definitely on the backside here for WREX6. Unless they have some strategy to catch up a lot faster than they've been progressing so far, it is looking like a solid stage take here for Turtley.
Yeah, it'll be a relieving look after whatever the heck we saw at that last NLEX8. But Custard here, yep, nope. It is definitely TurtlyP. TurtlyP with that mistake-free. You see, this is what happens when the previous one, you kind of start thinking, is there a leak gonna happen? It's like, no. Most times the leaks don't happen. That was an outlier. I was expecting a leak there for a second, but oh.
Usually that doesn't happen. I was, again, it's one of the reasons why I was surprised that we even had a sudden death part inside of the rulebooks. I guess I just never really paid attention to that when I was first going through the book, because I didn't realize we would actually have to use it in a tournament like this, especially in the quarterfinals of all things. But again, good map take here from Turtley, and that means the map selection here goes towards Custard. They're going to have to try to one-up Turtley here in 1017, because that is the map they're going to take. We're going to be seeing Manfred here yet again in our stream. Whew. Let's see what their plans are going to be, because both of these players should by now have a rough idea on what each other wants to do. We've seen both of them on stream. We've seen 1017 a ton tonight as well. Is this going to be targeted ban, or is Turtley just going to be pulling out the shenanigans?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like we have seen TurtlyP bust out the kind of proper bans, you know, the target bans too. I think what this is gonna come down to is if Custard is willing to take a strat that he practiced a bit less, but is more meta heavy for the, you know, for that extra damage boost, or is Custard just gonna stick with their guns on the strat that they practice the most, that they feel the most comfortable on, as TurtlyP opened up with a not Swire ban. So it looks like TurtlyP's going for the target bans or for the map specific bans here.
Yeah, and I would definitely hope that would be the case here for TurtlyP, because again, it's the last chance for IRS to continue moving on as well. Unect is going to be banned out here. We saw Unectus being banned out from one of our earlier series tonight too, so it's absolutely looking like actual bans coming through for TurtlyP. Maybe TurtlyP was looking at stream chat and definitely a lot of people hoping to God that TurtlyP is going to be able to take away these stages. So let's see if TurtlyP is able to one-up Custard in 10-17. Texas Alter also going to be joining the fray as Custard bans that out. And what will we see from TurtlyP here as their third ban? It will be the Ifrit.
Yeah, no barbecues allowed on this 10-17. Ifrit being a pretty common choice that we've seen here on 10-17, but the common choice does lead to more bans as we have seen as well. But it looks like TurtlyP is not going for the crazy bans here, but if you are a fan of Team Mom, you want to get those backwards broomsticks out for that reverse sweep as true damaging ban for Calcit. Custard going for those meta bans, maybe to try to throw TurtlyP off his game a bit of just going full meta, but with the way TurtlyP's been banning, you kind of have to assume that TurtlyP has, you know, something cooked up for 10-17 that's not just, you know, the robot ban and just bunga in, right?
Exactly, but you also have to think that the exact same thing is happening for Custard as well, because we've seen Custard run 10-17. Might be part of the reason why TurtlyP is actually banning operators here, because he knows what's up in this stage. So Custard has to be a little bit shaken in his boots right now. One being down 1-0 up against TurtlyP of all people is definitely not a good spot to be in. And when he's actually banning operators, you know he's playing for real. So you have to see what Custard's plan is, because the last ban they're going to go with is going to be the Posse. And for TurtlyP, the last ban here, surely he finishes it off with the Swire to finish it off with a bang. We'll take a look.
I don't know if he's going to go for the Swire this time. I mean, I'm thinking more of like a meta ban. Because I don't know if you want to mess around and like give Custard, you know, a way back in. Like, if I were in the situation, I would think you just want to put down your opponent for good. Don't give them that extra hope, that fleeting hope, right? Because you never know what's gonna happen if someone really thinks they're gonna, you know, pop in and think that they can take it back. But true damage of Calcit is not here. The big damage of Posse and Schwartz are both unavailable. So.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's another cat ban. This poor cat has done nothing wrong, I don't think. So,
yeah. Well, on the bright side, you were talking about true damage being gone, but we still have access to NTR, which is a really, really solid option here, especially in a stage like this, because we know even in contingency contract with Manfred, we did have NTR being used as one of the easiest ways to take care of that boss. It's going to still remain the same here if you decide to go for that strategy and time it correctly. We do have access to Milinar, so small enemies shouldn't really be that big of an issue, especially the ones towards the far left side if these players do want to go for that. Or you could still theoretically see some really fun strategies like what Zafang pulled out earlier on top of it. We will take a look. Can TurtlyP end this series with a 2-0 and continue on towards the finals, or will Custard be able to bring it back with a 1-1 in 10-17? The operator selections are a go. Custard fighting for their customer life, tournament life, there we go, and TurtlyP trying to take away the victory and knock down Custard out of the tournament as well.
TurtlyP going in, loading in first, and was that a Sessa that I saw on the side of Custard? That is definitely a Sessa on the side of Custard. I'm gonna go in a little bit on Sessa here, just as a quick explanation while the while the setups are coming through. So Sessa, with Sessa on the field, enemies take more damage when they are blocked. It is more physical damage because you really don't see Sessas getting used that much. But it's a pretty interesting choice on this one because you're so reliant on block count, you might as well get the bonus damage in.
Exactly. Clear the small guys faster so you don't have to deal with them down the road. And this is a strategy that I'm liking, right? Interesting strategies coming out from Custard, and this is definitely something that TurtlyP did not expect coming through. But the problem is, TurtlyP has their defense set up on the left side, and for Custard, most of the defense is set up on the right side, which means you're not going to be able to clear people and enemies immediately as they spawn. Still, good damage going down on towards Manfred right now. P1 hasn't been able to get taken care of just yet for Custard, but with Irene going down, shouldn't be that big of an issue as Manfred should be getting taken down in just a moment here. There we go, and P2 will begin for both of our players.
However, TurtlyP does have the faster start on that P2 and the higher kill count because of that left side spawn camp with the penance. As Custard is doing his best to catch up, but the later hold means later wave spawns. And I think that's going to come back and bite Custard as TurtlyP continues to maintain his lead of about, well, the kill counts are even, but with the new wave spawning in, TurtlyP is definitely going to be ahead in the wave count, as Manfred just goes down on the side of TurtlyP as Custard also deals with his Manfred, but kill count's still in the favor of TurtlyP here.
Yeah, we'll see if Custard is actually going to be able to have some defenses on the left side, because this is definitely coming down to the clutch. There we go. We are going to have Irene as the burst phase for the left side, but the question is, can Custard do this fast enough? Because the enemy count on TurtlyP is looking extremely solid at the moment. There we go. There's the transition. That is going to be it. TurtlyP will take away this series 2-0 and knock down Mommy Milkers outside of this tournament, and that will be IRS moving through as a 2-0 here for TurtlyP.
The Golden Age is still alive, and unfortunately for Team Mom will not be on top for this tournament, as TurtlyP punches his ticket to the Grand Finals, IRS being the first one to be there, maybe having that little bit of extra break time to reset a bit, because who knows if we're going into sudden death again.
Well, I'm just glad that it didn't go for this one. Oh, man. And that's so brutal for Custard, because remember, Custard is the one that knocked down Spiply, a very big contender for this tournament. A lot of other players definitely have to say a big thank you to Custard for knocking her out. And this opens up a lot of possibilities. And the funniest thing is now TurtlyP is in the tournament remaining with the two friends down there towards the bottom half of the bracket that we're going to have to take a look at in just a moment. Zafang and Yi is getting ready for their little date on the stage, and TurtlyP is all here just watching it now.
This should be this is the probably second most anticipated match for everyone outside of the most anticipated match outside of the Grand Finals, as the Grand Finals will be IRS versus Boy Kissers. It just depends on which Boy Kisser is going to be the one in for the finals. But we will see what happens here. I swear if both these players go into sudden death again just for the memes at this point.
I'm hoping that does not happen. You know, maybe the real best case scenario is we have a 3-way finals. You know, just have the boys together, all of them fighting towards the greater evil, which is the IRS. Or, I don't know, that definitely sounds a little bit fake. I can't script that because I'm not the host, but it's a dream of mine and I will keep it that way.
Gotta keep the thought alive as we are slowly looking forward to what is gonna go on between the two of them, between Zafang and Yi. Both players, though, I mean, jokes aside, like, you know, Zafang's shenanigans on LAX8 aside, both players proving to be very, 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 very strong players in this tournament. So we should be treated for a very good match here, as we're going to see some crazy strats being busted up by both of them, because I'm assuming they both know what their favorite strat is. So who's going to start reaching in the bag of tricks and start pulling out the unexpected one? Or are they just going to be like, no, I'll just go with this one and see what happens.
Exactly, and the cool thing about Zafang versus Yi when it comes to their pure mechanical skills is that Yi, of course, has been making content in regards to informational content for Arknights for a very, very long time now, and it's one of the reasons why I think he's able to pull out some of these very interesting mechanics that you normally wouldn't think to be brought out, especially in a competitive setting like Arknights Challengers. But on the other hand, Zafang has always been, ever since the beginning of Arknights, been the type of person to go for these challenge runs on Arknights, and that really sets him up well for a tournament format, as he's also going to have some really interesting mechanics to bring to the table. So this is going to be a really, really good matchup regardless of all the stories around it. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the map selection comes into view. The two boy kissers going to be joining us on the fray. They are literally just making out on the stage, and we're here to witness it. So the coin flip is going to go through to see who gets the map selection first. It is going to be, what are we going to be starting out with?
We'll see what map Yi... Does Yi go for the NLEX8 pick just to mess with Zafang at this point? No, we're going SN10. Okay, we're going to see the little fish for the second time tonight, I believe. Unless I'm miscounting, which is also a possibility. But we're going to see the fish map again. As, you gotta expect, like, some really mechanically, like, fun things that are gonna come out here between both these players who kind of innovate some of these mechanics. And, you know, if you were knocked out of the tournament earlier, you know, maybe you look at these, you start taking notes like, oh, this combination could work pretty well here, right? So just because you were knocked out doesn't mean there aren't more strats that you can learn here. As we're loading into the ban phase now, are we going to see a platinum ban here?
Oh, that would be doing Zafang a little bit dirty. We'll of course have to take a look, but alright, I think we're seeing some shenanigans already coming through from our first ban because yeah, that's fun. Oh, Durin joins the fray too. 12F Durin. Oh, just ban all the 2-stars in the world. Let's just do this, man. They are already showing us the effects of these two showing up in the semifinals, and we are all here to witness it.
Well, this is gonna be fun though, because if they basically don't take any meta bans, we're going to see the most, like, you know, drop the train and weights moment that I think we've seen in a tournament thus far, where you just have what is essentially the full meta roster, the full damage roster available to go absolutely wild with on this map. As there goes Thermex. Yeah, these are a series of 2 and 1-star bans. Prepare to see unlimited damage work coming through, because that is what these bans look like they're shaping towards.
Are we going to see a Luoxiao Hei ban here too, to just finish out the 2 and the 1-star ban roster? Because we can't fill it. We only have, what is it? We only have, gosh, I'm forgetting, Castle left right now for the other droid. We do have one last 1-star left. Do these 2 know? Can they cook enough to fill the entire ban list with 2 and 1-stars is the question. Let's take a look here. Oh, it's still BB. What the heck, man? Why is that just thrown into the mix? What's that for?
Well, I like the agreement from Yi to not ban Zafang's personal favorite operator of Platinum. You know, they got a good, like, handshake moment of going on here of, like, I'm not going to ban your favorite operator. But, so those of you in chat, get ready for the possible most meta match of the meta matches, as both players have decided we're going to go all in on this one and see who's got the better strat for going even faster, because this is probably going to be the most unlimited, uncapped moment we'll have unless they keep this trend going.
Swear to God, if we go into sudden death for every single one of these games, I'm gonna lose it. But, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 boy kissers, Zafang as well as Yi, in the semifinals, their stage has been set. They are already making out. Take a look at the fans. But either way, this is a tournament, best of 3, and one of them will continue on in towards the finals. The operator selection has started. SN-10 is the map. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a Vigil I think I saw being picked on the side of Yi. That is definitely a Vigil I saw on the side of Yi, as Yi is going in. Zafang is also going in now with a mix of specialists and snipers, and that was an Emmett Holes I think I saw in there too. This is going to get interesting. Vigil, not an operator that we see very much, kind of maligned by the community as being a quote-unquote bad operator, but I mean, you gotta think Yi, the resident, you know, Vanguard Knights player, has some kind of strategy that they're thinking of for with Vigil, as he's being put in the bottom left there. Both players using concept charge that DP as Exia guns down the waves of Seaborn doggos.
The only problem I see here that, you know, for both of these players, the option isn't going to be available with the operator picks is the true damage. None of these guys have true damage, which means we might have to be a little bit more selectful in regards to which upgrades we do end up giving end speaker, right? Because this is, in the end, a speed-based tournament, and if you give increased defense for an enemy boss that is absurdly tanky with the thing, and you don't have true damage to deal with it, well, you might be in for an absolute world of hurt. So let's take a look at what ends up happening, because we are going to see Manticore going down for Zafang. Yi is still dealing with some of the enemies that are just coming through over and over again on the top right side. Everyone trying to manage their Nether brand as carefully as possible without any silences. That's also pretty difficult to do, especially towards the later stages of the map.
Yi looking like about a 6-kill lead ahead of Zafang here, barring any shenanigans later, as the hands of the Saints are being used to stun the Nether Sea Predators, because why let them do the dodge? Just get rid of them as soon as you can. As looks like End Speaker has spawned again, and there he goes again on the side of Yi. as kill count is definitely in favor of Yi here, because I believe Yi also loaded in just a little bit faster.
Absolutely, but still, Zafang holding his own, right? He is doing literally everything correctly right now, insta-killing End Speaker as soon as it spawns for both of our players right now. As you said though, Yi just a little bit ahead, and that might be the winning edge that Yi is going to have going in towards their second map. Let's take a look at whether or not P4 is going to be handled miraculously here from Yi, and it absolutely will be. So no issues on the boss whatsoever. One more enemy left, which should be spawning on the top right, and that is going to be Yi taking away the first map as SM-10 goes towards the right side for the Boot Kissers.
A pretty commanding lead for a semifinal. That was about a 5-6 kill win, and with a Vigil, again, operator that people generally consider not good, but the wolf being there does mean that you can actually, the wolf being there actually meant that Yi could box out your, like the Nether Sea brand spreaders from the middle section, because if they're in that red box, they do not spawn that, that Nether Sea brand. So actually pretty good use of Vigil there. I mean, a different tactician background can also do the trick, but Vigil for the style points, as it is now Zafang's pick.
Yeah, and Zafang has to step up, but they gotta prolong their stage date here, and it is gonna be LEX8. Oh no, here we go again.
Everyone collectively having a moment of, oh no, not again.
Oh no, 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 no.
No. Oh, are we good? Well, it depends if we see actual bans or not. If we see like proper bans instead of just both sides opting for that full meta go, then I expect there to not be any shenanigans. But if we're going for full meta for like actual bans, let's just say I'm gonna be a bit just checking the sudden death timer again, because if I remember right, that is a 10-minute timer, so we'll see if that. Oh boy, okay, well,
Here we go again.
good news.
Yo, they have it on copy paste, dude.
Do you think they paste it, or do you think they both just typed in same bands?
Same bands. The TOs are the ones going crazy right now. They're like, ah, well, alright, time to bring it back. Alright, well, there we go. 10 bans all ready to go. It's the shortest ban phase we are ever going to have in any single tournament that you and I are ever going to be able to cast in our lifetimes, because this feels pre-planned. This is a script. There was a script that was written without our consent.
You know, the two of them had something planned, like, hey, if we beat the semifinals, let's do this. Like, you know, they had something going on in the background, I feel like. As we're gonna load in here. I mean, on the other hand, I think we should be safe from any sudden death shenanigans. This will not be a game of throws again. But we'll see what happens as both sides raring to go here. Yi ahead 1-0, but this is a Fang's back pick, as here we go.
Indeed, indeed. I will be honest, I'm still offended that Luo Xiaohei isn't the last band instead of Tomimi to round out the 1- and 2-star bands, but that's completely fine, because as long as I get all the memes in the world, what better of a way can I spend my Saturday? Well, technically it's now Sunday for me because it's past midnight, but yeah, you know exactly what I mean. 8 operators on the side of Zafang will be going in. Same thing here for Yi. Will also be going into the stage here as well. How many operators on his hands? Exactly 8. Let's take a look. Surely this doesn't go in towards sudden death.
Hopefully not. A puzzle being used on the side of Yi versus the Cantabile used on the side of Zafang. Reminder also that Luo Xiaohei is in fact a 4-star, which is why there are no more shoes. You're thinking of the cats that are coming.
I think I am.
Much later on.
Yeah, it's fine. See, this is like the mental boom that I'm going through, especially after the earlier NL EXA, but that's okay.
Just a lot of confusion as both sides are now using Chongye. Again, this is something we've seen a lot, the Chongye strat used here, because that range is perfect for Chongye's S3 once it gets charged up, and you just get free punches on these, these little like gloom piercers, and it's just a matter of timing that S3 to, get that skill up, as Yi has the skill up a little bit faster as Zafang, meaning that Yi does have those slightly faster kills, as the S3 comes in and Blood Knight is being melted on the side of Yi and now on the side of Zafang.
The players knocking down phase 1 very nicely, as we saw both of them do time and time again, but here comes the main issue. Can they take out part 2 of the Blood Knight is the question that everyone is going to be asking. If Yi does it beautifully, then it might be a potential 2-0, but he is going to reset. I don't know why. Oh, he let a Knight League on the bottom side, and he doesn't have anything to really deal with that, so he's going to unfortunately have to reset here, and the cycle begins again. Is Zafang going to be able to knock down the Blood Knight early on in the phase 2, or is he going to be eating some of these blades? We'll have to take a look here. Let's take a look. Zafang holding it down with the Gladia. The damage is going through, and he is going to be able to knock down the Blood Knight Part 2 in a beautiful, beautiful fashion, completely making up his earlier NLEX8 run. And that should be a 1-1 here between Zafang and Yi.
Yeah, I was having a moment of flashback there of like, no, not again, not again, not again. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. As Zafang just has the last few kills to clean up, as Yi is hoping that Zafang does an oopsie, but I don't think Zafang's gonna oopsie this one, right? I'm watching that Knight move now. I'm like, right, okay, no, we're good, we're good. As Zafang will take this map and even up the series 1-1 as we go into map 3 and see which one of the two members of Voikis will be the one to face TurtlyP in the grand finals here.
Either way, I think these two have definitely made their point throughout the entire course of the tournament. Again, this is Yi's tournament debut, and he has honestly stepped up to the plate. Definitely knocking down some of our favorite contenders here, completely ruining Viper's pick'ems, and that's a job well done on his end, but he still has a couple additional steps left to go if he wants to finish this tournament off with a bang, and the first step to do that is going to be knocking down his lover on the other side of this screen here. But now the map pick goes towards him, and he is going to go for WREX6. Who has the better mechanics? Who has the better skills? Who has the better strategy to knock down these blindies faster and faster compared to the others? Because we're going to go into the ban phase. Surely we get actual bans.
Nope. No, we don't. Well, I'm expecting ambusher spawn camps on either side. I mean, this is probably the easiest job the TOs have ever had for this one. If they just type in save, the TOs are just like, oh, okay.
And paste everything in. Like.
On the other hand, would you really want it any other way outside of like an all-out, just, you know, full in, you get to use all your operators? Like, would you really want it any other way, though?
See, this is them opening up their chances too. This is like a correlation between in-game restrictions and real-life restrictions, you know?
Yeah, there's a mix of restrictions. Something else that you know what I'm also wondering here now? For our stats, you know, back-end stats folk, Azzy and Undusk, again, big shout out to them for getting these stats up and going, because that must have taken, you know, God knows how long. They are probably just looking at it just like, we're gonna have to make numbers for these ones, aren't we? Just purely because
face palming through their face right now. It's just like a face palm that goes straight through the head. Doesn't stop.
Alrighty, here we go. I'm expecting to see. Oh no, not okay. No, there's the ambushers. I'm expecting to see ambusher central here. Oh, as Yi loads in quicker. That is a very quick load from Yi. As Zafang also going in. So 6 on the side of Zafang, and I missed the number on count of Yi. How many is that? 6 on the side of Yi. Yi opting for guards and a Sciel. Zafang opting for. Well, I'm really surprised by the specialist that Zafang is opting for here.
Not too really on that one, of course, but still, look at this. This is a first time I think you and I aren't necessarily seeing. Oh my god, that scared me for a second. Aren't seeing an Irene for WREX6. A lot of people typically brings that operator in just to make their lives a lot easier, especially towards the front. The burst potential is absolutely massive. But of course, Zafang and Yi, they are giving us a show here for the most part. And we are just here, casually going along for the ride. So we'll see what ends up happening. Zafang slightly behind. Yi does have a lot more operators in hand, but the thing is, the damage count is going to have to stack up between both of our players. Chongyue holding the front line for Yi, and then it's going to be, I can't even see what's going on there, Chen, as well as I can't even tell who's below Chen because I'm blind. But yeah, a lot of blocks.
That, I believe, is a palace on the bottom side to boost the Chen damage. But I will say, not necessarily bring Irene because Irene does have to charge up the skill with a constant, you know, not auto recovery, with offensive recovery. Whereas once you get Chongyue charged up, I mean, that's just a constant, just unrelenting, you know, 1, voice line spam, but 2, it is a very sizable chunk of damage that's coming through with that S3 of Chongyue's. As Yi is leading by 1 kill, but does have the faster wave spawn as the blindies finish playing, you know, some Ring Around the Rosie.
Zafang is slightly catching up here though, but the problem is he kills the waves a little bit later than Yi does, so Yi is going to keep that slight lead above Zafang for now. Yeah, Milinar, absolutely crazy. This is the reason why everybody wants to run Milinar if given the potential to do so, but Chongyun is still holding his own towards the front side. Surtur is going to come back here for Yi. Zafang, he has to do a lot more work here, man. He's got to catch back up if he wants to have a chance at continuing on in ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2. But it seems like for now, Yi is going to have control of it as the blindies start moving on, and the next couple of waves should come through in just a moment here. And with Surtur set up, with Milinar set up, I think this is game, and that is going to be the end of the date, most likely, as Yi looking extremely solid, taking a 2-1 victory in his hands.
Yes, I don't think Zafang has the necessary burst damage for the ending there, as there it is. Yi punches his ticket to the grand finals in his very first tournament debut. As the finals are now set, it will be IRS's TurtlyP versus Team Boy Kissers Yi. Yi has won the showdown between the two lovers.
Congratulations to Yi, and we will see him in the best of 5 in the next rotation of the series we're going to have. We had such a fun time watching those two lovebirds having their duke about inside of the semifinals. We set the stage for it, and all the other players also gave them the chance to do so, although they very much fought hard. Question mark, except for Lurky, which was kind of a little bit confusing on my end. But they also tried their best to deny the chances of the meetup happening, but in the end, the lovers reunite and had the time of their lives. So good stuff there from Zafang and Yi. Thank you so much for playing, Zafang. We will see you hopefully in the next ARKNIGHTS Challengers, but for Yi, we got more games coming for him.
Well, more game. There's one left, but
there's 5 games left. There's
true.
one series left.
That is true. One series, 5. Well, hopefully 5 games, because I want to see this go all the way. Because this is going to be interesting. Are we just going to see? Because both players have opted to go for that kind of like full roster goes. So we're going to see if they're actually going to ban this time, or if they're just going to have like another kind of gentleman's agreement of just like, no, we'll just let it go.
Yep, indeed. It's just a strategy that's been building up. It's a script that wasn't written, but is technically written in our minds. But guys, we're going to give our players just a little bit of a break here before we start sending them into the grand finals. We also need a slight break for ourselves. So we're going to send it over to our break. We're going to get the hosts back for a moment as well. And then after that, get ready, because this is going to be the grand finals of a lifetime. Who will be able to take away the crown for Spiply, who isn't able to defend it this time around, but whoever wins here will hold it until ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 3. We will see you guys back here in a few minutes.
everyone, welcome back to the grand finals of ARKNIGHTS Challengers 2. I can't believe we finally made it. Hina, what do you think? We have a grand finals between Yi, representing BK Boy Kissers, and the IRS, showcasing TurtlyP.
For sure. It's been a long journey across 2 days, but we're finally here right before the grand finale. So I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out. I feel it's very interesting. These are two people we have never seen make it so far before. Then again, this is Yi's also first time ever competing in a Challengers Cup. So I guess maybe to no one's surprise, he is making it this far. But, you know, congratulations to them both for making it to the grand finals once and for all, though. So, Viper, do you have any ideas, any picks for who's going to win it all?
I don't know. I think it's very tough. Both of these players have been competing on opposite sides of the bracket. So obviously this is where it's very difficult to tell which side has been getting a harder competition if it's roughly the same. You know, TurtlyP has proved that they are an incredible player. Honestly, hats off to that match between TurtlyP and Custard. I felt like Custard honestly had great strategies, but TurtlyP was just a little faster in the draft and a little faster getting into the stage. And so now we see, you know, the IRS coming back after all these tournaments. You know, they've kind of struggled a bit in getting to the finals, but they are finally here. And I'm very excited to see if TurtlyP can represent. And on the other side, of course, we see Boy Kissers Yi ARKNIGHTS himself. He's been practicing a lot, I've heard, but we'll see. I don't know if he can compete against TurtlyP. You know, obviously both of these players were nowhere clear to the top in my predictions, so I don't know. I don't know what can happen. Do you have any thoughts yourself?
Yeah, I think one thing that is very surprising for us is that TurtlyP is actually no stranger to the Challengers series. They were in Challengers #1, but unfortunately they were knocked out by Tobo in the top 32 bracket. So to see them come around so far with Challengers #2 and make it to the final top 2 is a huge turnaround. So big congratulations to TurtlyP and for Yi making it an amazing distance on his first execution ever. So who knows? I think honestly both challengers are very strong this time around, and your power rankings and pick'ems will definitely have to do some adjusting after this, Viper.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll move around some of the seeds. I'm very surprised that it will be a grand finals between the IRS and Boy Kissers. The reigning champions MZK is out, EBA is out, the Mommy Milkies are out, so now we only have 2 teams remaining. Let's actually take a moment and do a deep dive into our top players today. We shall start with the one representing the top of the bracket, TurtlyP from the IRS. TurtlyP, wow, very seasoned player. They've been playing ARKNIGHTS since the very beginning, just off about 2 weeks from the start. They're level 120, 248 operators, and 96 E2s. Honestly, that E2 count across the many players that we have seen, I feel they that's kind of like in the middle. Some players have much more than that, so I feel like that utilization it's there. But I feel like Yi might actually have an advantage in terms of E2s if we look at his stats. But the only thing that Turtly does have under their accolades is that 17th place in Challengers 1. So yes, as you mentioned, Hina, TurtlyP does have a showing in the past. We'll have to see how they do today.
For sure. I think it looks like 96 is also still not a low number at all. That means that they have built a lot, and it also looks like they have been playing pretty much very close to when Global was first launched. So I don't imagine that TurtlyP definitely is missing a lot of built operators at this point. So as expected. And looking over here at Yi, who actually surprisingly started a bit later than TurtlyP, but has 99 E2s, so very similar count to TurtlyP, but just has a few more. And as expected, both of them are level 120 at this point.
Yeah, so I guess I take back a little bit what I just said. They do have very close E2 counts. Yeah, really looking at the numbers, it's very difficult to tell how the players will stack up on top of each other. We've definitely seen players with very similar stress stats, or even stats that look at a disadvantage but still do very well in this tournament. Yi himself, you know, never has won a tournament. This is his first time officially competing in our format, and I think I don't know if he's actually competed in the past in any of the tournaments. So very strong showing for Yi, very strong showing for the Boy Kissers, and you know what? let's see what happens. I'm very excited to bring this down. Just to remind everyone, this will be a best of 5. The format is being converted into a best of 5 for the grand finals. That's how it usually works. So we shall see potentially all of the maps. That would be pretty interesting if it actually goes to a round 5, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, for sure. It would make for great content. Wink, wink. To our 2 contestants, make sure to stretch it out for as long as possible. But no, I think it would be really cool to see all 5 maps showcased, since we have seen a lot of fluctuation between all the different rounds as to which maps do like to be picked one another. So I think to see who truly has mastered all 5 maps to the best of their abilities, I think that would be a really cool showcase. But regardless, I'm looking forward to a lot of the results and wish both contestants the best of luck.
Yeah, best of luck to TurtlyP and best of luck to E. We're going to send it back to the casters now for the grand finals. Enjoy, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, guys, and welcome back to ARKNIGHTS Challenger, and we are here, ladies and gentlemen, after the date that we experienced before the break. We're finally here. It is time for the grand finals, and as Viper said, it is a best of 5. Both TurtlyP and Yi will be battling out for 5 potential games to see who is able to crown themselves the champion of ARKNIGHTS Challengers number 2, taking that spot away from Spiply, and marking their names in history for this tournament.
Yeah, I'm expecting what should be a very exciting match between our grand finalists, as we also return from recovering our brain cell after whatever we saw there. But here we go, we're loaded in here between Yi and TurtlyP. We'll see who gets that first pick. They do remember, they will have that extra map now to maybe strategize around, because this is a best of 5 and not a best of 3. So we'll see if that really affects our strategy, Eddie, as TurtlyP has won the coin toss. So with that advantage of map picks, if necessary, as we'll see what map we load into first, as I feel like we're going to see all of them today, as, oh boy, here we go, NLEX 8.
Starting out strong here for TurtlyP, saying, yo, boy kissers, remember your teammate? Remember what happened here? Yeah, no, I remember it too, so we'll start it out. It's the mind games that we're starting out with our first map, but Yi handled it beautifully earlier on up against Zafang, and hopefully we can see that here again. Remember, guys, Yi has strategies, TurtlyP has strategies. I think in the last grand finals we saw complete pure skill coming out from both Spiply as well as, my goodness, I'm forgetting the other finalists that we saw. There you go, exactly. But this time I think it's a duke between 2 strategizers in ARKNIGHTS, which is going to be super fun to watch, as these bans coming in already is looking spicy, because we are seeing Praminix for the first time here today being banned out by Yi.
Ram and Rosa bands and Sculptor bands. It's like, okay, no, neither side is messing around anymore, I don't think, as we're getting the gamer lean forward. You know, when things get serious, you lean forward in your seat. There's the Chalter band. It's like, okay, here we go. This is gonna get interesting now. We're gonna see what strategies you have. Like, any last little strategies you got hidden up the sleeve of yours. I mean, you see the doctors, they got really long sleeves. So whatever little strategies you got hidden up, now's the chance to bust them all out, because you're not gonna see this map again this tournament.
Yeah, and look at the predictions, Wookie. The point total is going crazy right now. These two have so many backers behind them that the pressure, it has to be honestly surmounting so much. Tamimi going to be banned out here by Yi. I'm not sure if that's an actual serious ban or not, but everything else looking super solid so far, right? Exu getting banned out here by TurtlyP, so the consistent damage going to be taken out. Swire doing the fray, so TurtlyP's like, you ban something funny, I'll ban something funny. Two can play that game.
Somehow Tamimi and Swire are getting banned a little more than Wienars from these two, I feel like, at this point. But that is a spot ban. So we're like halfway into fun, and then we went halfway back into I don't know what's going on anymore with these some of these bans. I'm pretty sure Spot and Beagle are not part of anyone's NLEX 8 strategies, unless there's some really hidden mechanic that I don't know of.
You know, surely Tamimi is the real MVP of NLEX 8 here, but we are also going to be seeing Ceylon being banned. Surely there's too much water in the stage for her to be super successful in this one.
Too much water? I mean, it's like, oh man, neither water tower operator being allowed here with Chalter and Sciel, now that I think about it, if you look at that. As we're about to load in here with the draft phase, and we'll see what strats they got going here. I wonder how much Turtley is going to be effective with maybe the one meta ban, but I'm not expecting too much of like the Chalter ban doing too much. So we'll see. It's going to be a meta showdown here, minus the Sculptor and maybe the Rosa. But all the slows and lockdown options are available.
If anything, I think TurtlyP might be hurt more by the fact that Yi has more off-meta bans than himself. But that is a story for another time. Yi and TurtlyP, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals are a go. A best of 5. We could potentially see every single map in the pool being played here tonight during the grand finals. It all comes down to these two players. Give it up for BK Yi, Boy Kissers Yi, and IRS TurtlyP, as they are going to start going in towards NLEX8 exactly at the same time.
Yi with the faster click, but I think TurtlyP with the faster PC diff, as TurtlyP getting the setup initially with the flag pipe. Unsurprisingly, Texas Alter and Ween are both available. I mean, look at the amount of slow and lockdown that TurtlyP has versus Yi, who has a bit less lockdown, but the Sciel being brought out. Remember, Sciel can do reveals, so it gives Yi a lot more options to kill Blood Knight, maybe not necessarily in the spawn box. Chonya going to work on the side of Yi, Blaze going to work on the side of TurtlyP.
Who has more burst towards the top side later down the road, right? Because we can't count out Blaze's total attack count either. Whereas Chongyue, as long as his skill timings are absolutely correct, he's going to burst down the living crap out of those top side enemies towards the end. So it all comes down to who can actually kill the enemies faster, but Yi has to reset here. A crucial mistake coming in the first map, but that's okay. Remember, it is a best of 5. You can toss away NLEX8, which seems to be the bane of all of our Boy Kissers members today for some reason. I don't know why that's the case here tonight, but we are going to see a reset here. TurtlyP with the lead here in NLEX8, and this should theoretically be a good round going towards TurtlyP for a 1-0 start in the best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, I see all the fragiles and lockdowns set up on the side of TurtlyP. That Sylac is ready to go, as Blood Knight has Involved Phase is coming off. Gladia goes down, though. I'm not sure if that was expected, as well, the damage is still going to come through with that Saria lockdown, as the Blood Knight is going down there, and there we go. We're about 7 kills left from TurtlyP being able to take the map, because Yi did have to go for that reset. Like you said, I don't know what it is with Team Boy Kissers and NLEX8, but that map has been giving them all sorts of trouble. Last 5 enemies outside of TurtlyP here.
This map here for Yi, we'll consider it that way. Just get the Mind Break map out of the way, at least in the early portions of the stages here. TurtlyP just doing a little bit of a favor for Yi in this case. So a 1-0 advantage going towards TurtlyP. Well done on clearing Blood Knight in a very, very convincing fashion. And we'll have to see what Yi is going to take for the second stage. They need to bounce back if we want to go for a really solid series for the grand finals. Otherwise, TurtlyP definitely with an advantage, looking extremely solid going into map number 2.
Yeah, we'll see what Yi decides to pick for his choice of the second map that we go into for the series. Like I mentioned, TurtlyP up ahead 1-0, and also like you mentioned, you know, just get the weird NLEX8 map out of the way. Like, if you're going to take the mental damage from that, just take it at the start and just like, alright, you know what, this one's bad, it's a mulligan. I'll just take the rest of these maps, because it's okay to mess up on one of them as long as you're fully confident in your other 4. That's why there's a whole map pool, as we're going to go into SN10 here.
This is where the bans are going to start having to come real here for TurtlyP, because Yi had a really solid SN-10 earlier on as well. So if TurtlyP was watching, he would know that this is going to be a map that actual bans are going to have to come through. Yi with an incredibly fast clear on SN-10 that didn't even use Lappy. So the safe Lappy ban here coming through first for Yi, removing a very, very vital clearing operator that many people use in SN-10.
Looks like TurtlyP might be kicking things off with the you can ban operators, Yi, but I think I'm just better at the meta overall. As it looks like, again, Yi's going for these more speed of kills, but I mean, I think TurtlyP is just going to go for like the full meta picks from what it looks like. Oh, never mind, there is actually a Rosa ban there.
Rosa is still really solid, right? I don't remember if it was Yi that was using Rosa in this stage earlier. I could have sworn I saw somebody doing it. But Yi's going to continue banning some of these meta operators here. It is going to be Texas the Omertosa getting banned. Scotty the Corrupting Heart will also get taken out here by TurtlyP. So we are mixing it up a little bit. This might genuinely be one of the more serious ban phases that we are seeing from both of our players. As Mizuki also gets banned. Strategy-wise, both of these two players, I don't think they're completely phased just yet. These last couple bans definitely going to be a little bit of a nail-biter, as we have to see if it's actually going to vitally impact the strategies of these two at all.
There is an Eben ban. That is not surprising. We've seen what Eben does to bosses, and especially a multi-phase boss like this one where Eben has the time to just recharge the scale, just go boop. You know, that is not a surprising one here. And there's an Ethan ban. Again, Ethan, if I remember right, it's the S2. I mean, S1 and S2 both can have a chance of binding the enemy play. So, again, Specialist ban, Ambusher bans coming out from the side of Yi. So a full, like, no more meme bans coming out from Yi. Yi is going in. As TurtlyP is going for 3, maybe 4 proper bans. And for some reason, it's a meme ban.
Well, one last ban available here for TurtlyP. Remember, Yi was the one that brought the Vigil earlier on into SN-10 to use those wolves to very solid advantages when it comes to positioning some of those nether brands. But it is going to be that Swire to finish us off in typical TurtlyP fashion. And that is the 10 bans going in towards SN-10. We will see if Yi is able to usurp the powerhouse that is going to be TurtlyP to maybe take it back as a 1-1 match in this best of 5, or will it be TurtlyP taking the one step further up in towards that victory as a 2-0 and setting match point up against Yi?
Yeah, we'll take a look here as drafting phase should be loading here in a second. We'll see what TurtlyP has cooked up with the meta clear, because, I mean, look at the amount of options that TurtlyP still has available. Between Muinar, you got Surtur, you have Ifrit, you have Sarab if you want to barbecue a fish, right? I mean, or is it deep fry in this case? Maybe deep fry fish. But I mean, like you mentioned with the Vigil ban, I don't think the Vigil ban would have particularly done anything, because you have other TAC Vanguards between, like, Beanstalk and Black Knight, right? So it's like, I don't think that ban would have done anything. So I think TurtlyP was just like, forget it, I'll just open up the meta for myself again. As TurtlyP with the faster load time, and TurtlyP is into the match, or into the map, a bit faster than Yi is here, as the setup is coming through.
Yeah, not too much of a difference though. We do have almost the near exact same strategy that we actually saw from me up against Zafang coming through to fruition here again. We do have the Flame Tail as the main DPS source towards the right side, and it is going to be that Vigil coming down yet again for Yi. So a lot of really solid plans that we are seeing coming out from Yi, and the question really comes down now is TurtlyP. Can he actually hold up against what Yi has in store? Because we know that Yi's strategy works. The question is, can TurtlyP just do it better and faster here in SN-10?
Well, as of right now, TurtlyP does have the 2-kill advantage over Yi, but Yi is catching up quite quickly. Just the 2-kill advantage. That one brand guider still sitting there, as there he goes, as this brand gets wiped there. There is one brand that didn't quite get wiped. I'm not sure how much it's going to affect TurtlyP's strat here, as the brand does spread, but TurtlyP does still have more hands in the States.
I think it was actually slightly a mistake there from TurtlyP, because there are kill gates. There's several kill gates in the stage, and TurtlyP just missed one, which is the reason why now Yi is actually caught up, maybe even slightly ahead of TurtlyP right now. Not killing that Mega Sage, the really difficult one to kill on the top left side, definitely slowed down TurtlyP's run here, and this could theoretically be the chance for Yi to come back. We'll see how the rest of the stage gets played out here for Yi, but again, the strategy works, and it's extremely quick. Perfect timing on the skill to knock down phase 3 for the end speaker, and Yi is just absolutely blazing through SN-10, as TurtlyP also trying to join in on the fray. But look at this, Schwarz knocking down that tree. That is not going to be an issue whatsoever. The 2 pillars are down on the ground. Yi is perfectly handling every single one of these kill gates on SN-10.
Yi is actually pulled ahead at this point. TurtlyP is a good bit behind. It just depends on whose damage comes in quicker, as it looks like Yi is okay, I was like, he's sneaking through a little bit there, but no, he just got absolutely shredded at the end there, as this map appears to be Yi's to lose now. 1 kill each on both of them, and Yi takes it a split second ahead of TurtlyP.
Beautiful. My goodness, the health bar on end speaker phase 4 just completely shredded at the end there. And again, this is why I said Yi has a strategy. We saw it working, and it's one of the reasons why I was actually scared when TurtlyP started banning out some of these weirder operators, because you need to hit the vital parts of Yi. Maybe even the Flame Tail ban would have been something way more important than the Vigil I was talking about. But the past is the past. They are both tied up. Yi 1 and TurtlyP 1. The map pick will go around towards TurtlyP, and we have a series on our hands, Wookie.
Yeah, I'm sensing, Shuvi, that we are gonna go all the way for this one. But like you mentioned, what hit TurtlyP the hardest was that missed kill on the kind of old man looking guy that I kind of forget the name of. But that was,
we'll call him the Sage. Why not?
yeah, let's go with that. As we're about to load into MZK here, but yeah, that one was the one. It was that kill gate that just completely wiped TurtlyP's advantage that he had over Yi and allowed Yi to sneak back in and steal the map right out from under him.
That's the small kind of mistakes. This is the grand finals. Mistakes, you cannot afford to make them anymore. We saw how devastating the mistake from Yi was during the first map that we saw. NLEXA, you wipe once, well, you're probably not going to have a chance to come back here. But in MBEXA, we're going to see the return of Jesselton. I think this is the third time we are going to be seeing him here tonight. And wield the mechanics, because Yi was one of the players that surprised us with the mechanics that we saw to clear out some of those enemies on the right side. Will TurtlyP have something very similar to try to deal with that as Gladia gets banned out here, Rosa getting banned out here as well. This really making it difficult for those right side enemies to start getting taken down.
Yeah, Yi's probably going for a full Fortress Defender ban because of those enemies in that middle section, right? We saw what happened to Everec there, where Everec finished the map almost earlier, but those last two operators, or those last two enemies at the far right side in the middle just didn't get taken out, which allowed Yi to catch back up, as that is a Chongyue ban coming in, and a Fartooth ban coming in on the side of Yi. So lots of range and AoE options still being taken off the field here.
Yeah, and I think with Yi banning out the Fartooth, he's kind of throwing his hands in the air and saying, I give up on trying to completely knock down the entire right side, because Gladia and Rosa was banned at the same time. So this might just be a standard clear here on MBEX8. And with Chongyue also being banned, this is definitely a target ban against Yi. Both Zafang and Yi absolutely utilizing Chongyue to the fullest potential here tonight. And with TurtlyP saying this might actually be a difficult series for me to win if I lose MBEX8, going to be banning it out here instead.
Yeah, as that is a Fia ban and a Reed Alter ban as the other two bans coming in. I believe Horn is still available, so there is still a Fortress Defender available here. So that middle section might not necessarily come into play like it did against Everec, but I think the Reed Alter ban is going to be a bit sneaky here because the S3, the explosion range, does trigger onto other enemies, so it gives you that more extended range that you think you might not have. As here we go into the drafting phase.
Indeed. Boy Kissers E, as well as IRS TurtlyP, the third game of the best of 5. Whoever wins this one will be on match point over the other. The absolute advantage in this stage of the ARKNIGHTS Challengers. Ladies and gentlemen, again, give it up to these two players because they have been playing their hearts and souls out tonight. They have a couple more games to go for these two, and this is the third game. A couple more to go, and they will start it off. The draft selection begins, and here we go.
Like I said, though, look at TurtlyP immediately going for that Horn pick. Saw that she wasn't banned. It's like, ooh, range. As here we go, TurtlyP going in with that, what was that, 7 operators? Look at that quick start from TurtlyP. We did see the quick start from TurtlyP previously, but it's going to depend on if TurtlyP will miss the kill gate again. Because if you miss the kill gate, I mean, it doesn't matter how far up ahead you are if the wave just doesn't spawn.
Here for Yi as well, starting a little bit late. I think Yi caught on that TurtlyP was starting super early, and you just said, let's go for a safer clear here, right? Because Yi was about to start going into the stage, but then as soon as TurtlyP entered the stage, he went back in towards the operator selection, so maybe he's keeping tabs of what his enemy is able to do. I don't know if, of course, the Discord lobby itself allows for that, but if that was the case, I think it's a good idea. You're just banking on the fact that there's a potential for TurtlyP to make a mistake. It's either that or you just have more utility to try to deal with the right side and maybe keep it as a faster clear and try to use that as a makeup potential for whatever time you're missing by starting a little bit later.
Yeah, if you go for that kind of, like, if you see them load in that much quicker, but you see them take less operators, you know you have that extra, you have that kind of leeway where, oh no, it is Yi who actually messes up. as Turtley now has a commanding advantage now. That is very concerning.
Yeah, that's the second time he's done it in this series, and mistakes are starting to mount up. It might not be a best of 3. If this was a best of 3, that's the decider right there. But luckily for Yi, he is going to have another chance. Turtley looking extremely solid, using the posse to knock down Jesselton, and there he goes. The rest of the stage is not that hard. It's just the fact that they all spawn on the right side. But with how commanding of a lead Turtley has, this should not be an issue whatsoever.
Yeah, now it's just kind of a waiting game for Turtley, but Turtley kind of does have all the time in the world as the enemies start slowly scooching their way up. The middle part is not a problem for Turtley between Exia and Horde. It's just these last couple enemies around the bottom and the top side, but there's an infinite animus theme both ready to go here, as come down to the last 7 enemies for Turtley here, as Yi is trying to do his best to catch up, but it is looking like Yi is going to be able to pick the next map as Turtley takes it, setting up match point here with the 2-1 lead over Yi.
Now all the cards are on the side of Turtley. Yi, the only card he has left in his hand is the next map pick for himself. This is going to come down to the wire for him. If he is able to take away whichever map is going to be next, it is going to be a tie. Match point for both of the players. There is no more sudden death left unless... Okay. You know what? I tried setting the story up. It's not going to work because the potential's still there for a sudden death. But between these two players, let's be real. Is that happening? Not really.
So let's not speak a sudden death into existence as Yi goes with WREX6. I know this one's one of the ones that Yi kind of likes to just go all, just let it go on. Same with Turtley's. We'll see if they go with that. Or if this one, they're like, no, I'm going to start banning all your specialists, I'm going to start banning all your AoE options, I'm going to start banning Chongyue, and we'll see what happens here as we open up the community ban.
Yeah, I'm actually scared here for Yi because if anything, if what we saw during WREX6 during the 2 Boy Kissers match kind of stands in this one, Yi's typical clear strategy is actually a lot slower than what you would normally see just using the standard Irene. And Turtley has been seen using the Irene strat in WREX6 before, so unless Yi is willing to pick up that strategy and just say, let's Hail Mary, I need to go to the 5th map, I'm a little bit worried here for Yi. His strategy is a lot slower than what the standard strategy is gonna go for, and it's standard for a reason. It is extremely quick in knocking down those blindies towards the end, which is almost the real game breaker and the deal breaker there for a lot of our matchups in WREX6.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of that AoE. So Chongyue is being taken out here. Texas the Omertosa being taken out here. As specialists are being banned on the side of Yi, the ambushers, as Turtley is just going no mercy with these bans, taking out meta. As wonder what Turtley has cooked up here. Irene's still available. Fire Whistle getting banned here.
Oof, this is going to be tough. I think Yi could have definitely made do with an Irene ban just to throw away Turtley. Saving that ban for a last as well would definitely make Turtley have to reconsider his options. But no, it's not going to be the case. And this definitely, in my opinion, puts Yi on the back end. He has to do a lot of work in the next few seconds before the match itself begins in order to pull this back, go for the 2-2, and maybe have a chance at still taking this away. But, ladies and gentlemen, Boy Kisser Yi and IRS Turtley. Oh man, match point for Turtley. Final game potentially brewing in the works for these two players. WREX6 is the map. The bans are at the bottom of the screen, guys. Turtley, will he be able to take it away, or will Yi live to see another match?
We'll see here as Kirara and Manticore are both available for both sides to pick, which is what I'm assuming they're going to go for. Both sides raring to go with a quick select. All right, here they go. We have Sciel, Texas, and looks like Chen. Remember, Chen is available. Irene immediately going for by Turtley here. As we're going to see who has the faster load time, because wave clears are a thing as Turtley loads in about a couple seconds ahead of Yi here, which might prove critical assuming all the kill gates are hit on time. Irene going down immediately for that SP gen.
Oh, this could be problematic here, but the thing is, you do see a Weedy coming out, I believe, for Turtley. And if you see a Weedy coming out in a stage like this, especially when all of the center tiles are going to be covered with operators, you typically have Weedy in the backside dealing damage when the enemy actually gets to that point. And if he is able to make up the amount of time that he lost by coming into the stage late by not letting enemies pass that gate at all, this could theoretically be a chance for him to catch back up in a little minute seconds worthy of time in the stage, and that might be the little difference that he really needs to start making up for the lack of speed that he went going into the stage. We'll see.
Well, something that Yi does have right now is having Irene and Horn there versus TurtlyP only having Irene for the most part for that kind of AoE damage. Like, yes, there is an Elysium and a Sciel there to slow them down, but I think Yi has a better chance of catching up at the very end because of that extra Horn damage at the back there.
Problem is, he's pretty far behind right now. He's about a wave behind on the enemy stack at the moment. He's out of operators to use. He's gonna use Irene now, and it does start spawning the blindies a little bit faster, but the shuffles have already begun on the side of TurtlyP. He is about half a way behind. Again, he is catching up very, very slightly, but he's still on the back end of this right now. The real test, I think, is going to begin when the red blindies come through, because those are the real DPS checkers when it comes to a stage like this. Ooh, this is going to come absolutely down to the wire, Wookie.
Yes, we'll see what happens here as TurtlyP does. The red blinds are on the field for TurtlyP, but they are not on the field for Yi yet. Yi is going to have to hope that TurtlyP's kill takes longer because of that weedy setup. Yi has way more damage locked up here, but it just depends on when the blindies start moving in, as the shuffle is slowly beginning. Both Irenes are fully charged, neither side opting to use the Irene skill because you want that extra charge. First wave of blindies going in for TurtlyP, as it is now 38, 39 on each side. Blindy spawn first on the side of TurtlyP.
Timing is perfect on Horn here, but the problem is the enemies are spawning on the side of TurtlyP. Irene is set up here too. I think this might be it. Yi, I think he's gonna be knocked out. It doesn't come down to TurtlyP. I think it does. He uses a skill, and it is going to be the 3-1 victory here for TurtlyP. That last skill usage from the Weedy is just barely enough to net him the 3-1, and that is going to be our champion, our grand finals victor for the ARKNIGHTS Challengers #2. Congratulations to TurtlyP, and well done to Yi. A 3-1 victory on the side of Team IRS, and the golden age has begun for them, as the next month the champions of ARKNIGHTS Challengers will be held by the one and only IRS.
IRS has claimed the crown, and it will be theirs to defend for the next tournament. But a big congrats to everyone who participated in this tournament for putting on, this amazing show for us to shoutcast here. But man, what a series. Like, Yi felt like the entire time Yi was trying to play catch up because of the slower op selects. As you can see that TurtlyP had that extra strat loaded in. Like, he knew, like, okay, if I ban this one, I'm going here. If I ban this one, I'm going here. Like, it was just instant select, boom, go in.
Unfortunate, but you know what? Sometimes it happens, and for a debut, I think Yi definitely held up his own, going up against some of the best players when it comes to competitive. Look at his run. He took down Everec, he took down Boulder, he took down his lover Zafang, and almost managed to come up against TurtlyP as well. But in the end, our champion, who also managed to climb some absolutely ridiculous players on his own as well, Ramon, Sciel, Custard, and finally Yi, all falling down to his knees. It is going to be TurtlyP taking away the championships. Again, congratulations to IRS and TurtlyP. You guys have won it all. It is your golden age.
The golden age will return again. Well, more like it already has returned again. But again, like you said, big props to Yi. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna detract from Yi for going second place in his very first tournament. Like, that's just, I would not do that. But like, big congrats again to both players, and a big thank you again to Viper for putting on the show. Big thank you to the patrons as always. As man, what a series, what a night. We had the memes, right? We had the map that never ended, the Game of Thrones. We had, the boy kissers meet up in the semis. And then we finally capped it off with an IRS returning again in a map pool that has Stolta Farrah Davis. What a way to finish this off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, thank you to all the viewers for being with us as well. Absolutely incredible times we had for the past couple of hours, but alas, the ARKNIGHTS Challengers draws to a close yet again. It was a great weekend for both the players as well as the viewers, and for us as the casters, so thank you guys for joining us. But you and I, Wookie, our time is done. We are going to send it back to the hosts, and we will see you guys at the next ARKNIGHTS Challengers. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Wow, there we go. Thank you so much to our casters, Shubi and Wookie, for taking an amazing role here, casting that grand finals, and of course the rest of the tournament. And it's done. Wow, what do you think?
Oh boy, it's finally come full round circle, and we're finally here at the very end with our victor, TurtlyP. Definitely big thanks to Shuvi and Wookie for pulling it on all the way through for the day 2 finale. So it's been a long journey, and I do have to say, even though IRS TurtlyP definitely deserve all that victory. I feel that for anyone that did participate in this Challengers 2, give yourself a big pat on the back. You did it. You had a big journey as well. You put yourself out there for the world to see, and I think that should definitely be commended. And just know that Challengers 3 will always be coming around the corner, so make sure start practicing early, start maybe joining a team, and hopefully things will be different the next time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I am incredibly proud of all the players today, not only in the top 16, everyone, all the way to the very end of top 128. Thank you guys so much for competing in this tournament. It really does mean a lot, not only to me, but just for the entire community, for us to come together and create such a environment like this where competition is very welcomed. That is just amazing to me. So thank you guys so much for making this come true. I loved seeing the amazing depth of gameplay today. One final congratulations to our champion, TurtlyP. We have a new name in the community. I don't think TurtlyP has made it past the top, I think 32, maybe 16 in the previous tournament. So this was an amazing showing.
For sure. They were definitely a dark horse to be reckoned with, for sure. So big congratulations to that. And I definitely have to say, surprisingly, IRS is very quiet. Definitely have not said anything at all in chat all stream.
Oh my god, the IRS chants, they're nonstop. It kind of it throws me back to Challengers 0 when I think it was Q at the very end. So yeah. I guess it's the return of the IRS. They get the pride for the next month. And we'll be back with Challengers 3, so we'll see who else takes it.
Yeah, just know that a lot of teams' eyes will be on TurtlyP and the IRS now. So just know, watch your back. Watch it carefully, because we will study you.
All right, well, I do want to give another thanks to the people working in the back end. It's not just the people that are on stream that are doing all the work. Of course, shout out to the casters, both the 2 casters from yesterday, Cookie and Zai, and of course the casters today, Shuvi Senpai as well as Wookie, for doing an amazing job, casting the show, making it very exciting. Thank you guys so much. An additional thanks, of course, to our back end, our TOs, for just running everything going on. We had over 16 TOs yesterday that did an amazing job running so many matches, and today we had my 4 lead TOs, basically holding down the fort and running the matches. Special shout out to Darian, who is running the stream backend. He has to manage a lot of different assets, and for him to do that for 2 days straight, it does mean a lot. So thank you very much to Darian, of course, to the other 3 lead TOs, which are Undusk, Kanasaka, as well as the assistant, for really handling that show today. Thank you guys so much. Now, another quick shout out to Rumby and Isaac for making the teaser, and Lappy for making our pick band song. That was absolutely incredible. And of course, we can't forget, guys, one final time, our patrons. Thank you guys so much for making this possible. All of your funds, of course, are going towards the prize pool that are being rewarded to these players. So thank you guys so much for contributing to the Patreon. If anyone wants to also continue to contribute into the future and help us support the back end and of course the prize pool of these tournaments, you are free to do so. Special shout out to Kestrel the Lost One, Hina, Non Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, Luke, Hoshiko, and Naba, for contributing, of course, a lot of money to this cause. Thank you guys so much. Giga Chad patrons, thank you. Oh man,
yes,
what a
indeed.
show.
It's definitely a big thanks to everyone. It is not a one-man show. There are a lot of people behind the scenes that work together to make this work. So thank you so much to everyone, not only the Patreons, not only the TOs, all the other organizers, but also the contestants that joined in the first place to make this whole event happen. But of course, all that is said and done, but it cannot, of course, be executed at the very end of the day without the help of you, Viper. So thank you so much for pulling together this event and starting the PvP scene in ARKNIGHTS in the first place.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hina, and I really do hope that people continue to enjoy PvP. It is a very niche thing with our community, and I'm glad to, put as much effort into it as we did today. Yeah, so thank you guys so much. Thank you, Hina, for joining me as a host. She really did this ad hoc. She did not really have to do any of this, but I asked her last minute because I was struggling. So thank you so much, Hina. We'll catch you, everyone. We'll catch you, everyone, next time at Challengers 3 in about a month. Thank you guys so much. 07.
All right,
and have
see
a
you,
great
everybody.
night. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.